Chapter 12:12. Lin Xian did not give Yin Feng a chance to counterattack. The lone star sword in his hand was like a dragon, roaring continuously. A terrifying killing intent swept out in all directions. Lin Xian slashed out 13 times in a row. The terrifying sword light connected in the sky like a vast ocean, and all of them blasted towards Yin Feng. The entire void was trembling, and the cave was shaking non-stop as if it would collapse at any time. Yin Feng's face was pale. He could not dodge at all, and could only take the 13 swords head-on. The sound of metal clashing resounded in the air. Yin Feng's face was pale, and his entire arm was trembling. The 13 swords were like raging waves, each stronger than the last. In the end, although he took the 13 swords, his arm was completely numb, and he could not exert any strength at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian's battle intent was high, and his aura was majestic. Sword light surrounded his body, and his killing intent was monstrous. He slashed out again. Wind and thunder roared, and metal and fire mixed together. This sword was extremely sharp, and it directly sent Yin Feng's demon slayer flying. Then, the long sword swept out like a dragon swinging its tail, and sent Yin Feng flying. Blood splattered in the air, and explosions continued. Everyone was stunned. The scene in front of them was shocking. They could not believe that Yin Feng had been defeated. One had to know that Yin Feng was an 8th heaven honorable. He was a peerless expert in the eyes of the world, but he had been defeated just like that. Furthermore, he had lost to a 7th level venerate. This was simply too unbelievable. Duan Tianqing's face was also gloomy, and his entire body was trembling. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to defeat Yin Feng. It was really beyond his expectations. Not only that, but an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. Lin Xian was someone that the Palace of Gods of War had to kill. One of his missions in the remote sky secret realm this time was to kill Lin Xian. Originally, there was no suspense to this mission because Lin Xian was only a cultivator at the 5th heavenly layer before entering the remote heaven secret realm. A person like that was only an ant in Duan Tianqing's eyes. However, in just 2 to 3 months, Lin Xian had already become a 7th heaven honorable. Not only that, but his battle strength was even more powerful. He could already fight an 8th heaven honorable. It would be very difficult to kill him now. Thinking of this, he felt fear and regret at the same time. If he had made up his mind to pursue them with all his might back then, none of this would have happened. But now, it was too late. Not only in the remote sky secret realm, but if they let him out, the Palace of Gods of War would probably undergo an earth-shaking change. Therefore, the best opportunity to kill Lin Xian was in the remote heaven mystery realm. Just as he was considering whether or not to make a move, Lin Xian had already made the first move. After dealing with Yin Feng, Lin Xian turned around and went back to the sword treasury. He activated the great dragon sword spirit, and thousands of swords began to hum. His eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings. He wanted to find the true peerless divine weapon. For a moment, the entire space was filled with sword radiance. Sword Chi soared into the sky and was extremely dazzling. The sword sovereign also snorted coldly as his eyes shone brightly. A huge sword aura surged from his body, connecting the heavens and the earth. Rays of sword light spread out in all directions like waves, quickly covering the entire sword treasury. Duan Tianqing also roared as he activated the energy in his body with all his might. 3 violent bursts of energy covered the entire space, leaving nothing behind. Finally, under the combined efforts of the 3 great powerhouses, an extremely dazzling ray of light shone from the sky sword forest. The peerless divine weapon has appeared. Seeing that ray of light, everyone exclaimed. In the next moment, the ray of light turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the sword sovereign. Damn it! Seeing this, Duan Tianqing roared angrily. He stretched out a huge palm of light and grabbed at the space before him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, shook his head slightly. This place was very strange. Since the hidden sword had chosen the Sword Lord, it was already destined. As expected, although Duan Tianqing's palm of light was terrifying, it was instantly torn apart by that ray of sword light. Soon, that ray of sword light arrived beside the sword sovereign. Seeing this, Duan Tianqing roared at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Xian was expressionless. This was what he had expected. However, this time, things went beyond his expectations. This was because two figures had suddenly appeared behind him and were charging towards the sword venerable at lightning speed. Then, two terrifying palms reached out and grabbed the treasured sword in front of the sword sovereign. It's them. Lin Xian looked at the two figures with a surprised expression. He naturally knew these two figures, but he did not expect them to dare to attack at this time. One must know. That was the sword sovereign. The two figures were naturally the seventh elder and Zhu Chan of the Divine Bird Palace. The two of them had been ordered by the heavenly Netherbird to obtain the peerless divine weapon. However, they did not recognize the peerless divine weapon at all, and the heavenly Netherbird did not tell them. Therefore, in their opinion, the sword in the sword sovereign's hand must be a peerless divine weapon. Therefore, they attacked. When these two people appeared, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack the sword sovereign. They were really bold. However, when they sensed the aura of these two people, they all screamed, "Eighth Heaven Venerable! Eighth Heaven Venerables!" Other than Duan Tianqing and Yin Feng of the Palace of Gods of War, there were two Eighth Heaven Venerables. This was too shocking. However, what shocked them even more was that the two figures were actually from the Divine Bird Palace. How is this possible? Since when did the Divine Bird Palace have Eighth Heaven Venerables? Everyone was stunned. The sword sovereign snorted coldly. He waved his sleeve, and the long sword in front of him suddenly bloomed with a blazing light. Then, a sword light quickly slashed forward. The seventh elder and Zhu Chan of the Divine Bird Palace were hit by the sword light. They immediately retreated, and the void cracked. However, balls of black flames strangely rose from their bodies, forming a defense that blocked the sword light. Therefore, they were not fatally injured. The two of them landed on the ground and stared straight ahead. "You two stupid birds dare to come and snatch my things?" The sword sovereign said with disdain. The seventh elder gritted his teeth and looked very serious. "No matter what, we will not let you take the peerless divine weapon away today." Behind them, Duan Tianqing saw this scene and was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed wildly. Good, good, good. Fellow Taoists of the Divine Bird Palace, why don't we join forces?" He could not fight against the sword sovereign, and it seemed that the two of them could not succeed either. Therefore, he thought of joining forces. 3 Eighth Heaven Venerables should be able to fight against the sword sovereign. Chapter 12:13. All right. The seven elders quickly nodded at Duan Tianqing's suggestion. As long as they could stop the sword venerable and get the peerless weapon, it didn't matter who they joined forces with. "Be careful, that kid is very strange." Duan Tianqing came to the seventh elder's side and glanced in Lin Xian's direction. However, Lin Xian merely shrugged his shoulders and left the sword vault. The sword still belonged to the sword venerable, so he wouldn't make a move. Thus, he left the battle. The sword venerable was expressionless when he saw Lin Xian leave, but Duan Tianqing and the rest secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's strength wasn't inferior to theirs. If they really wanted to fight, there would be a lot of trouble. Now that he had left, it couldn't be better for them. In the next moment, the three of them formed a triangle and rushed toward the sword venerable. "It seems that I haven't fought for a long time, and the world has forgotten about this old man." The sword venerable said slowly, "All right, I'll show you what a peerless weapon is today." With that, the sword venerable's aura became stronger and stronger. The light in his eyes was like a peerless sword that tore through the void. With a clang, it was as if a sword had been unsheathed, and the entire sky trembled. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying sword chi flew forward like a thunderbolt. As soon as the sword chi appeared, the surrounding cultivators all fell to the ground, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. With their strength, they couldn't resist the sword chi from the sword venerable. Duan Tianqing and the other two were the first to bear the brunt. Their expressions changed as they sensed danger. "I, the unique and righteous." Duan Tianqing roared, and his body glowed brightly, forming a very thick defense that enveloped him. Beside him, the The seventh elder and Zhu Chun didn't dare to be careless. They quickly circulated their spirit energy and formed a huge, three-headed vermilion bloodbird that covered their bodies. In the face of this terrifying sword, they had no choice but to use their strongest defense. The terrifying sword chi fell from the sky like the Milky Way, shattering the void wherever it passed. In the next moment, it slashed at Duan Tianqing and the other two, sending them flying. The green light on Duan Tianqing's body and the shadow of the divine bird on Seventh Elder's body rapidly cracked under the attack of the sword aura. The three of them felt their chi and blood churning. Many parts of their bodies were cut open by the sword chi. However, the three of them were Eighth Heaven Venerables after all. Furthermore, the three of them were very powerful when they joined forces. In the end, they successfully resisted the sword. However, they weren't happy at all because the single sword venerable had only moved his finger. He hadn't even taken out his weapon, yet he had already created such a power. This was not good news for them. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a dignified expression. As expected of a sword venerable, he was indeed terrifying. Although he didn't have much time left, he could still display such a terrifying combat strength. It was really shocking. However, Lin Xian's attention was quickly diverted. Under the perception of the dragon sword soul, Lin Xian seemed to find that something was summoning him. His gaze shifted from the battlefield in front of him to the gigantic heaven and earth smelt in the sky. That feeling seemed to be coming from the huge furnace. The huge furnace was extremely magical. Countless lava waterfalls fell from the entrance, forming a magnificent scene. The temperature was extremely terrifying. Even Seventh Heaven Venerables didn't dare to go near it. If he guessed correctly, this should be the fire used by the peerless figures in the past to refine weapons. A fire that could refine a peerless divine weapon was definitely extraordinary. "Kid, what are you looking at?" The dark red divine dragon asked from the side. "I feel that there's something in the furnace." "Something?" Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon became excited. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get it. That fire isn't easy to deal with." Lin Xian expressed his worries. "What's the problem? Don't you have the 1,000-beast cauldron? Just absorb all the fire." "Oh right, this fire is good stuff. It'll be very helpful for you to refine weapons." "Use the 1,000-beast cauldron?" Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, he would have to pay a huge price to use that thing. However, in the end, he sighed. All right, because he really had no other choice now. Therefore, he quickly communicated with Zero. However, to his surprise, Zero didn't make any other requests this time. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief because the price of using the 1,000-beast cauldron was too great. If he could avoid it, he wouldn't use it. However, he didn't expect that there would be an exception this time. Soon, Lin Xian seemed to have figured it out. The fire in the furnace that day was probably also beneficial to the 1,000-beast cauldron. Since he had the support of the 1,000-beast cauldron, Lin Xian didn't delay any longer and quickly soared into the sky. His actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. What's Lin Xian doing? Why is he flying into the sky? Does he want to interfere too? That shouldn't be. That's not the direction of the battlefield. It looks like he's flying towards the huge furnace in the sky. No way. What's there to investigate about that furnace? Moreover, I'm afraid that even Seventh Heaven Venerables wouldn't dare to go near that temperature. The group of people discussed animatedly, unable to understand. They didn't even think that it was a peerless divine weapon because they had already determined that the sword in front of the sword reverend was a peerless divine weapon. Therefore, they didn't think that there was anything in the earth furnace that could surpass a peerless divine weapon. Not only were the surrounding cultivators puzzled, but even Duan Tianqing and the other two were very surprised. However, they were still paying special attention to Lin Xian's actions. Damn it, what's that brat up to now? The seventh elder quickly sent a voice transmission while dodging the sword chi from the sword reverend. Who knows? Ignore him. I've already investigated that heaven and earth furnace. Even Eighth Heaven Venerables wouldn't dare to go in. No matter how strong that brat is, he can't possibly avoid those flames. Hearing this, the seventh elder and Zhu Chun relaxed. Therefore, the three of them joined forces and quickly attacked the sword reverend. Under normal circumstances, the three of them wouldn't be able to defeat the Sword Reverend even if they joined forces. However, the black flames on the seventh elder and Zhu Qin's bodies were very strange. They actually resisted the sword chi from the Sword Reverend. Therefore, the current stalemate was created. The Sword Reverend's face was also gloomy. He originally didn't care about the 3 Eighth Heaven Venerables, but the black flames on their bodies were too strange. He had to be careful. These black flames seemed to have the aura of the heavenly Netherbird. When did these two from the Divine Bird Palace have a connection with the heavenly Netherbird? The Sword Reverend's eyes flashed. He was very confused. The strength of the heavenly Netherbird was obvious to all. Even if the Sword Reverend was at his peak, he might not be able to contend against it, let alone now. However, the two people in front of him clearly had the flames that only the heavenly Netherbird possessed. He had to be careful. Chapter 12:14. No one stopped him. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Xian. He was very fast and arrived near the furnace in an instant. Then, he flipped his palm, and the 1,000-beast cauldron appeared in the void. With a low shout, Lin Xian injected his spirit power into the 1,000-beast cauldron. Then, the small black cauldron released a black glow. The birds and beasts on it swam continuously as if they were about to come to life. A powerful devouring force surged out and surged towards the flame furnace. Boom! Suddenly, the void trembled. Countless flames surged and spread in the sky. They seemed to be attracted by something and gathered towards the 1,000-beast cauldron. What? He wants to absorb those flames? Is he crazy? No way. Even an 8th heaven supremacy would avoid those flames. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't resist those flames. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. However, Duan Tianqing and the rest sneered. This kid is really digging his own grave. I was still thinking of how to deal with him, but now he's courting death. That's even better. He'll be burned to death by those flames. We won't have to do anything. No one could understand Lin Xian's actions. They all thought that he was playing with fire. However, the dark red divine dragon, Zhao Shui, and Murong Qingcheng were very calm because they knew Lin Xian's methods. Indeed, the terrifying flames in the sky did not burn Lin Xian. Instead, they were all sucked into the 1,000-beast cauldron in his hand. Not a single one was left. In the huge furnace in the sky, the lava gradually decreased, gradually revealing the situation inside. There were countless fragments in the furnace. They were probably all scrap metal from failed weapon refinement. However, amidst the debris, a faint green glow could be seen. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw that green glow. He could sense that the aura that he had sensed previously was emitted by that green glow. It's not enough. Absorb more. Lin Xian continued to push the 1,000-beast cauldron to absorb the flames inside. The green glow in front became brighter and brighter. In the end, even the ordinary cultivators could see it. Oh my God! What is that? Green glow? Is there really a treasure in that furnace? How could this be? How did that kid know? The group of people was extremely shocked. Duan Tianqing and the other two had gloomy expressions. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be able to absorb the flames. What shocked them even more was that there were other treasures within the flames. Although he still didn't know what the treasure was, it must be something extraordinary to be able to exist in such a huge furnace. As the flames in the furnace decreased, everyone could finally see what the green light was. It was a long sword. Its entire body was green, like an emerald, sparkling and translucent. The green longsword stood among the thousands of pieces of scrap metal. It was like a star, shining brightly. A peerless divine weapon. When Lin Xian saw the dark green sword, these words suddenly appeared in his mind. This was because he could feel an unusually sharp aura from it. As the flames dwindled and the green light grew brighter, Lin Xian became more and more certain that the venerable sword was not a peerless divine weapon. And this green long sword in front of him could very well be the true peerless godly weapon. Even the sword sovereign had noticed this. Suddenly, the sword sovereign sighed. He had already obtained a treasured sword. According to the rules of this place, he couldn't lay his hands on other treasured swords. Therefore, even if the green sword was a peerless divine weapon, he was probably not fated to obtain it. Duan Tianqing and the others were even more shocked. They gave up on attacking the sword sovereign and stared at the dark green sword above them. A peerless divine weapon. That's the true peerless divine weapon. Duan Tianqing roared excitedly. The seventh elder and Zhu Qin's faces darkened. They had been busy for half a day, risking their lives to fight the sword sovereign. In the end, they realized that the sword in their opponent's hand wasn't a peerless divine weapon, and their true target was in the sky. This made them want to vomit blood. However, it wasn't too late now. Since the peerless divine weapon had appeared, they had to obtain it. Only then could they complete the mission given to them by the Heaven Netherbird. The two of them let out a long howl as they rose from the ground and quickly flew towards the sky. They had to snatch the green treasured sword before Lin Xian did. However, just as they approached the green sword, their faces changed and they dodged to the side. Because the green sword felt threatened, it immediately began to hum. A dark green light shot into the sky as if it wanted to split the world in half. The sword chi was too terrifying. The sky couldn't withstand it. The terrifying aura caused everyone to tremble. At this moment, they realized that this aura was exactly the same as the one they had felt in the outside world. Without a doubt, this green sword was a peerless divine weapon. The seventh elder and Zhu Qin's hearts beat wildly as they looked at the sword chi. They had almost been split in half by the sword chi. Fortunately, the Heaven Netherbird had left behind black flames to protect them. Otherwise, they would have been in danger. However, what made them feel at ease was that after the jade-green treasured sword unleashed a shocking attack, it once again regained its calm, as if it had fallen silent. Seeing this, the seventh elder and Zhu Qin didn't delay any longer and quickly attacked again. Behind him, Duan Tianqing also roared and charged over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and shot out several beams of sword chi toward Duan Tianqing, the seventh elder, and the others. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Below, Sword Venerable didn't attack. He looked at the sky and then took a deep breath before returning to the deity Sword Villa's side. This scene shocked everyone. They didn't expect Sword Venerable to give up. Even the deity Sword Villa's people were confused. They asked in unison, "Elder Sword Venerable, are you really not going to fight for that peerless divine sword?" "Yes, with Elder strength, you'll definitely get it if you attack." However, Sword Venerable shook his head slightly. "Fate has already decided. We can't force it. The rules here are very firm. Don't resist. Otherwise, it might cause a hopeless disaster." Hearing this, the deity Sword Villa's disciples fell silent. They knew Sword Venerable very well. He was an extremely ancient existence. Since he said this, he must have his reasons. "Don't worry. Although that peerless divine weapon is good, it's a double-edged sword. Obtaining it will increase our strength greatly, but it will also bring us endless trouble. Moreover, I feel that this sword is indeed extraordinary. According to my estimation, there should be an earth rank fragment in it." "What? Earth rank fragment?" Chapter 12:15. Since the Sword Venerable had spoken, the deity Sword Villa did not participate in the fight for the divine weapon. Hence, they retreated to the side and watched quietly. Although the other people around also had the same idea, they were not strong enough to fight against the flames in the sky. Hence, no one dared to act rashly. In an instant, only Lin Xian and the other three were left in the sky. "Kid, I have to say that you're really lucky to have found an exceptional divine weapon. But your luck has come to an end because you can't get this exceptional divine weapon. It's destined to be mine." Duan Tianqing's voice was filled with excitement. On the other side, the seventh elder also said coldly, "Kid, we won't let you get the exceptional sword." Faced with the three people's interception, Lin Xian did not say anything and directly used the dragon catcher hand. Spiritual energy surged and drew out two true dragons. They circled around each other and formed a huge hand that quickly grabbed forward. The dragon catcher hand was said to be able to capture true dragons. At this moment, Lin Xian used it to grab the exceptional divine sword in front of him. Seeing Lin Xian make a move, Duan Tianqing and the other two, finally could not hold it in anymore. The three of them quickly charged toward Lin Xian. The three of them were very fast like lightning. Terrifying light rays were like sabers and sword shadows that quickly swept forward. Duan Tianqing's murderous aura soared into the sky. He quickly threw out the Overlord fist as if he wanted to punch Lin Xian to death. On the other side, the Seventh Elder and Zhu Chan joined forces and threw out two huge claws. They emitted a monstrous murderous aura as they quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. The three of them were 8th level supremacies. At this moment, they attacked with all their might. However, in the face of such a terrifying scene, Lin Xian was expressionless. He only made one move, which was to grab the 1,000-beast cauldron in his hand and swing it forward. Buzz! The absorbed flames in the 1,000-beast cauldron also surged out quickly. The sea of fire filled the sky. The terrifying flames burned space and time. Countless sea of fire spread and formed waves. In an instant, the attacks from the three of them were burned to ashes in the sea of fire. Not only that, the flames were like illusions of dragons that quickly rushed toward the three of them and enveloped them. Damn it, break for me. Duan Tianqing roared madly. His body glowed brightly as he tried to break free from the terrifying flames. However, they had underestimated these flames. These flames were used by ancient powerhouses to refine peerless weapons. No one below the king level dared to touch them. It was only because Lin Xian had the 10,000 beast cauldron that he dared to try and subdue it. The 7th Elder and the 8th Elder roared madly. Black lines appeared on their bodies and quickly crawled all over their bodies. Then, a ball of black flames burned fiercely and enveloped them, quickly resisting the sea of fire that filled the sky. It was fine without the black flames. But as soon as the black flames appeared, the sea of fire seemed to be enraged. Suddenly, an incomparable radiance blossomed. More and more flames converged toward the two of them, and even Duan Tianqing felt the pressure lessen significantly. Damn it, why is it like this? Seeing this, the 7th Elder and Zhu Qin's faces turned extremely ugly. They had only wanted to use the black flames to resist, but they had not expected such an unforeseen event to occur. It was too late for them to withdraw now. This was because the surrounding flames had already completely covered them. If they withdrew the black flames now, the surrounding sea of fire would burn them to ashes. However, if they did not withdraw the black flames, they would attract more and more sea of fire. This was simply a situation of certain death. Therefore, the two of them were destined to die. In the end, they were mercilessly burned to ashes by the sea of fire, leaving nothing behind. Duan Tianqing was lucky enough to escape with his life, but one of his arms was also burned to ashes. 3 great 8th level curses, 2 dead and 1 injured. This scene shocked everyone. In particular, the cultivators from the deity Sword Villa were terrified. Fortunately, their Sword Venerable did not make a move. Otherwise, they would not have ended up well either. In the next moment, everyone looked at the figure in the sky with a horrified expression. This was too shocking. He had directly burned 2 8th level supremacies to death. Probably no one would dare to provoke Lin Xian now, let alone have any ideas about the peerless sword. To be honest, Lin Xian was also very surprised by this result. This was because he could feel the power of this flame, which could threaten an 8th level supremacies. However, it was impossible to completely burn them to death at that time. Of course, this was also the fault of the 2 people from the Divine Bird Palace. They used the black flames to attract the endless sea of fire, which caused this scene. However, this was also good. It saved him a lot of trouble. At least now, no one dared to stop him from obtaining the peerless sword. In the next moment, Lin Xian activated the 1,000-beast cauldron and put the dark green sword into the cauldron. After doing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. With a flash, Lin Xian returned to the side of Zhao Shui and the others. After taking away the peerless sword, there was no point in staying here any longer. Therefore, he wanted to leave. However, the others did not think so. There were still many treasured swords in the place where the sword was hidden. They were all good things. They still wanted to try. Murong Qingcheng did not leave either because many warriors in her family had not obtained any treasured swords yet. Therefore, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left first, while the others searched for opportunities here. Lin Xian, where are we going? Zhao Shui asked. Just now, she had also obtained a half-earth level treasure. Although she did not use a sword, she could still get a lot of spirit stones after selling it outside. Let's find a safe place to rest. I want to take a look at the peerless sword over there. Previously, Lin Xian had only put it away and did not look at it carefully. Now that he had time, he must study it carefully. Soon, they found an empty hall, and then the dark red divine dragon set up a defensive array. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the thousand-beast cauldron again. Suddenly, a hot aura gushed out from the thousand-beast cauldron, accompanied by a sharp edge. A dark green long sword slowly appeared and floated in the void. It was like a dark green gem, incomparably deep. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there were countless small cracks on the sword. Not only that, the dark green sword was broken. 1/3 of the sword's tip was missing. It could be said that it was broken beyond repair. However, the aura emitted from it was unusually sharp, far surpassing that of a half-earth level treasure. Even the lone star sword could not compare. The dark red divine dragon also looked carefully from the side, then said slowly, "This should be an earth-level treasure, but it is very broken now." "What? You mean this is an earth-level treasure?" Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this peerless sword to have such a terrifying origin. He had seen the power of an earth-level treasure before. One had to know that the thousand-beast cauldron was an earth-level treasure. Its power was definitely not something they could imagine. Chapter 12:16. However, unlike the 10,000-beast cauldron, this sword was severely damaged, so its power was greatly reduced. It was impossible for it to display the true power of an Earth-tier treasure. However, compared to a normal half-Earth-tier treasure, it was still much stronger. To the side, Zhao Shui also used her void sky eyes to observe carefully. She then said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid this sword cannot be used carelessly." "Oh? What did you find?" "There is not much energy left inside. It is barely enough to keep it from breaking. If this energy is released, I'm afraid the entire sword will break. At that time, this Earth-tier treasure will also break." "So that's how it is." Lin Xian was shocked. Zhao Shui's eye technique was unparalleled, so this information should be accurate. Then how many times can this sword be used if I want to display the sword energy that connected the heaven and earth? "Around 3 times. Zhao Shui carefully observed. 3 times. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. "It should be enough." "What do you want to do with it?" Zhao Shui asked. "This sword is very powerful. It would be a waste to use it against normal martial artists. What do you think about using it against the heavenly netherbird?" "You want to deal with the heavenly netherbird?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Shui was very surprised. The terror of the heavenly netherbird was obvious to all. Even a king-level expert might not be able to take it down. But now, Lin Xian wanted to make a move against it. This was very shocking. However, when she thought of Lin Xian's various actions, Zhao Shui felt relieved. However, there was one thing that she was very confused about. Could this sword really hurt the heavenly netherbird? "I don't know if it can hurt it, but one thing is for sure. The heavenly netherbird is very wary of this sword. Otherwise, it would not have sent 2 people from the divine bird palace to steal it. With this sword, the power to deal with the heavenly netherbird would be a lot stronger." The next step was to find the key to the star chain. If he had it in his hand, the heavenly netherbird would be even more wary. Of course, they couldn't let those people break the array. Otherwise, they would be in danger when the heaven netherbird came in. Next, Lin Xian tried to find a way to control the sword. This treasured sword was completely dark green in color. It floated in the air, and on the hilt of the sword, the 2 words "Song Song" were carved. The ashen pine sword. Could it be that this treasured sword was the weapon used by the peerless powerhouse in the past? When Lin Xian saw these 2 words, his heart also burned with passion. This powerhouse named Song Song was able to suppress even the heavenly netherbird back then. One could imagine how powerful he was. The sword he had left behind was absolutely terrifying. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion as he reached for the ashen pine sword. Normally, the ashen pine sword would flicker with light. Although its aura was fierce, it would always be concealed. However, the moment it received a threat from the outside world, the long sword would let out a hum, and dark green sword light would shoot up into the sky. Lin Xian used the phantom of the red lotus armor. Even so, he was still hurt by the sword qi. His blood and qi roiled, and cracks appeared on the phantom of the armor. This was only the sword qi emitted by the longsword. If it was controlled by someone else, it would probably be able to split open his red lotus armor. As expected of an Earth-rank treasure. It's really terrifying, Lin Xian exclaimed. Other than the complete 10,000 beast cauldron, he didn't have anything else that could compete with the other party. Of course, the great dragon sword soul was an exception. Feeling the violent sword qi, Lin Xian immediately used the great dragon sword soul. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword shadows flew forward, emitting deep dragon roars and sword cries. It was amazing. When the sword qi condensed by the great dragon sword soul wrapped around the ashen pine sword, the latter no longer went berserk. Instead, it calmed down. Seeing this, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The great dragon sword soul was indeed an offensive saint art. It was extremely mysterious. Even the powerful Earth-rank treasure sword could only calm down in front of it. Taking a deep breath, countless dragon-shaped sword qi wrapped around his palm. Then, Lin Xian grabbed forward. In the next moment, he grabbed the ashen pine sword in his hand. This time, the ashen pine sword did not resist. He circulated his spiritual energy slightly and poured it into the ashen pine sword. Then, the ashen pine sword bloomed. Countless green sword qi surged out and instantly dyed the palace green. Success. Seeing this, Zhao Shui also breathed a sigh of relief. Next, they had to find the key to remove the nebula chain. After removing the formation, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left the remote palace. Not long after they left, they encountered many warriors. The Xin family was leading them. When the people from the Xin family saw Lin Xian, their eyes lit up. They had no choice. Now, everyone knew that the peerless divine weapon was in Lin Xian's hands. That was a peerless divine weapon. It was something left behind by an ancient expert. One could imagine how precious it was. If anyone obtained it, their strength would definitely increase greatly. They could even bring their family to a higher level. This was especially so for the sovereign families. They had to obtain it. So now, they looked at Lin Xian with envy. When Lin Xian saw these people, he knew what they were thinking. He immediately snorted. Suddenly, an extremely dark green sword qi appeared behind him. The green sword qi emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It was like the might of a king. Boom. Feeling this terrifying aura, the warriors in front suddenly trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. It was as if they were not facing a sword, but an extremely terrifying king. In an instant, the 9th, 11th, and 13th young masters all turned pale. This was especially so for the 9th young master. Other than fear, there was also a strong sense of jealousy in his eyes. Of course, under such circumstances, he did not dare to do anything. The elders and elders of the Xin family were all shocked when they saw this scene. How is this possible? How long has it been? He can already control such a peerless divine weapon? They were simply too shocked. Although peerless divine weapons were powerful, they were not easy to subdue. This was especially true for weapons passed down from ancient times. Some even needed to be refined again. Therefore, in their opinion, although Lin Xian had obtained the peerless divine weapon, he would not be able to control it in a short period of time. This gave them a chance. If they planned carefully, they might be able to snatch the peerless divine weapon back from him. But now, they had completely given up. This was because from the current situation, Lin Xian had already controlled the peerless divine weapon. Otherwise, he would not have been able to emit that kind of sword qi. This made them extremely shocked. They could not understand how Lin Xian had managed to subdue the peerless divine weapon in such a short period of time. Chapter 12:17. Young Master, let's retreat first. The Shun cult's elder quickly advised. He was afraid that the 9th young master and the rest would rush forward. All right. Facing the terrifying sword Dao Qi, The ninth young master and the rest did not dare to take the risk. They immediately led the group away. Seeing the Shun family's cultivators leave, the surrounding cultivators felt as if they were dreaming. The King family had been scared away without even making a move. Just thinking about it made their blood boil. The King family was the top force in the Tianwu continent. They were existences that everyone could only look up to. But now, someone had used his aura to scare away the King family. This was the dream of every cultivator. However, Lin Xian was probably the only one who could do such a thing. Seeing the Shin family leave, Lin Xian felt great. Once upon a time, the King family was like a mountain that he could only look up to. But now, he had grown to the point where he could fight against the King family. Of course, he knew that the King family was terrifying and could not only be this strong. But in the remote sky secret realm, he was not afraid of anyone. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he looked around and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I want to remind you that we are not enemies. There is no need to fight to the death the moment we meet. Our common enemy is the heavenly netherbird. Don't forget that if we can't find a way in a month, the heavenly netherbird will appear and none of us will be able to survive." Hearing this, many cultivators' faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. That's right. They had only been fighting for treasures and had forgotten that they were still in danger. They were still under the threat of the heavenly netherbird. In a month's time, the heavenly netherbird would appear. The heavenly netherbird was extremely terrifying. None of them would be able to stop it. When the heavenly netherbird appeared, they would have no way to survive. Seeing everyone's pale faces, Lin Xian said again, "Of course, you don't have to be so emotional. As long as we find the Star Chain's key, there might be a glimmer of hope." The Star Chain's key. That's right. The heavenly netherbird was bound by the mysterious Star Chain. As long as they found the Star Chain's key, they would have the qualifications to negotiate with the heavenly netherbird. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes regained their luster. Many of them clenched their fists and swore to find the key to the Star Chains. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone's emotions had been roused. The Pine Hall was actually quite big. If it was just Lin Xian searching by himself, it might have taken a lot of effort. However, things were different now. With so many people searching together, it wouldn't take long for them to find the location of the stellar key. This way, it would save him the trouble of looking for it. When the time came, he would only need to break the array formation. Sure enough, in the following days, other than searching for treasures, they also set off a trend of searching. Because this matter was closely related to everyone's lives, no one dared to be careless. In the end, after everyone's hard work, they ruled out other places and finally locked onto 2 places. These 2 places were completely different. One was in the north, and the other was in the south. The only thing they had in common was that these 2 places were protected by powerful spirit arrays. They should be the core of the entire Deep Pine Palace. The one in the south was called the Pine Tree Pavilion, and the one in the north was called the Star Pavilion. This news was like a hurricane that instantly spread throughout the entire Pine Palace. In an instant, everyone knew about it. However, these people didn't make a move. Instead, they began to discuss intensely. This was because they didn't have much time left. Moreover, the spirit arrays were so powerful that with their strength, they could only break through one place. As such, it was extremely important to break through the spirit arrays. Many people chose the Star Pavilion because from its name, it was obvious that this pavilion was related to the stellar chains. It was very likely that the key to the stellar chains was hidden inside. Once they had the key, they would have the qualifications to negotiate with the heavenly netherbird. However, there were others who didn't think so. As far as they were concerned, whether or not they could break the astral chains was meaningless to them. This was because even if the heavenly netherbird had the stellar chains, they couldn't contend with it with their strength. As such, breaking through the stellar chains was extremely unimportant. Instead, it was the other pavilion that attracted their attention. The Pine Tree Pavilion. This place was called the Pine Palace, and the sword that Lin Xian obtained was also called the Pine Tree Pavilion. It was obvious that the name Pine Tree was the name of the ancient powerhouse. Since the pavilion was named Pine Tree, it could be said to be the most important place in the entire Pine Palace. Presumably, there was a spirit array defense room that controlled the entire Big Dipper formation. Moreover, according to these people's estimates, the Pine Palace didn't only have a spirit array defense room. There were also other treasures, such as cultivation techniques and secret manuals. This was because after searching for so long in the Pine Palace, they had obtained many heavenly treasures and even weapons. However, they hadn't obtained any cultivation techniques. Thinking about it, those cultivation methods should be hidden in this Pine Palace. As such, these people desperately wanted to enter the Pine Palace. In an instant, the people were divided into two factions, and they fought endlessly. Those who supported breaking through the Pine Tree Pavilion were the Palace of War and the Shin clan, the two sovereign clans. There were also the Divine Bird Palace and many other rank 6 sects. Those who supported the Star Pavilion were the Murong clan and the Merry Forest. There were also many rank 6 clans supporting them. It could be said that both sides were evenly matched and no one could convince the other. In the end, these people decided to split up. The Palace of War and the Shen clan led a group of warriors to the Pine Palace in the south. The Murong clan and the Merry Forest teamed up to break through the Star Pavilion in the north. After Lin Xian heard this news, he narrowed his eyes. However, in the end, he chose to go to the Star Pavilion. This was because even if they found the Spirit Array defense room, they wouldn't be able to stop the Heavenly Netherbird. If that was the case, it would be better to find the key to break through the star chain. Lin Xian brought the dark red divine dragon and flew towards the Star Pavilion with Zhao Shui. Not long after, they saw a blue pagoda. The pagoda was tall and majestic. The material on the outside was like the stars, shining brightly. Not only that, they also saw a complicated spirit array that covered the entire Star Pavilion. In other words, they could only enter if they broke through the spirit array. Everyone, we can only break through the spirit array if we work together. Murong Qingqing's expression was very serious. After that, the Murong clan and the Merry Forest sent out spirit array masters. They worked together with other warriors who were proficient in spirit arrays and began to research a common way to break through the spirit array. Chapter 12:18. At the same time, the God of War Palace and the Shin family also arrived at the Pine Pavilion in the north. It was a very simple and unadorned pavilion. It gave off an ancient and desolate aura, as well as a terrifying pressure. That kind of pressure even surpassed that of a king. This made these people very excited. A secret manual left behind by an ancient expert was definitely a rare treasure. If they could obtain one or two of it, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Thinking of this, these people were also excited and quickly formed a team to crack it. In an instant, both sides were in full swing. On the Star Pavilion side, the dark red dragon held his chin and continued to study. Lin Xian's expression was also serious as he said in a deep voice, "It seems that this array is not inferior to the Big Dipper array outside. Indeed, it is not as simple as the Big Dipper array outside." The dark red dragon nodded, "But this time, our situation is better because we still have enough time." Although they were under threat now, they still had a month's time. They were not like last time when they were under the Heaven Netherbird's feet. They believed that with the dark red dragon's ability, they should be able to crack it. If that's the case, then we won't delay any longer. Lin Xian stopped his work and said loudly, "Everyone, how is your research going? This array is too exquisite. As expected of an ancient array. Yeah, I have never seen such a profound array in my life. It will be very difficult to crack it. Why don't you let me think about it?" The group of array masters looked troubled. Indeed, with their strength, it was too difficult to crack this ancient array. However, they all looked at Lin Xian and said, "Kid, how did you enter the Big Dipper array last time?" "Yeah, we couldn't even crack that array. How did you get in? Are you an array master? Or do you have an array master with you?" Everyone looked at Lin Xian with suspicion. However, Lin Xian smiled. "I do have an array master with me. If you can listen to his orders, you might be able to crack this array quickly." "What? There really is an array master. Where is he? Hurry and ask him to come out. This old man must learn well from him." The group of formation grandmasters were all excited. It couldn't be helped. The other party was an array formation grandmaster that could break the Big Dipper formation. His strength far surpassed theirs. If they could befriend such a person, perhaps their array formation standards would increase greatly. This was an opportunity that might not be encountered even in 100 years. Therefore, these people were abnormally excited. "All right, Ruffian Dragon, it's your turn," Lin Xian said as he waved his hand. "All right, I'll reluctantly teach them." The dark red dragon walked out with its head held high and its chest puffed out. "Since you have sincerely asked for my guidance, this emperor will be merciful and tell you. That's right, I am that formation master." Puff. Hearing this, everyone's saliva sprayed out, especially those array masters. All of them widened their eyes and their beards curled up. "Brat, you dare to tease this old man. Damned snake, how dare you take advantage of me?" The group of formation masters stomped their feet in anger. Seeing this scene, the dark red dragon was also unhappy. A group of ignorant humans. This is really infuriating. You don't cherish such a good opportunity. Seeing so many array masters arguing with a snake, the surrounding people were all stunned. "Lin Xian, what the hell are you doing?" The elders were also very confused. However, Lin Xian shrugged, pointed at the dark red dragon, and said, "I told you, this is the formation master you're looking for." Hearing this, those array masters were so angry that their noses became crooked. Fine. I want to see what kind of tricks a snake can play. Brat, I'm really angry. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame me for not letting you go. A snake knows about formations? Are you dreaming? Don't tell me you haven't woken up yet? The group of people didn't believe it. The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. Then, it turned around and pointed at the formation in front of it. "Do you know what formation this is? This is the Migres flight formation. This formation has a total of 124 variations. Among them, there are only 2 life gates. The other places are all death grounds. If you take a wrong step, you'll be doomed eternally. Moreover, this formation absorbs the power of the stars and contains the 5 elements art. It can be said to be very complicated. It's not something you people can understand." The dark red dragon's words silenced those array masters, and the surrounding warriors looked at each other. Judging from the other party's boastful manner, it didn't seem like a liar. Could it really be an array master? But how was that possible? A snake was actually an array master? They couldn't accept this. Those array masters were very shocked because what the dark red dragon said was completely correct. They had never even heard of some of them. "Then, what method do you have to crack it?" An old man asked in a trembling voice. "Use the twin yin-yang formation and the reverse 5 elements art to crack it," the dark red dragon said snappily. "I reckon you don't know these 2 things at all. You might not even have heard of them." This time, those array masters didn't mock it. Instead, they were shocked. Then, they all screamed. "What? The twin yin-yang formation? That's a lost formation. You really know the twin yin-yang formation?" Those old men were very excited. They only knew the reverse 5 elements art, and the twin yin-yang formation was only heard of in legends. But they had never seen it before. Now, there was actually a snake that knew the twin yin-yang formation. They couldn't help but be shocked and puzzled at the same time. The dark red dragon curled its lips, then stretched out its dragon claws and waved them in the air. Suddenly, 2 balls of black and white gas appeared on the dragon claws. They kept spinning and finally formed a yin-yang image. That's right. It's really the twin yin-yang formation. This scene is exactly the same as in the legends. Great God, you're really a great god. Senior, I've offended you just now. Please don't take offense. Great God, are you still taking in disciples? What do you think of me? It's okay if you don't take in disciples. I can be your underling. I can even serve tea. At this moment, a group of array formation masters had gathered around the dark red divine dragon and were shrieking. The surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded. That was an array master. He was an existence that all the major forces treated like a guest of honor. Normally, he was also highly respected. But now, they didn't look like masters at all. They looked like a group of children. The elders from the Morong clan and Merry Woods twitched their mouths. Chapter 12:19. Alright, stop arguing. Line up properly. The dark red dragon god waved his hand impatiently. Alright, great god, we'll listen to you. Instantly, the array masters lined up neatly. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's jaws dropped even further. Were they still array masters? Why did it feel like they were more obedient than the disciples? It was not that they did not understand, but the world was changing too quickly. The dark red dragon god nodded in satisfaction. He then waved his hand and said, "Next, I'll assign you a task. You must complete it well. If I'm satisfied, I can teach you a thing or two." Really? Hearing this, the array masters were excited. "Great God, don't worry. We promise to complete the task. All right, let's cut to the chase." The dark red dragon god commanded. "You, stand in the direction of the fire gate. You, stand in the direction of the water gate. You, stand in the direction of the earth gate." The dark red dragon god commanded quickly. Very quickly, the array masters stood in different positions. "Next, use the reverse 5 elements technique to break it. I'll use the twin yin-yang formation to help you." With that, the dark red dragon god waved his dragon claws and formed a black and white array. In the next moment, the array masters worked together and quickly broke it. As time passed, the chi in the entire hidden sky secret realm became tense. This was because they did not have much time left. Soon, the heavenly netherbird would break the Big Dipper 7 stars formation outside and enter the Pine Palace. When that time came, it would be their doomsday. As for whether they could stop the heavenly netherbird, it would depend on their luck. At the Pine Palace, the array masters from the God of War Palace and the Shun family led a group of people to quickly study it. However, they did not make any substantial progress. Up ahead, a group of formation masters surrounded the extremely profound formation and sighed incessantly. Some of them even pulled out their hair. "How is it? Still no clue?" Duan Tianqing asked. At this moment, he was still tall and straight, but his empty sleeve was a little desolate. This was the arm that was burned off in the battle with Lin Xian. Although he still had an undying golden pill, he did not dare to use it. Because he still had to face the heavenly netherbird, he had to save his life at the last moment. Therefore, this arm had not grown out yet. However, it was clear that Duan Tianqing was not in the mood to care about his arm. He stared straight ahead and asked about the array formation. The array master from the Palace of Ares shook his head and sighed. "It's not that we don't want to break it, but we really don't have a clue. This array is too profound. It's an ancient array. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to break it. But don't worry, we found some clues. We should be able to take action in a few days." "Okay, you have to hurry. You must break the formation before the heaven serene bird comes in," Duan Tianqing said in a deep voice. "Don't worry, we won't joke around with our lives. However, whether or not it can be broken will depend on the will of the heavens." The array master from the Palace of Gods of War sighed. Then, he walked forward and continued his research. Unlike the gloomy atmosphere at Deep Pine Hall, the Star Pavilion on the other side was in full swing. Under the lead of the dark red divine dragon, a group of array masters began to crack the array. Soon, they were able to break through the formation like a hot knife through butter. "Haha, great God, you're too strong. You can even break such an ancient array." "That's right, senior. I have a whole new level of respect for you. I didn't expect your technique to be so exquisite. I didn't expect it to be like this. I feel like I've wasted all these years." The group of array masters was very excited. They were as excited as children. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon was proud. "Not bad, not bad. You've all done well. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you." With the dark red divine dragon's command, Lin Xian and the rest didn't have to do anything. They just quietly cultivated. After all, no one knew what was going on in the Star Pavilion. It had been 7 days since they started to crack the array. They had also cracked more than half of the array in front of them. After another 3 days, the array in front of them was finally broken. "Ha ha ha ha, it's finally broken." The dark red divine dragon was like an old monster as he roared non-stop. The array masters also waved their fists in excitement. Godly skill. It's really godly. Oh my God. I actually cracked the ancient array with my own hands. I'm not dreaming, am I? Just this experience alone is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. The array masters were too excited. The people around them were even more shocked. They didn't expect to crack the ancient array in just 10 days. This was much better than they had expected. Since it's cracked, let's go in. Lin Xian stood up. His eyes were shining. After that, the group of people carefully moved forward. At the same time, there was good news from the Pine Pavilion. Everyone, we finally found a way to crack it. I believe that as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to crack it. One of the array masters roared excitedly. It wasn't easy. They had thought about it for 10 days, and their hair had turned white. Finally, they came up with a solution. Duan Tianqing and the others were also excited. They said anxiously, no matter what method we use, we must break the array. If you have any requests, just tell us. We will definitely help you. They were too excited because not only was there an array control room inside the Pine Pavilion, but there were also countless cultivation technique manuals. Those were the real peerless treasures. Not only could they enjoy them, but they could also bring them back for their family disciples to learn and strengthen their family. Humph, those idiots still want to crack the Star Pavilion. What's in there? How can it compare to the Pine Pavilion? That's right. Those are cultivation technique manuals left behind by an ancient powerhouse. If I can learn them, I will definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian. Yin Feng gritted his teeth. Until now, he had not fully recovered from his injuries. It was all thanks to Lin Xian. Therefore, when he thought of that figure, he was filled with murderous intent. It was laughable that they didn't know that Lin Xian and the others had already entered the Star Pavilion. If they knew, they would probably be in the mood to cry. On the other side, Lin Xian led the group into the Star Pavilion. It had to be said that the Star Pavilion was indeed magical. After they entered, they found that they didn't believe in the pavilion at all. Beneath their feet and the ceiling were all blue. It was as if countless stars were twinkling in the sky. The surrounding walls were incomparably deep, and there were shooting stars streaking across from time to time. It was as if they had entered a boundless starry sky instead of a tall building. It's amazing. It's so beautiful. It's like a real starry sky. The group was amazed. Chapter 12:20. In the next moment, his heart skipped a beat as though a bolt of lightning flashed past. These stars don't seem ordinary. Lin Xian looked at the starry sky around him carefully and seemed to have realized something. Both of you, try to feel it. Maybe you'll find something, Lin Xian said to Morong Qingqing and Zhao Shui. The two of them believed in Lin Xian's words and tried to feel the starry sky around them carefully. You don't say. I did find something, Morong Qingqing said as she blinked her beautiful eyes. Yeah, I also felt a mysterious power. Zhao Shui nodded. The dark red divine dragon also looked around and said, Kid, this place is very strange. It seems like there's only this space. You mean there's nothing else but this starry sky? Lin Xian asked. Yes, the entire Star Pavilion is filled with this starry sky. Other than that, there's nothing else. If we want to find the key to the star chain, we'll have to start from this starry sky. Soon, everyone knew about the mysteries of the starry sky. Then, some people were pleasantly surprised. They were happy because the space was very mysterious and had a mysterious power. As long as they tried to feel it, they might gain something. But they were worried because it would be difficult to find the key to the star chain in such a mysterious place. But no matter what, they had to give it a try. So, many people sat cross-legged and tried to feel the starry sky around them. Many people even tried to feel the existence of the key to the starry sky. Lin Xian put his hands behind his back and looked around. Looking at the boundless starry sky, he was filled with emotions. Gradually, his horizons were broadened. Especially the meteors that flashed by. It reminded him of a sword move, meteors from the heavens. Could it be that the starry sky map here contains a martial arts technique? Lin Xian's heart jumped because he realized that the meteors were similar to his sword move. They were so fast and flashed by. They were dazzling but short-lived. Maybe it's possible. Lin Xian kept looking. Gradually, he found some patterns in the meteors, as if the stars were moving along a certain path. The meteors seemed to have turned into swords, flying through the sky like a rain of swords. Gradually, Lin Xian entered a state of selflessness. Not only him, but Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui had also entered a mysterious state. Even the dark red dragon was grinning widely. Everyone seemed to have gained something from the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. On this day, Lin Xian suddenly awoke from his comprehension, and clarity returned to his eyes. Then, he took a deep breath and a boundless aura erupted from his body. It was like a sea of stars, incomparably deep. As Lin Xian moved, Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui also opened their eyes. I seem to have sensed a mysterious power of stars. I wonder what you guys have sensed? Murong Qingqing asked. Eyes of stars. Those eyes seemed to contain a mysterious power. Zhao Shui's eyes sparkled. Lin Xian, on the other hand, saw a sword technique. It was as vast as a sea of stars. What I saw was the Big Dipper formation. The dark red dragon also joined in. Hearing these different answers, everyone fell silent and fell into deep thought. It seems that the starry sky is even more mysterious than we thought. It can let us see different things. Moreover, these things are very suitable for us. Zhao Shui sighed. As expected of something left behind by an ancient peerless powerhouse. It's really mysterious. Murong Qingqing was also very shocked. Lin Xian was a little worried because he still hadn't found any trace of the Stardust Chain Key. Was there really a Stardust Chain Key here? The surrounding people also had the same doubts. Although they had obtained many benefits, they still hadn't found the most important key. If you want to find the key, you have to walk out of this starry sky. At this moment, Zero's voice sounded. Walk out of this starry sky? How? Lin Xian was puzzled. That will depend on your own comprehension. After saying that, Zero went silent. My own comprehension and walk out of this starry sky? Hearing this, Lin Xian pondered. This starry sky was in the Star Pavilion. Walking out of the Star Pavilion meant walking out of this starry sky. However, Zero obviously didn't mean that. Moreover, it was impossible for there to be a key outside the Star Pavilion. In other words, if he had to walk out of this starry sky, he had to be in the Star Pavilion. Only then could he find the most important key. It seemed that there were other spaces in the Star Pavilion other than this starry sky. It was just that they hadn't been discovered yet. After figuring this out, Lin Xian's gaze was like a sword as he quickly scanned his surroundings. However, he only saw a boundless night sky. Everyone, I don't know if you have a way to walk out of this starry sky. In the end, Lin Xian told everyone about this so that they could collectively think of a way. In the following period of time, everyone tried to walk out of this starry sky. Some people ran madly in one direction, but in the end, they realized that they were still under this starry sky. It was as if this starry sky was boundless and was truly a vast universe. No, we can't run out at all. This starry sky can't be an independent space, right? If that's really the case, who knows how big this space is? I just flew for a while. With my speed, I can already fly out of the Pine Palace. However, I still can't fly out of this starry sky. Could this be a real starry sky? Everyone was extremely surprised because they couldn't think of a way to walk out of this starry sky. Of course, other than exiting the Star Pavilion. Even the older generation members of the King clans were frowning. Could it be that there's also a formation inside, similar to an illusion formation? Although we're running in one direction, under the effects of the formation, we're just going in circles on the spot. A formation master proposed such an idea. It's possible. This is definitely an illusion formation. Hearing this, many people nodded in agreement because this was the only way that made sense. However, the dark red divine dragon shook his head. It's not a formation because I don't feel the power of a formation. This should be an even more mysterious existence. Who was the dark red divine dragon? He was a formation master and the person who led them here. Therefore, they believed his words. Everyone believed him without a doubt. If it's not a formation, then what is it? Everyone was puzzled. Then, they stayed here again for 3 days and 3 nights to study carefully. However, they still didn't find anything. Not only that, but they also encountered new trouble. Oh no, we can't find the way back. Damn it, that door is gone. What? The door is gone? Chapter 12:21. At this moment, the scenery around them was like a real starry sky. There were stars everywhere, boundless and boundless. It was as if they were really in the universe. Damn it, are we really trapped here? Someone roared madly, unwilling to give up, and attacked the void. However, their attacks seemed to have sunk into the sea, not causing any waves. Next, they tried various methods, but they could not find the way back. It was as if they had really been exiled into the void of the universe. Gradually, they seemed to have lost track of time. No one knew how long had passed. From what they knew, it seemed like a month had passed. At this time, the heavenly netherbird outside had already entered, but the star pavilion they were in did not receive any attacks, nor did they find any movements. Therefore, they really did not know what was happening outside. Gradually, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years, everyone was completely lost in the starry sky. In the end, they decided that they could not sit still and wait for death. They had to find a way out. Therefore, they set off in one direction. This time, they would not stop until they got out. However, they seemed to have walked for 3 years, but they still could not see the end. This made countless people despair, and many people even had white hair overnight. No, if this continues, I'm afraid we will really die here. A few of the elders from the king families were worried because they found that the spiritual energy and vitality in their bodies were quickly disappearing. Even some of the older ones' vitality had begun to wither. Now, everyone no longer had the fighting spirit they had before. All they had was endless despair and fear. Lin Xian seemed to have become silent. He had been trying to find a way out, but he had tried all of them, and none of them had succeeded. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which allowed him to stay awake at all times. Therefore, he did not lose his fighting spirit like the others around him. However, it was not a solution to continue like this. Lin Xian, do you have any ideas? Are we really going to be trapped here until we die? Zhao Shui also frowned. On the other side, Murong Qingqing also pulled a long face and did not say a word. Don't worry, things are not as bad as we think. Although it seems like many years have passed, it hasn't actually been that long. What did you find? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Murong Qingqing asked in confusion. Although the blood and qi of those elders has withered and become incomparably old, have you all noticed that our cultivation hasn't increased by much? It is true that those elders have aged. However, we are all quite talented. Under normal circumstances, we would have reached the 8th or 9th heavenly layer of exalted realm in 30 to 50 years. But now, our cultivation is still stuck at the same place. Don't you think it's strange? As soon as these words came out, it immediately woke up many people, especially Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui. Their bodies trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. That's right. Lin Xian was right. With our aptitude, I'm afraid we would have already advanced. But now, they didn't advance, which meant that there was a problem with the timing. If there was a problem with time, it meant that what they had experienced before was an illusion. It's not all an illusion. At least our mental states have changed, Lin Xian explained. However, he didn't say anything after that. Instead, he began to comprehend again because he seemed to have found some clues. The endless starry sky, the vast universe, lost oneself. Could this be an examination of one's will? Lin Xian guessed. It was very likely. After such a long time, if one's will wasn't firm enough, they would have collapsed long ago. It could be seen from the surrounding cultivators. However, he remained firm and didn't waver, but he still didn't walk out of the starry sky. In other words, this wasn't an examination of one's will. Then what is it? Lin Xian frowned. He kept looking around at the starry sky and fell into endless thought. He wanted to ask Zero, but he gave up in the end. He had to rely on himself for this matter. However, it was this process that made his heart skip a beat. Zero was in the mysterious space in his body, and the mysterious space in his body was in the sword-shaped pendant. It was a miracle in itself. A finger-sized sword-shaped pendant actually contained a world. It was even bigger than the space opened up by those ancient powerhouses. It was really amazing. A flower, a world, and everything had a spirit. Lin Xian's eyes became brighter and brighter. He seemed to have grasped the key. The vast starry sky was endless, and the universe was even more boundless. However, it was very likely that it was just a leaf or a flower. It was even possible that the entire universe was contained in a pavilion. Lin Xian also had a magical world in his body. That world also had endless space. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a confident smile. I am the universe, and the universe is me. This is both real and illusory. After saying that, Lin Xian took a step forward. This step seemed to cross time and space, as if he had stepped through eternity. In the next moment, light appeared around Lin Xian. The scene was no longer a vast starry sky, but an ordinary pavilion. We're out. Lin Xian was extremely excited. He looked up and found that it was an empty hall that could accommodate everyone. Everyone else was in the center of the hall. Their bodies were like statues, and everyone had a confused look on their faces. There was a huge star pattern under their feet. They had all gone out, but they had never stepped out of the star pattern. Is this a formation? Lin Xian looked ahead and was extremely shocked. But very quickly, he denied this thought. Because it didn't look like an array, it looked more like a painting. No way. A painting can actually create such a terrifying scene. It's as if it's real. Everyone is lost in it. This method is too terrifying. Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. What kind of terrifying powerhouse would have to have such a heaven-defying method? After getting rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, the most important thing now was to find the key to the astral chains. He looked around and found a stone platform in front of him. On the stone platform, there was a blue stone that looked like a real star fragment. Could this be the key to the astral chains? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly came to the front of the stone platform and then grabbed the blue stone in his hand. The stone didn't have any tough edges. It felt warm to the touch. Just as Lin Xian picked up the blue stone, the people in the hall behind him screamed. It's gone. The stars have disappeared. Oh my God, we're saved. Thank the heavens for giving me a chance to be reborn. The group of people was extremely excited. They felt as if they had just survived a disaster. Where's Lin Xian? Chapter 12:22. Over there. Zhao Shui stretched out her jade-like hand and pointed to the front. Then, everyone looked forward and realized that Lin Xian was indeed there. Could it be that Lin Xian was the first to come out? In that case, it was Lin Xian who saved us. Everyone was astonished and shocked in their hearts. This was too unbelievable. Even so many elders and seniors did not come out, but Lin Xian walked out of the starry sky. How did he do it? Lin Xian only smiled at this question, then pointed to the ground beneath their feet. This is a starry sky pattern. The Murong family elder exclaimed. Could this pattern be a formation? Soon, a group of formation masters studied it. However, they realized that it was not a formation that they knew of. Perhaps it was a formation of a higher level. However, the Crimson Divine Dragon shook his head frantically. There was even a tinge of fear in his eyes. It's definitely not a formation. It's just a pattern. Damn it, who could have such a heaven-defying method? He was too shocked because he could not do such a thing. What? It's a pattern. You're saying that we were in the pattern all along? Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. After hearing this news, everyone was shocked beyond words. A pattern, just a pattern, had trapped all of them. If not for Lin Xian, they would have been trapped here for the rest of their lives. Who on earth is it? How could he have such terrifying means? The royal family elders were shocked. Even a king would not have such a method. The group was shocked beyond words. They felt that this place was filled with mystery and strangeness. Right. Did you get the key to the starry sky chain? Murong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian. I got it. Lin Xian opened his palm, revealing the blue stone inside. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although they had encountered some dangerous situations, they had obtained the key to the starry sky chain. This way, they would have some confidence in facing the heavenly Netherbird. Since they had obtained the key, everyone left the star pavilion. The next thing they needed to do was to wait for the heavenly Netherbird. Lin Xian had succeeded, but the situation at Sangsong Pavilion was not optimistic. Ever since the last time, those formation masters had been researching nonstop and finally found a way, so they hurriedly took action. However, the defensive formation was even more powerful than they'd imagined. Thus, in the past few days, they'd only managed to break through a small part of it. If they wanted to completely break through it, it would likely take them 2 to 3 months. Half a month later, the heavenly Netherbird would break the Big Dipper 7-star formation and enter the Pine Palace. Therefore, it was impossible for them to complete it within half a month. For a moment, everyone's face was incomparably gloomy. No, we don't have enough people. If this goes on, we won't be able to break the formation. Why don't we go look for the people from the Morong family and Merry Woods? I think that only by working together, we'll be able to quickly break the spell. Duan Tianqing frowned and said in a low voice, "All right, let's discuss it with them." Very quickly, a few martial artists ran towards the Star Pavilion. This small team was led by a formation master and 3 7th-rank supremacies. They were very fast and soon arrived near the Star Pavilion. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. This was because they'd expected the other party to be the same as them, unable to break the formation. But now, it seemed that something was amiss. This was because those people were sitting cross-legged on the ground, silently cultivating. However, they didn't have any anxious expressions on their faces. This made them very surprised. One had to know that they were about to go crazy over there, but there was no movement from this side at all. It was really too strange. Who's sneaking around? Get out here. Just as the formation master from the Palace of Gods of War was observing, the elder from the Morong family suddenly opened his eyes and snorted coldly. "Don't be agitated, it's us." The formation master from the Palace of Gods of War walked out with 3 martial artists. He didn't want to be misunderstood and be attacked by those people. "It's you?" Many people present recognized the formation master. Among them, the elder from the Morong family frowned. "Weren't you guys trying to break the formation in the Pine Pavilion? Why are you here?" To be honest, that formation is too difficult to break. Our people are familiar with it, but they can't break it in a short period of time. So, I think we should work together and break the formation together. This way, we can definitely break the formation before the Sky Netherbird comes. Otherwise, we'll all die here. I knew you couldn't break it, but what does that have to do with me? The formation master from the Morong family said coldly, "You guys were the ones who insisted on splitting up, and now you want to join up? Do you think the Palace of Gods of War can control everyone?" It wasn't just the Morong family. Even the elder from the Merry Woods was displeased. They were all king families. What right did the Palace of Gods of War have to join up and split up? What right did they have to listen to you? I know that both of your families are displeased, but now is not the time to be loyal. If that formation can't be broken, none of us can escape. You're thinking too much. We don't need you to care about our business. The elder from the Morong family coldly refused. The others also sneered, as if they didn't care about the threat that was about to come. "You guys are a bunch of idiots. Don't you know what kind of danger you're in?" Seeing that they weren't moved, the formation master from the Palace of Gods of War was furious. "Heh, since you guys don't want to cooperate, then don't blame us. When we break the formation, don't come begging us." With that, he coldly snorted and left with his people. Seeing them leave, the cultivators from the Morong family and Merry Woods sneered. They didn't care about the other party's threat. One had to know that they had already broken the formation and obtained the star keys. When the time comes, it was hard to say who would beg who. However, the elders were worried. "Young Master Lin, are we really not going to cooperate with them?" Hearing this, Lin Xian shook his head. "It's best if we don't open the Pine Pavilion. Otherwise, if we destroy the control room, we'll be in trouble. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the heavenly Netherbird will come in early. In such a short time, we won't be able to control the Star Beast. Then we'll have no way to survive." Hearing this, the other elders nodded. Indeed, the formation was very important and they couldn't destroy it. If that's the case, then we won't go help. We'll stay here and watch. But I hope that the star keys can really control the heavenly Netherbird. Chapter 12:23. Also, we won't fight the heavenly Netherbird head-on. We just need to hold it back. After all, it won't be long before we're transported out. As long as we can hold on for a while, we can leave safely. The day they left was around the same time as the heavenly Netherbird's arrival, which was 3 to 5 days later. As long as they could hold on for a few days, they would be transported out. On the other side, the array master from the Palace of Gods of War angrily returned to the Tsangsong Pavilion. He told them what had happened, which immediately caused those people to be dissatisfied. What? You're saying that the Morong clan didn't cooperate? Damn it, those idiots. They don't want to live anymore. Humph, we don't need them. We'll break it ourselves. As long as we break the array, they'll definitely kneel down and beg us. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were furious. Then, they gathered everyone to break the array. They all began to act. They didn't dare to hold back anymore. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the heavenly Netherbird's arrival arrived. The Tsangsong Pavilion had been busy for half a month, but they still couldn't break the array. Now, they were like frosted eggplants. Each of them sat on the ground with a face of despair. The Star Pavilion. Lin Xian opened his eyes and adjusted himself to his peak state. He knew that they would soon have to face the heavenly Netherbird. This was a matter of life and death. If they could hold on, then they could leave safely. Otherwise, they would all die here. Fortunately, they weren't completely unprepared. At least he still had the stellar key in his hand, and after half a month of research, he could already control the stellar key. Not only that, he also had the Tsangsong sword. This was something that the heavenly Netherbird was wary of. Thinking about it, these two together could restrain the heavenly Netherbird. If it really didn't work, he could still control the Thousand Beast Cauldron. This was his biggest trump card. After all, the Thousand Beast Cauldron was a complete Earth-rank artifact. It also had a special suppressive effect on monsters. Although he couldn't use the full power of the Thousand Beast Cauldron with his current strength, it could still be useful. After all, Lin Xian's goal wasn't just to restrain the heavenly Netherbird. He also wanted its essence blood and black flames. The sky was clear and cloudless. However, it suddenly became gloomy. Countless gusts of wind blew, emitting demonic sounds. Suddenly, everyone felt an oppressive aura. It was as if a peerless demon had been born. That aura made them despair. Bang, bang, bang. After that, a deep voice rang out. Then, the entire Pine Palace shook violently as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Immediately after, a low voice sounded in everyone's ears. Lowly worms, have you completed your mission? Hearing this voice, many of the martial artists in Pine Pavilion began to tremble. This was because they had not completed their mission. On the Star Pavilion side, Lin Xian and the others held their breaths. They had obtained the Star Key, but that didn't mean that they would obediently hand it over to the heavenly Netherbird. However, if they didn't hand it over to the heavenly Netherbird, it would definitely be angered. Thus, everyone was extremely nervous. Bang! The Big Dipper array finally dimmed as the heavenly Netherbird tore a huge crack in it. The heavenly Netherbird finally tore it apart. Then, the heavenly Netherbird's huge body crashed into the Big Dipper array and appeared in front of everyone. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was as if the entire secret realm was about to be overturned. Countless black flames swept out in all directions like black waves, accompanied by a terrifyingly hot aura. Just the aura from the heavenly Netherbird was enough to make them unable to breathe. Someone actually obtained the Star Key. The heavenly Netherbird revealed a surprised expression. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. You didn't disappoint me. A loud voice rang throughout the Pine Palace. What? They obtained the Star Key. How is that possible? Could it be that they broke the ancient array? Hearing the heavenly Netherbird's words, everyone from the Palace of Gods of War was stunned. Originally, They thought that the Moron clan was the same as them and hadn't broken the array. That was why they had given up and refused to cooperate with them. But now, it seemed that they were completely wrong. The other party wasn't giving up, they were clearly confident. Because they had already broken the array, they didn't need to cooperate with them. They had already completed the Heavenly Netherbird's mission. Now, they were the ones in danger. No, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Hurry and meet up with those people. The group of people were terrified. They knew that the Star Key was their last hope. In the next moment, all the cultivators from the Pine Palace ran with all their might towards the Star Pavilion. The Heavenly Netherbird didn't pay any attention to these cultivators. He was currently staring at the people from the Star Pavilion, but he was actually staring at Lin Xian. This was because he could feel that the Star Key was in Lin Xian's hands. So it was you. No wonder I didn't know beforehand. You were a fish that slipped through the net. The Heavenly Netherbird was indeed surprised. This was because he had planted the black flame mark in everyone's body. As long as someone obtained the Star Key, he would be able to sense it. However, there were two exceptions. They were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. They didn't have the black flame mark, so even if Lin Xian obtained the Star Key, the Heavenly Netherbird wouldn't know. Kid, I have to say that you've surprised me. First, you were able to enter the Big Dipper formation without anyone noticing. Now, you've obtained the Star Key. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. Now, give me the Star Key and I can spare your life. The Heavenly Netherbird's voice resounded. However, Lin Xian shook his head. You want the key? Sure, but you have to let them go first. Lin Xian pointed at the surrounding cultivators. Suddenly, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of gratitude. This was because they didn't expect that Lin Xian would let them go first. This was to protect them. Humph, lowly worm. You have no right to negotiate with me. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Heavenly Netherbird was displeased. Who was he? He was an ancient demonic beast. Even a king-level demonic beast wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But now, a lowly worm dared to negotiate with him. This was simply courting death. Do you believe that if you anger me, I can kill all of you with a single palm? The Heavenly Netherbird's voice was cold as he stared at Lin Xian. I'll give you one last chance. Obediently give me the Star Key, or you'll all die. Chapter 12:24. Lin Xian's expression turned serious when he heard about the Heavenly Netherbird's danger. But at this moment, an angry shout came from behind. Lin Xian, hurry up and give the Stellar Key to the Heavenly Netherbird. That's right. What are you hesitating for? Do you want to get us killed? Damn brat, hurry up and hand over the Stellar Key, or don't blame us for being impolite. The martial artists from the Palace of Ares and the Palace of Divine Birds all shouted. At this moment of life and death, they couldn't care less. Even if Lin Xian was a rank 8 honored warrior, even if Lin Xian was a king, they still had to make him hand over the Stellar Key. Otherwise, no one could resist the Heavenly Netherbird's anger. Hearing these words, the martial artists from the Moron clan and the Merry Woods were all furious. The people from the Palace of Ares were too despicable. They didn't even get the Stellar Key. What right did they have to scold Lin Xian? Humph, you didn't get it. What right do you have to criticize us? That's right, Lin Xian led us to get the Stellar Key. What we do is up to Lin Xian. You have no right to question us. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He stared at the people from the Palace of Ares and sneered. I was going to let you go, but you're so despicable. You dare to threaten me at this moment? It seems that I was too soft before. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the people from the Palace of Ares felt their hearts beat wildly. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. What do you want to do? Brat, I'm warning you. Don't mess around. If you anger us, you won't have a good ending. A bunch of idiots. You dare to threaten me at this moment? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death. Lin Xian looked at them and smiled coldly. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the martial artists from the Palace of Ares felt their hair stand on end. They had a bad feeling, as if something was about to happen. Sure enough, Lin Xian pointed at the people from the Moron clan and said in a deep voice, "Let these people go. and I can consider giving you the stellar key. As for those people, you can do whatever you want with them." He glanced at the people from the Palace of Gods of War. Lin Xian's words caused the expressions of those from the Palace of Gods of War to change drastically. It was as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. If the Sky Serene bird really agreed to Lin Xian's request, then they would be in deep trouble. For a moment, everyone's faces were pale and filled with despair. However, they placed their hopes on the heavenly nether bird because in their eyes, it was a peerless ancient beast. How could it compromise? Sure enough, the heavenly nether bird coldly snorted. Its eyes were filled with cold killing intent. "Ignorant human, you dare to provoke me? I will let you know the consequences of provoking me." He swung his huge black claw at Lin Xian. Suddenly, the entire void cracked. The huge claw was about to hit Lin Xian, but Lin Xian still didn't dodge. He flipped his palm and took out a blue stone. Then, he cast a spell into it. Instantly, the blue stone shone brightly and formed a mystical energy. In the next moment, the astral chains on the Sky Serene bird's body rattled and quickly coiled around it like a dragon. The sound of metal colliding rang out, followed by the Sky Serene bird's exclamation. "Damn it, you can actually control the astral key. How is this possible?" The Sky Serene bird was extremely shocked. Its huge black claw stopped in midair and didn't swing down. It was simply too shocked. It didn't think that a puny human who hadn't even reached the king realm could control the astral key. This was simply too inconceivable. Lin Xian didn't reply. He held the astral key and said again, "Now, I have the qualifications to negotiate with you." The Sky Serene bird remained silent as if it was deep in thought. However, the atmosphere in the area was becoming more and more tense. Murong Qingqing and the others were extremely nervous. The scene just now had almost scared them to death. It was simply too dangerous. If Lin Xian hadn't controlled the Sky Serene bird, then it would have been impossible for him to survive that attack. Fortunately, he had made the right bet. However, he didn't know if the Sky Serene bird would agree to his conditions. Time seemed to have stopped. Although it was only a short moment, everyone felt as if thousands of years had passed. Finally, the Sky Serene bird moved. He said in a deep voice, "All right, I agree to your conditions. You can all leave now." These words allowed the cultivators from the Murong clan and Merry Forest to heave a sigh of relief. It was too exciting. They had truly walked through the gates of hell. Fortunately, they were saved in the end. "Lin Xian, what about you?" Murong Qingsheng was extremely worried. After all, Lin Xian couldn't leave right now. However, if he were to face the Sky Serene bird alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Qingsheng, trust me. I can handle it." Lin Xian smiled at Murong Qingsheng. Then, he turned to Zhao Shui and said, "You go with them." "No, I want to stay and help you." Zhao Shui shook her head. "No, you have to go. There's no point in you staying here. The Sky Serene bird isn't something that we can fight against." Zhao Shui still wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Lin Xian. "Don't worry, I'm confident." "All right, then you have to come back alive." Zhao Shui nodded. "Lin Xian, you have to be careful." Murong Qingsheng was also reluctant to leave. However, she knew that this was a serious matter, so she didn't hesitate. Then, she brought everyone and quickly left the Pine Palace. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War were shocked when they saw Murong Qingqing and the others leave. They didn't think that the Sky Serene bird would actually compromise. In the next moment, the hope of escaping surged in their hearts. They also wanted to leave this place. However, a shocking sword qi, like a long river, forcibly stopped them. "Damn it, it's Lin Xian's brat. How dare he block our path? He must be tired of living." The group of people roared crazily. This was the best time to leave. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to. At that time, they wouldn't be able to fight against the Sky Serene bird. There was only one outcome waiting for them. Therefore, how could they not be angry? "Did I say you could leave?" Lin Xian looked at them and sneered. "Brat, you're courting death." Duan Tianqing was furious. His expression was ferocious. "If we don't leave, do you think the Palace of Gods of War will let you go?" "Let me go?" Lin Xian snorted. Do you think you'll let me go if you leave? I won't let you go for nothing. What do you want? Duan Tianqing asked anxiously. They didn't have much time left. It's simple. Buy your life. Chapter 12:25. What? You can have them all. Brat, you've gone too far. Whether we leave or not is up to the heavenly Netherbird to decide. It has nothing to do with you. Don't even think about getting any benefits from us. Duan Tianqing's voice was ferocious. If the heavenly Netherbird wasn't here, he would have brought his men to fight Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He looked at the heavenly Netherbird and asked, I can decide whether these people stay or leave, right? You can. The heavenly Netherbird's voice was cold. To it, these humans were no different from insects. Therefore, it didn't care whether they lived or died. The only thing it cared about was the stellar key. The heavenly Netherbird's words caused Duan Tianqing and the others' faces to turn ugly. Their eyes were filled with despair. They knew that this was equivalent to announcing their death sentence. If they couldn't satisfy Lin Xian, they would probably stay here forever. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Do you want the stellar key or the treasures? Make your choice. Duan Tianqing and the others' faces were ashen. They didn't dare to stay here because the heavenly Netherbird was too terrifying. They couldn't fight against it. However, to ask them to hand over all their treasures was worse than death. One had to know that those treasures were true treasures. They had spent a lot of effort to collect them. Now, they had to hand it all over to someone else. This made them unwilling. Elder Duan, do you want us to kill this brat together? Yin Feng gritted his teeth. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, Duan Tianqing shook his head. Give it to him. He didn't dare to make a move in front of the heavenly Netherbird. If he angered it, it could kill them all with one slap. Elder Duan. Countless people roared when they heard Duan Tianqing's words. Living is more important than anything else. Once we die, we'll have nothing left. Everyone trembled as fear filled their eyes. That's right. They were all members of the royal family. They were all geniuses. They still had a lot of time to enjoy. They didn't want to die. In the end, these people gritted their teeth and threw all their storage rings to Lin Xian. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian collected all the storage rings and put them into the white bone ring. Afterward, he extended his soul power and quickly scanned everyone. He was very satisfied with the result. No one dared to hide anything in front of him. Very well, you can scram now. Lin Xian withdrew his soul power and waved his hand impatiently. Brat, you will pay for what you did today. Duan Tianqing gnashed his teeth as he left. Because this time, it could be said that they had suffered great losses. They had lost all the treasures they had collected. However, Lin Xian merely shrugged and didn't care at all. These people were simply no match for him, so he didn't care whether they lived or died. Moreover, she had obtained countless treasures in exchange for his life. This was undoubtedly a huge gain for her. This was because these heavenly treasures could increase his cultivation and strength once again. Moreover, he could also use them to increase the cultivation of his friends. It could be said that this deal was a win-win situation. After Duan Tianqing and the others left, only the heavenly Netherbird and Lin Xian were left. Lin Xian didn't rush to speak. Instead, he thought to himself. When he estimated that Murong Qingcheng and the others had left, he looked at the heavenly Netherbird. All right, brat, I've already fulfilled your conditions. Hurry up and give me the stellar key. The heavenly Netherbird said coldly. It had already decided that once Lin Xian handed over the stellar key, it would kill him with one palm. This was because no one had ever negotiated with it before. However, Lin Xian smirked. No rush. You've agreed to the first condition, but now we need to talk about the second and third conditions. What? You dare to play with me? Hearing this, the heavenly Netherbird was stunned and then became extremely angry. This damned human worm dared to play with it. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Damned worm, my patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance. Hand it over, or I'll make sure you die without a burial place. As it spoke, black flames filled the sky and dyed the entire space black. It was obvious that the heavenly netherbird was really angry. If Lin Xian's performance didn't satisfy it, it would probably become even angrier. However, Lin Xian was unmoved. He slowly said, I have two conditions. First, give me a drop of your essence blood. Second, I want a portion of your origin flame. Lin Xian stated his conditions. However, the heavenly netherbird was furious. Brat, you're courting death. It finally couldn't take it anymore. A puny human dared to raise conditions with it time and time again. He even dared to ask for its essence blood and origin flame. This was simply courting death. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird waved its giant claw and viciously slammed it towards Lin Xian. The black claw tore through the void and expanded infinitely. It was like an ancient demonic mountain that pressed downwards. Below him, Lin Xian turned his body and quickly executed his movement skill. His speed reached the limit, and he was like a shocking rainbow as he retreated rapidly. Boom boom. The heavenly netherbird's giant claw viciously slammed into the ground, causing the entire Pine Palace to shake violently. A terrifying crater was formed in an instant. This was too terrifying. One had to know that Lin Xian and the others couldn't even damage the structure of the Pine Palace in their previous battle. But now, the heavenly netherbird's casual attack caused the entire ground to collapse. One could only imagine how terrifying its strength was. However, it was fortunate that Lin Xian had an Earth-class movement technique and a pair of wind and thunder wings that helped him increase his speed. Therefore, the attack just now didn't hurt him at all. I don't think you need to be so agitated. The two things I want can't hurt you at all. As long as you give them to me, I'll give you the stellar key. Otherwise, I'm afraid that those stellar chains will accompany you forever. Despicable human, die. The heavenly netherbird was furious. It would never agree to Lin Xian's conditions. In the next moment, it roared and the black flames on its body shot up into the sky. Endless black flames rushed towards Lin Xian. The black flames churned, and huge black palms appeared one after another, grabbing forward. In an instant, the entire space was torn apart. Lin Xian didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly used the red lotus armor to form the strongest defense. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps to increase his speed to the extreme. Since Mingwan isn't working, then don't blame me. Lin Xian snorted, and then activated the stellar key in his hand. Suddenly, the stellar chains on the heavenly netherbird's body clattered and tightened again. It was as if they were going to sink into the heavenly netherbird's body. Ah, damned human! How dare you hurt me? The heavenly netherbird was furious. It didn't think that a puny human would dare to attack it. It couldn't tolerate it. Chapter 12:26. Ruffian Dragon. Lin Xian let out a furious roar before he came to a stop with much difficulty. Don't worry, I've already set it up. The dark red divine dragon's voice rang out as he waved his claws. Immediately, a huge array appeared in front of the heavenly netherbird and enveloped him. Himph! You want to stop me with just a broken array? How ignorant! I'll let you know the consequences of angering me. The heavenly netherbird's voice was cold and carried a domineering aura. Then, he slammed into the array in front of him. Immediately, the light screen formed by the array shattered like glass. Himph! I've already said that your methods are nothing in front of me. Since you dare to provoke me, I'll make you wish you were dead. The heavenly netherbird looked at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon with a cruel smile. However, in the next moment, his smile disappeared. This was because the broken array had reformed and formed a new light screen that enveloped him. Himph, stupid bird. It's not that easy to break through my array. The dark red divine dragon snorted. If my dragon essence hadn't disappeared, you wouldn't be so arrogant. He was too depressed. Originally, he was not weaker than the heavenly netherbird, but now that he had lost his dragon essence, he could not use much of his strength. He could only rely on the array to delay the heavenly netherbird's attack. Brat, it's up to you. Seeing that the array had stopped the heavenly netherbird, Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. In the next moment, he was like a sword god as a huge sword aura surged from his body. Gale Lightning Sword, Fourth sword, heaven and earth collapse. Lin Xian used his most powerful attack as soon as he attacked. For giant swords formed in the sky. Each of them was extremely terrifying and exuded an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Then, under Lin Xian's control, the four giant swords fell and slashed towards the heavenly netherbird. Boom, boom. Thunder rumbled as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The entire void was collapsing rapidly. The power of the four swords was too terrifying. Even an 8th level honorable would be sliced in half in an instant. Damn worm, you've really angered me. However, in the next moment, the heavenly netherbird's angry voice could be heard. Then, a pitch-black figure with flames rose from the ground. In the next moment, the light screen of the formation shattered, and the four gigantic swords were also sent flying. The heavenly netherbird was furious. Its body was covered in black flames. The terrifying attack just now did not break through its defense at all. However, Lin Xian's actions had thoroughly infuriated him. Go to hell, brat. The heavenly netherbird raised its giant claw, and countless black flames gathered to form a huge black fireball the size of a small mountain. Whoosh! The next moment, a huge black fireball flew out. This attack was too terrifying, and even Exalt Realm experts would probably be unable to resist it. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He didn't dare to take the blow head-on and could only dodge quickly. Then, he used the Blood Sword's secret technique, Bloodthirsty Tide, to quickly increase his body's potential, using the Thunderstorm Wings and Illusory Demon Steps at the same time. His speed reached the limit as he quickly moved horizontally. Lin Xian used his ultimate movement technique and finally moved horizontally at the last moment. However, although he managed to dodge the black fireball, he did not manage to dodge the aftermath of the energy. The huge black fireball smashed into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. Then, countless waves of flames spread out in all directions. The impact was very wide, and more than half of the pine forest was affected. Therefore, no matter how fast Lin Xian was, he could not dodge it. He was swept by the wave-like black flames, and it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was sent flying. The blood in his body roiled, and many of his bones were broken. It was too terrifying. This was only the aftermath of the energy. Moreover, Lin Xian was wearing the Red Lotus armor, but he was still severely injured. The heavenly netherbird was indeed an ancient demonic beast. This kind of attack was definitely not something that Exalts could resist. Lin Xian controlled the injuries in his body and quickly retreated to avoid being affected again. Moreover, his bones and blood were quickly recovering. From this, one could see the difference between Lin Xian and other Exalts. One had to know that Lin Xian usually consumed a lot of treasures. The medicinal effects were left in his body and had not been refined. Now that he was injured, the remaining medicinal effects were quickly decomposing and repairing his body. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to move after this attack. The remaining medicinal effects in his body, coupled with the amazing recovery ability of the Art of Longevity. Therefore, in the next moment, Lin Xian had recovered 70 to 80%. Seeing that Lin Xian was fine, the heavenly netherbird was very surprised. It knew that even the aftermath of the black fireball was not something that Exalts could resist. However, Lin Xian was still alive. What a strange kid. The heavenly netherbird's face darkened, and it waved its giant claws. Suddenly, the remaining black flames in the sky turned into countless black fire dragons and rushed toward Lin Xian. His surroundings were sealed once again. This time, Lin Xian would not be able to escape this calamity. The dark red dragon was also anxious. It waved its claws and created a few formations to block some of the fire dragons. However, its strength was limited and it could not trap all of the fire dragons. Therefore, although it was relieved, Lin Xian was still in great danger. Hemph, kid, let's see how you escape this time. The heavenly netherbird revealed a cruel smile. Even if he was not hit by the fire dragons, as long as he was hit by the shockwaves, he would not be able to survive. Unless the opponent was a king. However, Lin Xian clearly did not have the cultivation of a king. Therefore, the heavenly netherbird thought that he was dead meat this time. Looking at the black fire dragons rushing toward him from all directions, Lin Xian's face turned ugly. He did not expect the heavenly netherbird to be so powerful. He was heavily injured as soon as they exchanged blows. It seemed that he could only use his trump card now. With a flip of his hand, the 10,000 beast cauldron appeared in his hand. Then, he held the 10,000 beast cauldron and charged forward. The 10,000 beast cauldron had absorbed many terrifying flames in the cave. Now, under Lin Xian's control, all of the flames surged out to fight against the black fire dragons. The flames burned the sky, and the entire sky was covered in a sea of fire. The terrifying temperature caused the entire void to crackle and crumble. In the sky, the boundless sea of refined swords collided with the black flaming dragon, causing crackling sounds to resound. Every single explosion was capable of annihilating an Exalt Realm cultivator. Seeing a small human reptile resist the black fire dragons, the heavenly netherbird was surprised. Then, it looked at the sky with a trace of surprise. The aura of these flames, could it be? It seemed to have thought of something, and its gaze became uncertain. After seeing the black fire dragons disappear, the heavenly netherbird was sure that the flames were as it had guessed. Kid, you entered Old Devil Song Song's weapon refining cave. Chapter 12:27. The Sea of Flames was extremely terrifying. Even the heavenly netherbird's black fire dragon was burned. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. This scene caused the heavenly netherbird's expression to change. It asked in a deep voice, "Brat, did you enter the weapon refining cave before?" To be honest, the heavenly netherbird was not too afraid of these flames. After all, it had its own ways to deal with them. However, it was afraid of the fact that the other party could subdue these flames. A human brat with only the cultivation of the 7th heavenly layer was able to subdue such terrifying flames. It couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that the weapon refining cave had a peerless divine weapon that even it was afraid of. If the other party obtained that peerless divine weapon, the threat to it would increase greatly. However, Lin Xian sneered, "I know what you're afraid of. There's no need to guess. The sword is in my hands. So, as long as you obediently hand over the essence blood and the black flame, I can let you go." From the current situation, Lin Xian was certain that the heavenly netherbird was afraid of the peerless divine sword in his hands. "Brat, you're too ignorant." The heavenly netherbird sneered. "If it was old Devil Song Song who had that peerless divine sword back then, I might be very afraid. But now, with your cultivation, you can't pose any threat to me. Moreover, that peerless divine sword has been shattered. I'm very sure of this. So now, that broken sword is of no threat to me." Although the heavenly netherbird's words were filled with disdain, its movements were not slow. It once again launched a fierce attack at Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian did not use his own strength to resist. The difference between the two was too great. The heavenly netherbird was a monster that even kings had to retreat from. He could not fight against it. Therefore, he used the Sea of Flames to resist the heavenly netherbird. Although he was at a disadvantage, his life was not in danger for the time being. "Haha, you're afraid. Although you say you don't care, you care a lot in your heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have launched such an attack." Lin Xian sneered. He now understood that the peerless divine sword in his hands was absolutely terrifying. Even if it was broken, the heavenly netherbird was still afraid of it. In the distant past, the heavenly netherbird must have suffered at the hands of this peerless divine sword. After figuring this out, Lin Xian no longer hesitated. He lightly patted the 1,000-beast cauldron with his palm, and a crisp sound immediately rang out. Clang! The 10,000-beast cauldron trembled, and a green long sword emerged from the cauldron. Ashen Pine Sword. The heavenly netherbird's pupils shrank when she saw the jade sword. Lin Xian's guess was correct. He had indeed suffered a loss at the hands of this peerless divine sword, and it was a great loss. Back then, he had fought old Taoist Song Song to a standstill. Originally, with old Taoist Song Song's strength, they could only fight to a draw. However, It was precisely because he possessed the ashen pine sword that Tianyu was defeated. It could be said that the bird hated and feared that Song Pine sword at the same time. Now that he saw this sword again, he was naturally shocked. However, when he saw the sword clearly, he started laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, I told you. That Song Pine sword is already damaged. It can't unleash the power of the past. Indeed, that Song Pine sword was broken in half, and the rest of the sword was covered in cracks. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. More importantly, old Taoist Song Song was no longer here. There was only a broken sword and a seventh sky supremacy brat. They could not unleash the power of this peerless divine weapon. Therefore, the heavenly Netherbird was not worried at all. Brat, no wonder you were so arrogant before. You even dared to talk about conditions with me. I guess this Song Pine sword is your greatest trump card. Unfortunately, your trump card is useless against me. Now, I'm going to send you on your way. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll slowly torture you until you beg for death. This is what you get for messing with me. The heavenly Netherbird let out a sinister laugh. As an ancient demonic beast, he revealed his cruel nature. With that, he stretched out a finger and viciously pressed it down. From the looks of it, he wanted to crush Lin Xian like an ant. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took a deep breath, his expression extremely solemn. In the next moment, he crazily activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. Suddenly, countless rays of sword chi rushed out like giant dragons and wrapped around his arm. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed the Song Pine sword. Buzz! The broken Song Pine sword seemed to have come alive. It emitted a dazzling light that dyed the entire space green. A terrifying sword aura erupted from the Song Pine sword and swept through the world. At this moment, the Song Pine sword had come alive. What? This is impossible. The smile on the heavenly Netherbird's face disappeared. His finger also stopped in the air. Shocking. This was too shocking. He did not expect that Song Pine sword to be able to fully recover. This was completely out of his expectations. One had to know that the Song Pine sword was an Earth-rank treasure. This treasure was very powerful, but it also required a lot of energy. From what he knew, only kings and above could use Earth-rank treasures. Therefore, he was not worried at all because Lin Xian was only a 7th-rank supremacy. He could not use the Song Pine sword at all. But now, he had done it. Not only did he do it, but he had also completely recovered the Song Pine sword. Damn it! How is this possible? What method did he use? A trace of panic appeared in the heavenly Netherbird's eyes. After all, the Song Pine sword had traumatized him too much. It's a bluff. It must be a bluff. How can a puny 7th-rank supremacy completely recover the Song Pine sword? He must have used an illusion. Go to hell, brat. The heavenly Netherbird roared. Its huge claws were covered in endless black flames. Then, it slammed down fiercely. A monster's physique was already very strong. In addition to the heavenly Netherbird's terrifying black flames, he did not need to use any spells. He only needed to use his body's strength to cause endless destruction. Looking at the huge black claw descending from the sky, Lin Xian roared. Then, he waved his arm and the Song Pine sword in his hand quickly slashed out. In the next moment, a dark green sword aura flashed. The entire sky seemed to have been dyed green. A green sword light was extremely sharp and quickly slashed forward. This sword chi was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt his heart palpitate in fear. This was because he had never seen such a sharp sword aura. He was afraid that only a king could use such an attack. The green sword aura slashed fiercely on the huge black claw. Then, the heavenly Netherbird let out a miserable cry. The boundless black flames were cut open by the green sword aura. Even the huge black claw had a huge wound. One could even faintly see the white bones. Chapter 12:28. An endless amount of blood spurted out. Every drop could pierce through the void. The heavenly Netherbird was indeed an ancient beast. The blood in its body was too powerful. The space could not withstand it at all. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon was overjoyed. He quickly cast a formation and collected all the blood that dripped down. This was not the essence blood of the heavenly netherbird. It was just ordinary blood. However, it contained a shocking amount of energy. If he could collect enough blood, the dark red dragon god could refine it into essence blood. Therefore, he did not waste any of the blood. Instead, he collected as much as he could. Damned reptile, you think you can get my blood? Seeing this, the heavenly netherbird was enraged. He did not think that a worm would dare to covet his blood. He was courting death. In the next moment, the black flames on his palm rolled and quickly stopped the bleeding. Then, he looked at an Hong dragon god and snorted. Despicable worm, die. An endless amount of demonic beast king aura surged towards the dark red dragon god. To the heavenly netherbird, the other party was just a small worm. He could not withstand his aura. In the next moment, the other party would be crushed into a bloody mist by the invisible aura. But soon, he was stunned. Because the dark red dragon god was completely fine. His aura was like a stone sinking into the sea. What? How is this possible? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. He realized that the two people in front of him were too strange. First, it was a mysterious brat who could control the Tsang Song sword. Now, it was a worm who was not afraid of his aura. Impossible. How is this possible? Demonic beasts have a strict hierarchy. With my strength, just my aura alone is enough to crush him. But why is he fine? Did I sleep for too long? Has the world changed? The heavenly netherbird was extremely angry. As a demonic beast on the ancient heaven ranking, he was infamous in the ancient times. Even a king would have to bow down to him. But now, he had just broken out of his seal and suffered a great loss at the hands of two worms. He could not accept this. However, the dark red dragon god sneered, "Stupid bird, you want to use your aura on me? You're too inexperienced." With that, he raised his head and roared at the heavenly netherbird. Suddenly, a deep dragon's roar rang out. Endless dragon aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird's huge body trembled slightly. Impossible. How is this possible? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. He didn't think that a snake could make him tremble. This was not a suppression of power, but a suppression from the depths of his bloodline. This suppression of netherbird's heavenly netherbird. Dragons. This is dragon's aura. The heavenly netherbbird's face was filled with shock as it stared at the dark red dragon. You're not a snake. You're a dragon. Of dragons of dragons of dragons of dragons of dragons of dragon of dragon of dragon of dragon of dragon A. Furthermore, judging from the other party's bloodline power, it seemed to be extremely pure. But soon, he began to laugh wildly. Furthermore, it's a weak dragon clan. Little thing, wait until I eat you. Not only will I recover my strength, but my bloodline will also improve. By then, I might become another great Xia dragonfinch. The heavenly netherbird was too excited. He was the descendant of the great Xia dragonfinch, but the bloodline in his body was very thin. If he could obtain the bloodline of dragons, he might be able to become the great Xia dragonfinch again and reach the ancestral realm. Once he became the great Xia dragonfinch, he would be the true overlord of the world. No one would be able to stop him. Thinking of this, his eyes shone brightly. He clawed down with his terrifying claws, determined to catch the dark red dragon god. The dark red dragon god dodged quickly like a bolt of lightning. Stupid bird, although I'm not as strong as before, I'm still not someone you can catch. The dark red dragon god snorted. Although his strength was greatly reduced, he still had countless secret techniques that allowed him to escape successfully. On the other side, Lin Xian slowly waved his ashen pine sword, preparing to attack again. He realized that as long as he injured the heavenly netherbird and allowed the dark red dragon god to collect enough blood, it would be able to condense essence blood. That way, he would have accomplished half of his goal. Furthermore, the dark red dragon god's actions had given him inspiration. Since blood could condense into essence blood, then the countless black flames could also condense into true origin flames. Therefore, Lin Xian held the ashen pine sword while activating the 1,000 beast cauldron to absorb the black flames on the heavenly netherbird's body. You're courting death." The heavenly netherbird was furious. He did not expect that not only did he not catch the dark red dragon god, but that brat also dared to target his flames. This made him furious. Therefore, he gave up on capturing the dark red dragon god and decided to kill Lin Xian first. After all, the ashen pine sword in his opponent's hand was still a great threat to him. Seeing the heavenly netherbirds' gaze shift again, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He quickly waved his ashen pine sword and slashed forward. Compared to the previous slash, he only used the power of the great dragon sword soul and the sharpness of the ashen pine sword. He did not use the energy within the ashen pine sword. This was because he knew that the energy within the ashen pine sword could only be used 3 times. He had to use it at the most crucial moment. Now was not the time. Although he could not use the energy within the ashen pine sword, the power of the great dragon sword soul combined with the sharpness of an earth-class treasure was beyond imagination. Sword chi spread across the sky, and the terrifying sword light slashed towards the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird roared again and again. A surge of energy surged into the sky, instantly shattering the thousands of sword lights. Then, it quickly bombarded Lin Xian. The battle between the two was extremely intense. The entire sky was annihilated by the energy. However, this time, the heavenly netherbird was prepared. Therefore, Lin Xian found it difficult to succeed. Seeing his opponent's aura grow stronger and stronger, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and decided to use the energy within the ashen pine sword. In the next moment, the ashen pine sword in his hand bloomed with a brilliant light. The sword light was like a green flame that lit up the entire sky. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and quickly waved his sword. A huge beam of sword chi slashed forward, and wherever it passed, the sword chi would be destroyed. Wherever it passed, dozens of palaces were turned into ashes. These palaces were the buildings of the Ashen Pine Palace. They were extremely sturdy and could not be damaged by anyone below the king level. But now, under the aftermath of the sword chi, countless palaces were shattered. This sword was too terrifying. It contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and the ashen pine sword. Everything in its path was turned into nothingness. As if it felt the terror of this energy, the heavenly netherbird's expression changed. It did not expect its opponent to be able to use this kind of sword chi. Chapter 12:29. No, this is definitely not that brat's energy. The heavenly netherbird's expression changed drastically. Although the sword chi from before was spiritual energy, it could feel that it was the power of an honorable. But now, the sword chi was so sharp that it made it tremble in fear. Moreover, there was a power that surpassed the honorable realm within it. Damn it! He used the power of the Tsang Song sword. The heavenly netherbird was extremely shocked. It was too familiar with this power. Back then, Song Song had used this power to seal it. It did not expect to see this power again after a few thousand years. Sensing the threat, the heavenly netherbird roared. The flames on its body spread out like the flames of hell, burning everything. The entire void quickly collapsed under the flames. So what if it's the power of the Tsang Song sword? I didn't waste my time underground for thousands of years. Today, I'll let you see the sword technique I created. 9 Underworld Demonic Sword. Come out. The heavenly netherbird roared. Suddenly, the black feathers on its body burned fiercely. Then, it rose into the air and quickly formed a huge black sword in the air. The black sword was extremely huge. It was more than 100 feet long and was formed by the black feathers on the heavenly netherbird's body. Its surface was covered with black flames that burned fiercely and emitted a terrifying and violent power. The black flames were like the flames of hell, strange and terrifying. The black sword was like a demonic sword from hell. It carried with it endless killing intent, as if it wanted to destroy everything. The heavenly netherbird stretched out its huge beast claws and grabbed the 9 Underworld Demonic Sword. Then, it swept it out. Monstrous flames surged out and boundless killing intent surged. This sword directly cut the void open. Clang! In the next moment, the Tsang Song sword and the 9 Underworld Demonic Sword collided and let out an earth-shattering sound. The entire ground crumbled, and terrifying cracks appeared one after another. Lava spewed out from the cracks, reaching hundreds of feet high. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was also struck by the shockwave and was sent flying. Huge cracks appeared on the red lotus armor on his body. It wasn't that the armor wasn't strong enough, but that the sword chi was too terrifying. Even with Lin Xian's red lotus armor, which was condensed using his spiritual energy, it couldn't withstand it at all. Unless it was the true red lotus armor, it might be able to block the sword chi. Wounds appeared on Lin Xian's body, so deep that his bones could be seen. Other than these sword marks, there were many places on his body that had been burned by the black flames. There was nothing he could do about it. The 9 underworld demonic sword was too terrifying. Moreover, it came from the heavenly netherbird, so its power was unimaginable. Fortunately, Lin Xian had used the power of the ashen pine sword to block most of the sword chi. Otherwise, that sword strike from before would have been enough to take his life. Even so, he was still in a very dangerous situation. This was because he could only use the ashen pine sword's power 2 more times. After that, the ashen pine sword would shatter. On the other hand, the heavenly netherbird was different. It was a peerless, vicious beast, and it had a demonic weapon like the 9 hell demon sword. Its power could be used without limit. This was undoubtedly a huge threat to him. Therefore, Lin Xian would not waste the next 2 waves of energy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian used the art of longevity to quickly heal the injuries in his body. Then, he rose into the air, and the ashen pine sword in his hand quickly drew a mysterious trajectory in the air. Gale Lightning Sword, 5-sword demonic annihilation. At the crucial moment, Lin Xian used the Gale Lightning Sword, and it was the final 5th sword. Originally, the 5th sword required the power of a king to use, but now that he had the ashen pine sword, he could use it earlier. Even so, Lin Xian's body had reached its limit. It was as if it would collapse at any moment. However, Lin Xian was fearless. He gritted his teeth and waved his arms with all his might, unleashing a terrifying martial path sword chi. 5 giant swords rapidly appeared in the sky, as if they had been unleashed by a god. It was terrifying to the extreme. Not only that, but a desolate aura was emitted from those sword shadows. The 5 sword shadows were like heavenly swords that surrounded Lin Xian, temporarily isolating the aura of the underworld demonic realm. Looking at the 5 sword shadows, the heavenly netherbird narrowed its eyes. To be honest, the human boy in front of it had indeed exceeded its expectations. His opponent was clearly only a 7th heavenly layer venerable, but the battle strength he displayed was not weaker than a king. This shocked the heavenly netherbird, especially his sword chi. Apart from the power of the ashen pine sword, there was also an unusually sharp offensive aura. That aura made the heavenly netherbird feel uneasy in the depths of its heart. It had only felt this uneasiness when it fought Taoist Song Song in the past. Moreover, it had lost that battle, and it had been utterly defeated. Therefore, when it felt this uneasiness again, killing intent surged in the heavenly netherbbird's heart. Therefore, it would not let Lin Xian go. Boy, it's useless. Although your strength has exceeded my expectations, it's not your strength. Therefore, you can't defeat me. Moreover, once the underworld demonic sword appears, even if you have the ashen pine sword, you have no chance. However, Lin Xian ignored it. Even now, he had no reason to give up. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and slashed down with the ashen pine sword. Immediately, the 5 sword shadows in the sky slashed down together with his movement. The 5 sword shadows were like the swords of the heavens, containing an invincible aura. It was as if nothing could stop it. Even if it was a god or a demon, it would still be killed. The heavenly netherbird roared as it held the underworld demonic sword. Its body emitted a monstrous demonic aura, as if it was a peerless demon. It slashed out several sword chi. The terrifying underworld demonic sword chi soared into the sky and clashed with the giant sword in the sky. When the 2 energies collided, an apocalyptic energy erupted. Then, the entire space was affected. The Ashen Pine Palace shook incessantly, and countless buildings were turned to ashes by the energy. Lin Xian was also sent flying by the energy. The heavenly netherbird's enormous body was also sent flying. It was like a giant mountain. Every step it took caused the entire world to tremble. Not only that, but there was also blood in the sky. Some of it belonged to Lin Xian, and some of it belonged to the heavenly netherbird. The dark red dragon was like a red lightning bolt. It shuttled through the endless torrent and accurately captured the heavenly netherbird's blood. However, this energy was too violent. He was sent flying dozens of times, but every time, he would fly back again without any regard for his life. In the end, the heavenly netherbird's blood was completely absorbed by it. The violent energy gradually weakened and disappeared. More than half of the buildings in the Ashen Pine Palace were destroyed. The ground was pierced through, and there were countless black cracks in the sky that had yet to heal. Chapter 1230. Brat, how are you? The dark red dragon quickly rushed to Lin Xian's side. Cough, cough. Lin Xian kept coughing, and every time he coughed, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. This time, his injuries were even worse. All the bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were severely injured. Fortunately, he had the art of longevity, and his body was very strong, so he did not die immediately. I have dragon blood here. Drink it quickly. The dark red dragon stretched out his dragon claw. This was a critical moment, and he had to let Lin Xian recover quickly. Otherwise, they would be in danger. No need. Lin Xian shook his head and said with difficulty, I took all the storage rings of the people from the Palace of Gods of War. Duan Tianqing's storage ring had an immortal golden pill. With that pill, no matter how serious your injuries are, you can recover instantly. So don't worry, you won't die. That shocking attack had affected both Lin Xian and the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird's huge body kept retreating, and it only stopped after retreating a few hundred feet. Deep craters were formed on the ground one after another. Not only that, but the heavenly netherbird was also injured. There was a terrifying sword wound on its body that was dozens of feet long. At this moment, endless blood flowed out of the wound and seeped into the ground. However, the blood was quickly transferred to another place because the dark red dragon had set up a formation to collect the heavenly netherbird's blood. Brat, you dare to hurt me? The heavenly netherbird's voice was ferocious. It did not expect a human brat to be able to injure it. It was simply beyond its expectations. Of course, it knew that the culprit was the Ashen Pine sword. I want to see how many times you can use that broken sword. It realized that the Ashen Pine sword was severely damaged, and it could only use it a few times. Therefore, as long as the Ashen Pine sword was broken, it had 100 ways to make Lin Xian suffer a fate worse than death. However, in the next moment, its face turned ugly again. This was because he realized that Lin Xian, who was standing opposite him, had been severely injured. However, he had recovered in an instant. Even the spiritual energy that he had consumed had been completely replenished. Damn it, this guy really has a lot of things in his hands. The heavenly serene bird's expression was ferocious. In the next moment, flames surged all over its body and healed its wounds. At his level, as long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he could heal it immediately. Seeing that the heavenly netherbird's wounds had also healed, Lin Xian's expression became extremely serious. But now, the arrow had already been knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. Thus, in the next moment, he once again gripped the azure pine sword, and his entire body became incomparably fierce. The great dragon sword soul in his body quickly revolved, and at the same time, a cyan dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly condensed in front of him. This time, Lin Xian summoned the great dragon sword soul. At that moment, his great dragon sword soul had reached the 8th heavenly layer of the exalted realm. It had become very clear, and he could even see the dragon scales on it. As soon as the great dragon sword soul appeared, countless dragon roars resounded. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Even the heavenly netherbird's expression changed at the pressure. Damn it, what is this thing? Why does it make me feel terrified? The sky serene bird's expression changed greatly. He didn't think that there was something else besides the Ashen Pine sword that he was afraid of. This was beyond his expectations. Who is this kid? Why is he so strange? No, I have to kill him. Otherwise, when he grows up, he will be a great threat to me. The sky serene bird's killing intent surged. The kid in front of him couldn't be left alive. Therefore, he gripped the nine darkness demonic sword tightly and quickly slashed forward. The black sword chi streaked across the void like a thunderclap, causing the entire void to shake. This was the demonic sword chi, the sky serene bird's most powerful weapon. When he used it now, even ghosts and gods would be shocked. Perhaps even a true king would have to retreat in the face of such power. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge. The red lotus armor on his body condensed again, making him look like a god of war. At that moment, he held the ashen pine sword tightly in his right hand and the great dragon sword soul in his left. Then, he clasped his hands together, and the ashen pine sword and the great dragon sword soul merged together. The combination of the two exploded with a dazzling light. Countless dragon roars resounded, and a shocking sword chi shot into the sky. At that moment, not only did the ashen pine sword come to life, but it also seemed to have recovered to its peak. An azure-green long sword appeared in the void, emitting a dazzling light. Lin Xian held the long sword in his hand and stood in the void like a peerless king. His entire body emitted a powerful sword aura. In the next moment, he swung his arm and unleashed a shocking sword attack. The sword chi was like a rainbow that streaked across the void, causing the mountains and rivers to lose their color. The green sword shadow transformed into a giant dragon that roared and charged forward. The dazzling light was so bright that no one could look directly at it. The powerful aura caused the entire sky to tremble. What? This power is even stronger than before. Feeling the sword chi in the air, the sky serene bird's face turned ugly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to unleash an even stronger sword chi. The sword chi was a huge threat to him, so he snorted coldly and gripped the nine darkness demonic sword tightly again. He quickly unleashed several sword chi, forming a huge sword net that pressed forward. However, he still underestimated the power of the great dragon sword soul and the ashen pine sword. The combination of the two was still more powerful than a king. Therefore, the black sword net in the sky was instantly shattered, and the terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi quickly enveloped the sky serene bird. Rumble. In front of him, the entire ground caved in. Countless sword chi pierced through the heavens and earth like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the sky to shake. The sky serene bird's body was completely submerged in the sword chi. Blood dyed the ground red and the sky shook. The sky serene bird was even more severely injured, but in the next moment, he let out a mournful roar. Brat, I didn't want to use my true power, but this is what you've got. As the sky serene bird roared, a terrifying power exploded from his body. Not only that, the countless sword chi in front of him retreated as if they were pushed away by something and flew in all directions. In the next moment, the sky serene bird's terrifying body appeared again. Beside him, there was a flickering black domain that seemed to be an independent space of flames that surrounded him. Brat, you've angered me. You're dead. Even with the ashen pine sword, you won't be able to escape death today. The sky serene bird became extremely ferocious. Originally, he didn't care about dealing with an ant. However, he didn't expect this ant to injure him twice, forcing him to use his true power. Not good. This is the power of a domain. The dark red godly dragon exclaimed as his face turned serious. Damn it, I was too careless. Previously, I thought that he was bound by the star chains and couldn't use much power. I didn't expect him to be able to use a domain. This is really surprising. Chapter 1231. Lin Xian's face was also pale. With his outstanding soul power, he could naturally feel how terrifying that flame domain was. That flame domain made his hair stand on end. A domain is also called a king's domain. It's something that can only be obtained after entering the king realm. Sovereigns cultivate their martial spirits as a source of energy, while kings cultivate domains and use them as a source of energy. A king's domain is an independent domain developed from the martial spirits. Within this domain, the opponent's battle power can be multiplied. The dark red dragon's explanation shocked Lin Xian. He realized that this domain was similar to a small independent space. Of course, it hadn't become a real space, but it was still terrifying. Once he fell into the other party's domain, he was afraid that only death awaited him. Brat, you should be proud that you can die under my 9 underworld devil flame domain. The heavenly netherbird's voice was cold. Around him, countless black flames formed a unique domain that was like hell. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, his huge body charged towards Lin Xian with the 9 underworld devil flame domain. The domain's power was too terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the void was shattered. It could be said that the domain contained the essence of a king's energy. It was extremely powerful, and even sovereigns couldn't resist it. Facing the heavenly netherbird's king's domain, Lin Xian's face was extremely solemn. There was only a bit of energy left in the azure pine sword. He had to kill it in one strike. Otherwise, without the azure pine sword, he wouldn't be able to fight against the heavenly netherbird. Looking at the heavenly netherbird getting closer and closer, Lin Xian took a deep breath and slowly raised the azure pine sword. Haha, it's useless. You can't break my king's domain. The heavenly netherbird sneered. I'll let you know what hell is in a moment. Damn it, brat. Why don't we leave? Don't fight with him anymore. He can use the king's domain. His battle power is definitely super strong. The dark red dragon's face was also unsightly. However, Lin Xian decisively shook his head. In this situation, they had to continue fighting. There was still a chance of survival if they fought, but running away meant certain death. Looking at the 9 underworld's devil flame domain that was getting closer and closer, Lin Xian's sword god erupted with a resplendent light. In the next moment, just as he was about to slash out with his sword, an old sigh came from the void. Sigh. This voice was low, but it was incomparably clear. As soon as it appeared, it caused the entire deep pine hall to tremble violently. Even the heavenly nether bird that was flying in front of them suddenly stopped. Its face was filled with fear as if it had seen a ghost. Damn it! Who is it? Get out here! The heavenly nether bird seemed to have been provoked as it roared crazily. Its roar caused the entire void to boil and set off countless shockwaves. Lin Xian's arm also stopped in midair. He could clearly hear that the sigh came from the azure pine sword. Could it be? Lin Xian slowly lowered his arm and looked at the azure pine sword in his hand with a bewildered expression. At that moment, the old voice sounded again. Tianyu, I didn't expect that after thousands of years, you would really come out. Hearing this voice, the heavenly nether bird immediately exploded. It screamed in fear, Old man Song Song, how is this possible? Aren't you already dead? Humans and monsters were not the same. Monsters had a long lifespan, so it was not a problem for them to live for thousands of years. Humans, on the other hand, were different. Even the strongest kings could only live for 2,000 to 3,000 years. It was impossible for them to live any longer. Therefore, even though the heavenly nether bird could not defeat Song Song, it was still alive while Song Song was dead. Impossible. Old man Song Song couldn't have lived for so long. Who are you? Stop pretending to be a ghost. Get out here. Back then, it was because you were too cruel. That's why I sealed you. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, not only did it not erase your ruthlessness, it even made you worse. You've really wasted my painstaking efforts. The old voice sounded again. Then, a pale figure leisurely floated out from the azure pine sword. It was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He wore a Taoist robe and had the demeanor of an immortal. Old man Song Song, it's really you. Seeing the illusory figure, the heavenly nether bird could not help but scream. His eyes were filled with fear and dread. Damned old man Song Song, you actually dared to seal me for thousands of years. This time, I'll definitely destroy your nest. With that, the heavenly nether bird coldly snorted, and the 9 underworld demon flame domain burned fiercely. Carrying the king's domain, he charged towards Lin Xian in an even more violent manner. Feeling this energy, Lin Xian's scalp went numb. The pale figure in front of him sighed. Then, with a grab, the azure pine sword in Lin Xian's hand flew into the old man's hand. In the next moment, the azure pine sword exploded with a bright light. It was like a green sun, shining in all directions. A shocking aura exploded from the long sword. This sword chi was too terrifying. Just the aftermath alone caused a 1,000-meter-long crack to appear in the space. Song Song held the azure pine sword in one hand and quickly slashed out a ray of sword chi. The sword chi was thousands of feet long. It was like a green dragon roaring in the sky. This sword slashed directly towards the heavenly nether bird. It fiercely hit the 9 underworld demon flame domain in front of him, causing a shocking explosion. The demon flame domain was mercilessly torn apart, causing a terrifying crack to appear. The heavenly nether bird was even more affected. Its mountain-like body was sent flying backwards. Damn it, this is impossible. You're just a broken soul. How can you have such powerful strength? The heavenly nether bird went crazy in disbelief. That sword chi was too terrifying. It had almost split open its 9 underworld demon flame domain. Although his strength had been greatly reduced in the past few thousand years, and he was no longer as powerful as he was in the past, not just anyone could split open his domain. Moreover, the opponent was just an afterimage of Song Song's soul. It could not use much power. Song Song was also very surprised. He looked at the azure pine sword in his hand. His eyes flashed. What a powerful sword spirit. It's rare. Young man, is this your sword spirit? Song Song looked at Lin Xian. Greetings, senior. That is indeed my sword spirit. Lin Xian answered honestly. Not bad, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Even I didn't have such a sharp sword soul back then. Young man, your future is limitless. Song Song said. Senior is too kind. Lin Xian and Song Song were talking. On the other side, the heavenly nether bird was going crazy with anger. Ever since he had broken out of the seal, he had not encountered anything that went smoothly. Now, even Song Song's afterimage had appeared. This made him feel very uneasy. Old man, you're just an afterimage. You can't use much power. Once I kill you, I'll destroy your entire Azure Pine Palace. Chapter 1232. Indeed, you're right. I'm only a broken soul. I can't stop you. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed. Senior, please use your full strength to subdue this ancient demonic beast. Otherwise, if he escapes, the entire Tianwu continent will be in chaos. The dark red dragon stomped its feet in anger. Fuck, this old man's strength isn't enough, but he still dares to come out. Song Song wasn't in a hurry. He slowly said, although I can't kill him, I can still teach him a lesson. Then I'll have to ask Senior to do it. Lin Xian said. He didn't want to fight with the terrifying Heaven Netherbird anymore. It was a King Realm expert, and it even had a King Realm domain. It was too terrifying. However, old Taoist Song Song stared at Lin Xian and asked in a low voice, Young man, do you want to try beating up Tianyu? What? Both Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were stunned when they heard that. Beating up the Heaven Netherbird? How was that possible? Unless Lin Xian was a King Realm expert. The dark red dragon also muttered, It's over. It's over. This old man has gone crazy. In the distance, the Heaven Netherbird laughed crazily. Old man Song Song, I think you've really gone crazy. A broken soul imprint wants to beat me? What a joke. The Heaven Netherbird's expression was one of disdain. If Song Song was at his peak, he might be afraid. But now, his opponent was just a broken soul imprint. He didn't need to worry. Lin Xian also had a strange expression on his face. Senior, you're not joking, right? Beating up the Heaven Netherbird was indeed exciting, but Lin Xian knew that it was impossible. After all, the Heaven Netherbird was an existence that even kings feared. How could he beat it? However, Song Song smiled. Don't worry. Since I said so, I naturally have a way. Although I can't raise your cultivation to the King Realm, I can suppress the Heaven Netherbird's cultivation to the Sovereign Realm. You're talking about the astral chains. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he thought of a possibility. That's right. It's indeed the astral chains. Back then, I used the astral chains to trap him, just in case. I didn't expect that I would finally have to use it now. Song Song said slowly. In the distance, the heavenly Netherbird's expression changed when it heard this. He realized that the old Taoist Song Song's words were very likely to come true, because the 4 astral chains on his body were too miraculous. They had been suppressing him all these years, and not only had his cultivation not improved, it had actually weakened. Now that old Taoist Song Song's broken soul had recovered, and with the help of the stellar key, his cultivation might really be suppressed. At that time, he would probably be in trouble. Damned old ghost, go to hell. The heavenly Netherbird went crazy. It held the Netherworld demon sword and used its king's domain to quickly charge forward. This time, he was truly determined to kill. He was determined to kill all of them. However, old Taoist Song Song took the stellar key from Lin Xian and quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, the stellar key released a dazzling light and formed a starry sky map in the air. Stars were floating and spinning in the void, flickering in and out of existence. When the starry sky map appeared, the heavenly Netherbird screamed in pain. The astral chains on his body seemed to have come alive and were making clanking sounds. The originally pitch-black chain had shed its black outer layer and was now emitting an azure light. Every ray of light formed a star. In the end, the 4 astral chains carried a sky full of stars and completely surrounded the heavenly Netherbird. No! The heavenly Netherbird roared crazily and used its king's domain to resist. However, it had been suppressed for thousands of years, and its strength was not as strong as before. Moreover, the astral chains were specifically used to suppress it. Therefore, it did not struggle for long before it was surrounded by the stars. The direct result was that the king's domain around the heavenly Netherbird quickly disappeared. Not only that, its aura plummeted, and it quickly fell to the honorable realm. In the end, the heavenly Netherbird's cultivation stopped at the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. Soon, the stars in the sky disappeared, and the heavenly Netherbird's huge figure appeared. However, at this moment, its aura was no longer as strong as before. Not only that, but its eyes were filled with fear because it was no longer invincible. It was only at the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. It will not be able to maintain this state for long, so you should end this quickly. After using the secret technique, old Taoist Song Song's figure became abnormally blurry, as if it would disappear at any time. Thank you, Senior, Lin Xian said respectfully. Then, he turned to look at the heavenly Netherbird, his eyes shining. If the heavenly Netherbird was not a match for him before, it was different now. The heavenly Netherbird was suppressed to the 8th heaven of the honorable realm, which was the same strength as him. Therefore, he was not afraid of it at all. With a clang, Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star Sword from his back and quickly attacked. Astral Sword Technique. As he waved his long sword, countless sword rays shot into the sky, turning into meteors one after another and bombarding the heavenly Netherbird. This sword technique was comprehended by Lin Xian in the Astral Pavilion. When he used it now, it could be said to be extremely powerful. Ah, reptile, go to hell. The heavenly Netherbird fought with all its might. Although the king's domain was gone, its 9 underworld demon sword was still there. Therefore, it held the huge black demon sword and quickly met the attack. Bang, 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 bang. The two exchanged dozens of blows, and the heavenly Netherbird was defeated. Ah, this is so infuriating. The heavenly Netherbird was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. It was an ancient beast and a peerless beast on the heaven ranking. Now that it was defeated by a young human, it could not accept it. However, its cultivation was completely suppressed, and it could not use it at all. Therefore, even if it was angry, there was nothing it could do. Moreover, the human youth in front of it had truly shocked it. Previously, it thought that the other party could only fight it with the power of the Song Song sword. But now, its cultivation was suppressed to the 8th heaven of the honorable realm, which was 1 level higher than the other party, but it still could not defeat the other party. Moreover, the other party was not using the Song Song sword. This made it understand that the young man in front of it was definitely not an ordinary martial artist. He should be a genius among the human martial artists, someone who could fight above his level. After being sent flying again, the heavenly netherbird was in an extremely sorry state. It gritted its teeth and roared, "Brat, I'll spare your life today. Once I recover my strength, I'll tear you to pieces." With that, it turned around and flew into the sky. It spread its huge wings and was about to fly into the sky. It had been too frustrating today, and its cultivation had been suppressed. It did not want to fight anymore. It wanted to find a place to break the suppression of the astral chains and then come back to kill these people. At that time, no one would be able to stop it. Chapter 1233. Therefore, Lin Xian used the dragon-catching hand the moment the sky serene bird flew into the sky. Two huge dragons coiled around each other, forming a giant hand that grabbed towards the sky. In the next moment, the sky serene bird was caught by the dragon-catching hand. Get lost. The sky serene bird struggled as black flames burned all over its body. It wanted to retract the giant hand. However, the dragon-catching hand was extremely mysterious. Legend had it that it could even capture a giant dragon, let alone a sky serene bird. Furthermore, the dragon-catching hand was infused with the power of the great dragon sword spirit by Lin Xian. It was extremely powerful. The two real dragons roared. They were so lifelike that they looked as if they were real. They quickly coiled around the heavenly netherbird and pulled it downwards. Boom! The sky serene bird crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Lin Xian waved his hand and four huge light swords of wind, thunder, water, and fire appeared, surrounding the sky serene bird and trapping it. Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. "I'll give you a chance. Hand over a little bit of essence blood and a trace of flame origin and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating you up." Lin Xian was very excited. He never thought that he would be able to beat the sky serene bird up one day. This feeling was too good. "Brat, you're courting death." The sky serene bird roared in anger. However, what awaited it was a sharp sword. The sword landed on the sky serene bird's body and made a huge sound. However, what was shocking was that such a sharp sword did not leave a single mark on the sky serene bird's body. This made Lin Xian extremely surprised. However, he quickly understood. This was because the sky serene bird was very similar to the dark red divine dragon. They both had strong physiques, but their cultivations were suppressed. The sky serene bird screamed and roared. He knew that his opponent could only hurt him because of the ashen pine sword. Without the ashen pine sword, his opponent could not break through his defense. Knowing this, he completely relaxed. "Ha ha ha ha, lowly worm. So what if you've trapped me? With your strength, you can't break through my defense." The sky serene bird sneered. "Humph, I really don't know what you have to be so proud of." Lin Xian coldly snorted and quickly waved his sword. Sword chi shot out like rainbows and ruthlessly slashed the heavenly netherbird's body. The sky serene bird forgot one thing. Although Lin Xian's longsword couldn't break through its defense, it didn't mean that the sword chi wouldn't hurt. Therefore, it didn't take long for the heavenly netherbird to start screaming. "Damn brat, I'll definitely tear you to shreds later." The heavenly netherbird gritted its teeth and stared fiercely at Lin Xian. "You dare to threaten me?" With another slash, the heavenly serene bird wailed again. However, what shocked Lin Xian the most was that the heavenly netherbird's physique was too strong. Even after slashing so many times, he still couldn't hurt it. This was simply inconceivable. "Brat, stop. Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to break through his defense if you continue like this." The dark red dragon shook its head. As an ancient divine beast, it naturally knew how strong the heavenly netherbird's physique was. In order to break through the heavenly netherbird's defense, one would need to be at least at the king level, or Lin Xian could use the Tsang Song sword. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to use the Tsang Song sword because there was no more energy inside. If he used it, the Tsang Song sword would shatter. At that time, the old Taoist Tsang Song's figure might also disappear. At that time, who knows if the starry chains would still be effective? How about I set up a killing formation? I don't believe that I can't break through this guy's defense. The dark red dragon was also thinking, should I set up the immortal slaying formation or the demon slaying formation? The names of these formations caused the heavenly netherbird to tremble. These were all famous formations from the ancient times. Although it didn't believe that Lin Xian could set them up, it was still very surprised. This was because it realized that the dark red dragon was just like him. It was also an ancient divine beast, but it had lost its cultivation. However, Lin Xian shook his head. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll try using the 10,000 beast cauldron. With that, Lin Xian took out the 10,000 beast cauldron. When the black cauldron appeared, the heavenly netherbird's pupil shrank and it shrieked. An earth rank artifact. It didn't notice it during the battle, but now that it was so close, it immediately felt that the 10,000 beast cauldron was extraordinary. With its knowledge, it naturally recognized that the black cauldron was an earth rank artifact. Moreover, it was a complete earth rank artifact. Immediately, the heavenly netherbird broke out in cold sweat. It didn't think that a few humans would have a complete earth rank artifact. Moreover, Lin Xian was only an honored realm expert. Even the old Taoist Song Song's figure was shocked. Himph, an earth rank artifact requires a lot of power. It's impossible to use it without reaching the king realm. The heavenly netherbird held onto its last glimmer of hope. However, it soon despaired because Lin Xian didn't use it at all. Instead, Lin Xian swung the 10,000 beast cauldron towards it. Clang! Lin Xian used the black 10,000 beast cauldron as a brick and smashed it onto the heavenly netherbbird's body, causing a deafening sound to resound. The heavenly netherbird was in so much pain that it started to cry. Lin Xian's arm was numb as well. Damn it, its defense is so strong. I don't believe that an earth rank artifact can't break through it. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and used all the strength in his body to grab the 10,000 beast cauldron and smashed it again. This time, the heavenly netherbird was in so much pain that it wanted to die. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy because he still hadn't broken through it. Brat, you're hitting the wrong place. Hit its head. The dark red dragon decisively grabbed the 10,000 beast cauldron and swung its claw at the heavenly netherbird's head. The heavenly netherbird saw stars and almost fainted. After this attack, the heavenly netherbird was completely convinced. It was too painful. Unlike the Lone Star Sword, the 10,000 beast cauldron was a true earth rank artifact. Its power was no joke. Although it didn't have any external injuries, it had suffered internal injuries. Many of its bones had been broken. Stop. I'll promise you. Okay? The heavenly netherbird roared. Isn't it just a drop of essence blood and a trace of flame source? I'll give it to you. It was completely terrified. You should have done this earlier. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. You didn't have to force me to use my last resort. The dark red dragon's eyes also widened. It had finally obtained the heavenly netherbird's essence blood. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird reluctantly handed over a drop of essence blood. A drop of essence blood was only the size of a fist. Although it looked small, the energy it contained was incomparably pure. The dark red dragon's face was filled with ecstasy. It hugged the essence blood and quickly dived into the beast bag. Brat, I'll go into seclusion for a few days. The dark red dragon roared excitedly. His roar woke up the little white monkey. The latter rubbed its eyes in dissatisfaction and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. Chapter 1234. The heavenly serene bird gritted its teeth and unwillingly pulled out a black feather from its tail. It contained a trace of the origin flame. The heavenly serene bird threw it to Lin Xian. However, it was snatched away by the little white monkey. Little White looked at the feather and shook its head. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He didn't care because he felt that Little White must have its reasons for doing so. As expected, the little white monkey threw the feather to the ground and quickly scanned the heavenly serene bird's body with its black gemstone eyes. Damn monkey, what are you doing? For some reason, the heavenly serene bird was scared by the little white monkey. However, the little white monkey didn't care at all. It stared at a black feather on the heavenly serene bird's tail and quickly flew over. Damn monkey, you're looking for death. Get out of my way. Seeing the little white monkey's actions, the heavenly serene bird almost went berserk. Although the feather that it gave Lin Xian contained the origin flame, it was very rare. It didn't give anything good. However, it didn't expect the little white monkey to find it and target the feather on its body. How could it tolerate this? Therefore, it tried its best to dodge. However, in the next moment, a furry paw gently patted its head. Then, it saw stars. The world was spinning. It was a terrible feeling. It didn't faint. However, it couldn't move at all. The dizziness lasted for a short time. However, it was enough for the little white monkey to pull out the black feather. Therefore, when the heavenly serene bird woke up again, Lin Xian still had the origin feather. The heavenly serene bird stared at the little white monkey and Lin Xian with murderous intent in its eyes. That was a origin feather. It contained a large amount of origin flame. Now that it was taken away, its strength was definitely affected. However, Lin Xian was very satisfied. He could naturally sense that the black flame aura contained within the feather before him was much denser. The origin flame contained in this black feather was clearly much stronger than the previous one. It seemed that the heavenly netherbird was only trying to deal with him and didn't plan on giving him a good origin flame. He didn't expect the little white monkey to discover it. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this feather must be extremely important to the heavenly netherbird. Since that was the case, Lin Xian happily accepted it. After obtaining the primordial feather, Lin Xian should be able to condense a flame martial soul in no time. At that time, he would have 4 martial souls. His combat strength would definitely reach a terrifying level. However, he didn't leave immediately because Lin Xian knew that once the heavenly netherbird regained its strength, it would chase him all over the world. Therefore, he had to come up with some life-saving methods. In the next moment, Lin Xian controlled the 10,000 beast cauldron and planted a beast slave seal in the heaven netherbird's body. Although he knew that the beast slave seal couldn't completely control the heavenly serene bird, it could still restrict it. Moreover, if he was really anxious, he could use the 10,000 beast cauldron and the beast slave seal. After doing all this, Lin Xian no longer cared about the heavenly netherbird. Instead, he turned to old Taoist Song Song and bowed seriously. Then, he turned into a sword radiance and left the place. Damn brat, you dare to steal my primordial feather and plant a beast slave seal in me? No matter where you run to, I'll kill you. The heavenly netherbird roared at the sky. It had never suffered such a huge loss before. On the side, old Taoist Song Song looked at this scene and shook his head slightly. In the next moment, the illusory figure disappeared into the stellar key. Then, the stellar key exploded with a dazzling light. Old Taoist Song Song used the last of his energy to cast a spell to suppress the heavenly netherbird's cultivation. When all this was done, old Taoist Song Song's figure was no longer there. The Song Song sword had also turned into countless fragments and disappeared into the sky. Damn you, old Taoist Song Song, damn you. The heavenly netherbird was extremely furious. It naturally knew that it wouldn't be able to recover its strength in a short period of time. It didn't expect old Taoist Song Song to be able to suppress it even after his death. However, even though it was roaring, there was nothing it could do. In the distance, ever since Murong Qingcheng and the others left, they heard a series of roars coming from the Song Song Palace behind them. The sound was extremely terrifying. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the soul-stirring sound. Naturally, they knew that it was the heavenly netherbird's roar. Therefore, Murong Qingcheng, Zhao Shui, and the others were all worried. This was because Lin Xian was still inside. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War sneered, "Who does that brat think he is? How dare he negotiate with the heavenly netherbird? He's courting death. Don't worry, he's dead for sure. This time, he won't be able to come out. It's just a pity about those treasures." Thinking about the stolen storage rings, the martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War gritted their teeth. However, they didn't dare to act rashly because the heavenly netherbird's terrifying aura was still present. Moreover, they soon felt an intense energy fluctuation coming from behind them. It seemed that there was a battle going on. The battle was extremely intense. It was even more intense than the honorable realm. This power, how is it possible? Could there be kings fighting? One of the powers belonged to the heavenly netherbird, but who was the other one? Could it be Lin Xian? Impossible. That brat is only a 7th level honorable realm. No matter how strong he is, he can't display the battle strength of a king. Could there be other experts inside? Thinking of this, everyone felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, they had left quickly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape if they had encountered such a terrifying expert. Everyone was paying close attention to the battle at the Pine Palace because it would determine whether they would be safe for the next few days. However, they soon realized that the terrifying energy and aura had disappeared. The battle is over? Everyone was shocked. Because they were very far away, they didn't know what had happened at the Pine Palace. Both powers had disappeared. Could it be that they had perished together? If that was the case, that would be great. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were excited. Without the threat of the heavenly netherbird, they didn't fear anyone. However, Murong Qingcheng was very worried because they didn't know how Lin Xian was doing. I'll go take a look. Sensing the changes ahead, Zhao Shui prepared to go take a look. I'll go with you. Murong Qingcheng was also worried. However, the elders from the Murong clan all stopped her. Young miss, we don't know the situation ahead. Why don't we wait patiently? Murong Qingcheng was their clan's hope, so they didn't want her to take the risk. Just as the two sides were arguing, a sword light suddenly streaked across the sky. Someone came out of the Pine Palace. Someone shouted. Immediately, everyone looked forward with bewildered expressions. After such an intense battle, could someone still be alive? Chapter 1235. They were certain that it wasn't the heavenly netherbird. If the heavenly netherbird was here, it would definitely be a scene of destruction. However, such a scene didn't appear, so it couldn't be the heavenly netherbird. Why does that figure look so familiar? Fuck, isn't that Lin Xian? Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian? How could it be Lin Xian? How could he survive such an intense battle? The people from the Palace of Gods of War didn't believe it. They didn't believe that an honorable realm martial artist could survive a battle between kings. It was simply impossible. But in next to no time, their expressions became extremely unsightly because they'd already seen the figure clearly. It was Lin Xian. Damn it, he's still alive. How is this possible? What kind of luck does this guy have to be able to survive? The people from the Palace of Gods of War looked as if they had seen a ghost. Murong Qingcheng cheered. Zhao Shui also let out a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on her cold face. She was relieved that Lin Xian was fine. Murong Qingcheng also mumbled in a low voice, I knew it. This guy would be fine for sure. Lin Xian naturally saw Murong Qingcheng and Zhao Shui. His figure flashed and landed in front of them. Lin Xian, it's really you. It's great that you're fine. What could happen to me? Lin Xian shrugged. How did you get out? What's the situation in front? Is the heavenly netherbird still alive? A group of martial artists surrounded him and kept asking questions. There's a remnant soul left behind by a peerless martial artist in the Pine Palace. He fought with the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird is still alive, but he's injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Lin Xian said. Of course, what he said wasn't the entire truth. At least, he didn't tell everyone about his battle with the heavenly netherbird. Knowing that the heavenly netherbird was heavily injured and would not be able to fight for a while, everyone let out a sigh of relief. As for the Palace of Gods of War's side, their expressions were unfriendly as they all surrounded him. When Lin Xian took their storage rings, they didn't dare to do anything because of the pressure from the heavenly netherbird. But now that the heavenly netherbird was gone, they had nothing to worry about. Even though Lin Xian was strong, they had 2 8th-level venerables on their side. Moreover, they had many other experts as well. Thus, they weren't afraid of Lin Xian if they really fought. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to come back alive. However, don't think that you'll be fine just like that. How dare you steal our storage rings? Spit them out right now. Not only that, you'll have to hand over all your treasures to make up for your crimes. Duan Tianqing had no intention of letting Lin Xin go. Looking at the group of people from the Palace of Gods of War, the Murong clan was also very cautious. After all, the other party was a powerful force. If they really fought, both sides would suffer. On the other hand, Lin Xin's expression was indifferent. He wasn't even afraid of the heavenly Netherbird, let alone these people from the Palace of Gods of War. Moreover, the battle with the heavenly Netherbird had benefited him a lot. It could be said that his battle experience had greatly increased. The people in front of him were no match for him at all. Last time, I was in a good mood and allowed you to use your storage rings to buy your lives. I didn't expect you to not learn your lesson and still dare to provoke me. But this time, I'm very curious. What do you want to use to buy your lives? You're courting death. Attack. Duan Tianqing roared. Then, the martial artist from the Palace of Gods of War and the Palace of Divine Birds surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Duan Tianqing and Yin Feng faced off against Lin Xian, while the others stared at the people from the Murong clan and Merrywoods. Brat, you're dead this time. I'll kill you with my own hands. Yin Feng stared at Lin Xian, his voice ferocious. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw a human-shaped lightning bolt charging towards him. Boom! Yin Feng was caught off guard. He didn't expect Lin Xian to attack him so quickly. There was no warning at all. Therefore, he could only passively defend. In the next moment, the boundless power of thunder and lightning quickly surrounded him. The powerful force numbed his entire body. You're courting death. Seeing Lin Xian defeat Yin Feng with one move, Duan Tianqing roared. He quickly unleashed his martial soul and pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he summoned the 1,000-beast cauldron. Then, he held it in his hand and quickly slammed it forward. Clang! The sound of metal vibrating rang out. Suddenly, everyone's scalp went numb and their faces turned pale. Duan Tianqing bore the brunt of the impact and was directly sent flying. Damn it! This is impossible. What exactly is that thing? How can it be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. Duan Tianqing was an 8th heaven honorable. How could he be sent flying with one move? This was unbelievable. The people from the Palace of Gods of War looked at Lin Xian with cold sweat on their faces. They regretted provoking him again. In an instant, those martial artists were all stunned. They didn't dare to move at all. Tell me, how do you want to buy your life this time? Lin Xian stepped on Duan Tianqing's body and said coldly. Duan Tianqing was trembling with anger. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never been humiliated like this before. However, Lin Xian was too strange, especially the small black cauldron in his hand. It almost shattered his martial soul with one move. This made him extremely terrified. However, he had already lost his storage ring. At this moment, he didn't have anything left to lose. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth and lie on the ground, pretending to be dead. Lin Xian naturally understood that the other party had nothing left. However, he wouldn't let them off so easily. Moreover, he thought of something. He had to clarify this matter. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. There's something I need you to tell me. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I can let you go. Otherwise, you can stay here forever to accompany the heavenly Netherbird. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding people trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. Duan Tianqing also gritted his teeth and said, Tell me, what's the problem? Why do you want to kill me? Logically speaking, even if I offended young Master Ling Feng, the Palace of Gods of War shouldn't have sent experts like you, right? Yes, this was the question that Lin Xian had been wondering. He realized that Duan Tianqing and the others weren't on the same side as young Master Ling Feng. Although both sides wanted to kill him, they weren't on the same level. Therefore, he thought that there must be some reason that he didn't know. You don't know? Duan Tianqing was also stunned. In his opinion, Lin Xian should know about this matter. It seems like those people didn't tell you. Who? Speak clearly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xian said coldly. You should know that the Palace Master of the Palace of Gods of War is in seclusion. The Vice Palace Master is preparing to seize power. Therefore, The Palace of Gods of War is divided into two factions. Chapter 1236. Duan Tianqing took a deep breath and continued. When the palace master was in seclusion, he drew a painting and asked all the martial artists in the Palace of Gods of War to welcome and assist him. The person in the painting is you. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The ordinary martial artists in the Palace of Gods of War were also stunned because this painting was only seen by the higher-ups of the Palace of Gods of War. And those higher-ups didn't spread the news, so ordinary martial artists didn't know at all. This Lin Xian actually had such a close relationship with the Palace of Gods of War. The martial artists from the other factions were even more shocked. Lin Xian frowned. Then he seemed to have thought of something and quickly asked, "What's the name of your palace master? What does he look like? Hurry up and tell me." He thought of a possibility. Although it was unbelievable, he had to ask clearly. Lin Xian was very excited because he thought of a possibility, so he had to confirm it. Duan Tianqing didn't plan to hide it because this matter couldn't be hidden at all. After Lin Xian went out, the other people in the Palace of Gods of War would definitely come looking for him. The palace master of the Palace of Gods of War is called Lin Zhan. As for what he looks like, I think you should know. Lin Zhan. Hearing this name, Lin Xian's body trembled. It was just as he thought. Although he was very shocked and didn't dare to believe it, it was probably the truth. Lin Zhan was his father's name. Lin Xian didn't expect his father to be the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War. But how was this possible? One had to know that his father had only left him for about 3 years. Before that, his father had always been in the Xia country of the Tianan region. How could he suddenly become the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War? The palace master of the Palace of Gods of War was at least a king. What kind of opportunity could allow a spirit transformation realm martial artist to become a king in such a short period of time? Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine it all. However, the facts before his eyes showed that the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War was really his father. Thinking about the sword heart pendant his father gave him and the words left in the ancestral land, Lin Xian felt that his father might not be as simple as he looked. There should be some shocking secret on him. As for what this secret was, he would probably only know when he met his father. With news of his father, all his problems were solved. Lin Xian finally understood why Duan Tianqing and the others wanted to kill him. Because Lin Xian's real identity was the young master of the Palace of Ares. In the future, if there were no accidents, he would be the one to inherit the Palace of Gods of War. How could the Vice Palace Master allow such a threat to exist? That was why there was a series of pursuits. Lin Xian did not expect that he would be involved in this kind of power struggle for no reason at all. He was afraid that there would be many fierce battles in the future. Duan Tianqing gritted his teeth and said, "I'm done. Can you let us go now?" Scram. Lin Xian kicked him away. "Tell your Vice Palace Master to not have any ideas about the Palace of Ares. Also, it won't be long before I personally make a trip to the Palace of Ares." Everyone gasped. Judging from Lin Xian's tone, it seemed like he wanted to start a war with the Palace of Ares. Now, many people had already guessed some terrifying news, and their eyelids twitched. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a shocking origin. Duan Tianqing crawled up from the ground and led the Palace of Gods of War away. This time, he would definitely not dare to provoke Lin Xian again. Lin Xian also sat to the side to rest, but he was constantly thinking. He had already found his father's whereabouts. All he needed to do was meet up with them at the Palace of Gods of War. Furthermore, after doing this, he still needed to return to the Tianan region and rescue the entire Lin family from his ice seal. After dealing with the matters of the Tianwu continent, Lin Xian would fulfill his promise to Zero and leave the Tianwu continent. He would go to a wider world and fulfill his promise. This promise was naturally related to King Danyu and the legendary pill sect. Lin Xian would not forget this. In the next few days, no one ran around. Instead, they waited quietly because the day of departure was approaching. However, on the day before they left, there was another change. That was because in the distant deep pine hall, an extremely berserk demonic aura surged out. It swept through the 9 heavens as if a peerless beast had awakened. Following that, A roar like thunder rang out. "Damned brat! Where are you? Come out, I'll definitely kill you." This voice was filled with boundless killing intent. When the cultivators in the distance heard this, their expressions changed and they even began to tremble. The heaven netherbird, that's the heaven netherbird's voice. Damn it, it's revived again. Not good, the heaven netherbird is coming. Everyone run. Everyone panicked and began to flee. There was no way around it. The heaven netherbird was too powerful. Even kings were not its match, let alone them. Thus, they chose to hide. As long as they could hide for another day, they would be able to leave safely. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect the heaven netherbird to recover its strength so quickly. This was not good news for him. Furthermore, if the heaven netherbird also left this place and arrived at the Tianwu continent, there would be a storm of blood. Furthermore, his current strength was not enough to contend against the heaven netherbird. If they met again, it would be very troublesome. On the side, Zhao Shui and Murong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian with suspicion. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. The brat that the heaven netherbird was talking about, could it be you? What did you do to make it so angry? Murong Qingqing was puzzled. Zhao Shui was also very curious. Lin Xian said indifferently, "It's nothing. I only plucked a feather and let it bleed a little." "What? You injured the heaven netherbird?" The two were shocked. This was shocking news. What kind of existence was the heaven netherbird? It was a peerless demonic beast. It was at least a king realm beast. However, such a terrifying existence was actually injured by Lin Xian. This was too inconceivable. "It's not that exaggerated. I wasn't the one fighting. I only took advantage of the situation." Seeing that Lin Xian did not want to say more, the two did not continue to ask. However, they did not stay here and quickly escaped. Right now, the only thing they could do was to leave safely and not let the heaven netherbird find trouble. The heaven netherbird searched around and did not find Lin Xian. It was extremely angry and began to bombard everything around it. Immediately, the mountains and forests were all flattened. However, this situation only lasted for half a day before the heaven netherbird disappeared. Not only that, the terrifying pressure also disappeared. This allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, that night, the terrifying aura surged out again. Chapter 1237. According to his guess, the heavenly netherbird had not completely removed the suppression of the astral chains. Furthermore, the suppression had become extremely unstable, causing its strength to fluctuate. This allowed Lin Xian to heave a sigh of relief. At least the heavenly netherbird was not an invincible existence. It still had its weaknesses. This way, even if it went out, it would not dare to be too flamboyant. Otherwise, it would be surrounded by the kings of the Tianwu continent. A night of danger passed. The next day, just as the sun rose, the entire remote sky secret realm became different. Everyone felt a mysterious force repelling them. They knew that the remote sky secret realm was about to close, and they were going to be teleported out. The force grew stronger and stronger, and finally, someone disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was ecstatic. The last 2 days were like a nightmare. They had spent it carefully, afraid that the heavenly netherbird would discover them. Now that they could leave this place and escape this danger, they were naturally happy. "Lin Xian, I'll leave first. When I return to the Tianwu continent, I'll look for you." Murong Qingqing waved her hand and left with her clansmen. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War also looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions before they were teleported out. "Zhao Shui, how did you get in?" Lin Xian was very curious. Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Lin Xian was very familiar with that smile. This was clearly the Zhao Shui that he knew. But in the next moment, that smile disappeared and was replaced with a cold expression. The Zhao Shui in front of him did not notice the change in his expression. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "I sneaked in from a rank 6 sect. I should be teleported back to where I came from. But don't worry, I shouldn't be in any danger." Lin Xian was not worried about this. After all, Zhao Shui was not weaker than him. Even an 8th level venerable might not be able to do anything to him. However, what really worried Lin Xian was Zhao Shui's situation and that strange smile. At that moment, Lin Xian clearly felt that the Zhao Shui he was familiar with had returned. But in the next moment, that feeling disappeared. This made him extremely puzzled. However, he couldn't explain it now. He could only wait and see. There's something wrong with your friend? After Zhao Shui left, Zero's voice sounded. What? What is it? Lin Xian asked. The cultivation technique she practices is very strange. It seems to be able to produce a second soul. What? You're saying that there are two souls in Zhao Shui's body? Lin Xian was shocked. You could say that. Hearing this, Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. He knew that there was something wrong with Zhao Shui's body, but he had never thought that there would be two souls in her body. This was too inconceivable to him. No wonder Zhao Shui's temperament had changed so much that she didn't even recognize him. It seemed that her original soul had been suppressed. Then is she in danger? Lin Xian asked. She's fine now. Her original soul should be asleep. However, she'll definitely be in danger in the future. Maybe the soul produced by the cultivation technique will replace her original soul. After all, the Void Sky Eye was a very strange cultivation technique in ancient times. There were many amazing geniuses who practiced it, but they all died in the end. There's actually such a thing? Lin Xian frowned. He realized that Zhao Shui's situation was very bad. What can I do to save her? The two of them could be said to have gone through thick and thin together, so Lin Xian couldn't sit idly by. Don't worry. With your current strength, you won't be able to save her. Moreover, I suspect that this cultivation technique itself is a conspiracy. This matter can't be explained in a short period of time. Leave here first. I'll explain it to you later. Zero's voice disappeared as a surge of energy enveloped Lin Xian's body. In the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared from where he was. A mysterious spatial force brought Lin Xian out of the hidden sky secret realm. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery around him had changed greatly. It was no longer the primitive forest of the hidden sky secret realm, but the scenery of the immortal martial academy. I'm back. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After more than 3 months, he was finally back. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. He's out. Below, the crowd was excited. Endless shouts could be heard. Brother Xian. A group of dragon, sword pavilion disciples waved and shouted. The surrounding people's gazes also fell on Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. This aura, 7th heaven venerable. Everyone exclaimed because they felt a terrifying aura from Lin Xian's body. Although he didn't deliberately release it, the pressure still made their hearts jump. The surrounding elders were also shocked. If they remembered correctly, Lin Xian's cultivation should only be at the 4th heaven venerable when he first entered. However, they didn't expect him to break through to the 7th heaven venerable in just a few months. This kind of breakthrough speed was truly shocking. Of course, they still didn't know that Lin Xian could beat up an 8th heaven venerable. If they knew, their jaws would probably drop. Headmaster Xian was astonished as well, but soon after, he revealed a smile. As expected of the legendary person, this kid's strength and talent are truly heaven-defying. 7th heaven venerable, Brother Xian, you're too strong. Wang Li and the other dragon, sword pavilion disciples rushed up and surrounded Lin Xian with exclamations. Don't worry, I brought back a lot of treasures this time. When the time comes, I'll definitely let you guys improve. Lin Xian smiled. He wouldn't be stingy to the people around him. Really? That's great. Thank you, Brother Xian. Brother Xian is domineering and mighty. A group of people cheered. At this moment, the void above fluctuated again. One figure after another appeared. Dugu Outyin, Li Yunfei, and the others were among them. Everyone exclaimed again because they realized that Dugu Outyin's aura had also reached the 7th heaven venerable. Although Li Yunfei's aura hadn't reached the 7th heaven venerable, it had reached the peak of the 6th heaven venerable. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to enter the 7th heaven venerable. This made everyone exclaim. The 3 strongest disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy had greatly improved their strength at this moment. Those elders were also beaming with joy because the harvest this time was indeed not small. However, In the center of these people, there was an exceptionally shocking figure. It was a young man who was only a few years older than Dugu Outyin. He had a tall figure like a fiend god. At this moment, his body was emitting a monstrous aura. Even those elders were extremely shocked. Eighth Heaven Venerable. Everyone exclaimed and looked at the figure with deep shock. Is he also a disciple of our academy? Why don't I recognize him? Oh my God, Eighth Heaven Venerable. Such a young Eighth Heaven Venerable. He's going to defy the heavens. The group of people was shocked and puzzled at the same time. Chapter 1238. I know. He's a disciple from the previous batch. He's only a few years older than us. He stayed in the punishment hall after graduation. I didn't expect him to enter the remote sky secret realm this time. And his cultivation has risen to the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. Soon, Meng Tian's news spread among the crowd. He was ranked 3rd on the previous Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, a member of the punishment hall, and an 8th heaven of the honorable realm. Every piece of news shocked the crowd. Din Xian and the rest smiled contentedly. Finally, someone had entered the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. This made them heave a sigh of relief. In fact, some people found it strange because the Immortal Martial Academy was also known as a king-level force. However, people like Dugu Outyin and Li Yunfei were still weaker than the core disciples of the king clans. However, this didn't affect the Immortal Martial Academy's status. Dugu Outyin and the rest were still too young. The ones who could be compared to the core disciples of the king clans were people like Meng Tian. These people were very young and talented. However, according to the academy's rules, they couldn't become disciples of the academy and could only stay in the punishment hall. However, in terms of age, talent, and cultivation, these people could definitely compete with the core disciples of the other king clans. After Meng Tian bowed to Din Xian and the rest, his gaze landed on Lin Xian. Dugu Outyin, Li Yunfei, and the rest also looked at Lin Xian and were shocked. This was because they realized that Lin Xian's cultivation had also reached the 7th heaven of the honorable realm. Looking at his strong spiritual energy, it didn't seem like he had just reached the 7th heaven. His aura was even stronger than Dugu Outyin's. Among those present, only Meng Tian could suppress Lin Xian in terms of cultivation. This made Dugu Outyin, Li Yunfei, and the rest very depressed. They originally thought that they would be able to surpass Lin Xian after coming out of the secret realm. However, they didn't expect that they were still lagging behind. Moreover, the gap seemed to have widened. Meng Tian was also amazed. Although his cultivation level was higher than Lin Xian's, he still felt a sense of trepidation when facing Lin Xian based on his martialist senses. This feeling was very strange. One should know that he was at the 8th heaven and Lin Xian was only at the 7th heaven. No one would believe him. However, Meng Tian didn't let his guard down because he believed in his intuition. Junior brother Lin, we didn't see you in the end. Where were you during that time? The elders shook their heads helplessly. Before they entered the remote sky secret realm, Din Xian had reminded them to protect Lin Xian. But not long after entering the mystic realm, they would lose Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also apologetic. He thanked the elders and everyone for their concern. He had made them worry. I want a Pine Hall at the end, Lin Xian said. What? Pine Hall? You really went there? Meng Tian and the rest were shocked. The elders were also covered in cold sweat. Although they didn't go to Pine Hall, they knew a thing or two about the situation there. They didn't expect Lin Xian to go to such a dangerous place. Junior brother Lin is indeed bold. Meng Tian was shocked. He had hesitated for a long time before, but he didn't go in the end. Not only Meng Tian, but Dugu Outyin and Li Yunfei were also surprised. The surrounding disciples were at a loss. Pine Hall? What is that place? Is it dangerous? It seems quite dangerous. Didn't you see that even senior brother Meng Tian was full of praise? It can't be. Is Lin Xian the only one who went in? The disciples of Dragon Sword Pavilion also asked, Brother Xian, what is Pine Hall? Can you tell us about it? Lin Xian scratched his nose helplessly and smiled bitterly. At this time, Meng Tian spoke again. Although I didn't enter Pine Hall, I know the situation there. Pine Hall is the core area of the remote sky secret realm. There are countless treasures inside, far more than outside. What? The core area? Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were shocked. Although they hadn't entered the remote sky secret realm, they still understood what the core area meant. I didn't expect Lin Xian to be so lucky. He actually entered the core area. Yeah, didn't you see that senior brother Meng Tian and the rest didn't go in? The group was envious. Lucky? Du Guotian and the rest had strange expressions. You're wrong. Wrong? How is it wrong? Isn't there countless treasures in the core area? The crowd was puzzled again. There are indeed countless treasures, but there are also countless dangers inside. Moreover, it's even more dangerous this time. Because there's a peerless beast inside, the heavenly netherbird. That's an ancient ferocious beast, and it's a peerless demon on the heaven leaderboard. What? The heavenly netherbird, an ancient ferocious beast. Hearing this, the crowd trembled as fear appeared in their eyes. Needless to say, the heavenly netherbird was extremely terrifying just by hearing its name. No wonder Meng Tian and Du Guotian had such expressions. It turns out that Pine Hall is extremely dangerous. But Lin Xian actually dared to go in. I have to say, he's too daring. Junior brother Lin, what's the strength of the heavenly netherbird? Has it reached the 9th heaven of the honorable realm? Everyone was curious. They wanted to know how powerful the ancient ferocious beast was. 9th heaven of the honorable realm? Lin Xian shook his head. Ordinary kings are nothing in front of it. What? Even kings are nothing. No way, it's so powerful. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. They realized that they had underestimated the ancient ferocious beast. It was definitely an ancient ferocious beast. Even Ding Xian was surprised. He did not expect such a thing to happen in the remote sky secret realm. Lin Xian was too daring. He dared to enter the same place as a king-rank ferocious beast. Fortunately, he was fine. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to the palace of Ares. Ding Xian was also scared. Then how did you guys escape safely? Everyone was puzzled. They could not think of how they could escape from such a ferocious beast. Actually, it's not too bad. With the protection of the ancient ferocious beast's remnant soul, the heavenly netherbird did not cause much harm. Lin Xian explained briefly. Everyone came to a sudden realization. So that was how it was. But thinking about it, it should be extremely dangerous. The disciples kept discussing and asking the disciples who had entered the secret realm. The scene was very lively. However, Ding Xian frowned and looked at the sky. Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly as his face turned serious. The 1000-beast cauldron in his body vibrated as if it was reminding him. Recently, he had only used the 1000-beast cauldron to plant a beast mark on the heavenly netherbird. Other than that, he had not done anything else. Now that the 1000-beast cauldron was moving, it was obviously related to the heavenly netherbird. Did that guy come out again? Chapter 1239. Indeed, in the next moment, tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck down from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Over at the Immortal Martial Academy, all the disciples looked up at the sky in shock. Not only the Immortal Martial Academy, but also the Palace of War, Moron Clan, Merry Woods, and Deity Sword Villa. All the major powers and clans looked up at the sky. The originally clear sky suddenly turned gloomy. Countless lightning bolts danced in the sky like wild snakes. It was terrifying. Not only that, the sky suddenly cracked open, forming a crack that was thousands of miles long. It was as if the entire sky had been split into two. Endless black flames poured out from the huge crack, covering the entire sky. The black flames burned fiercely with a strange aura, as if they were the demonic flames of hell. In the next moment, a deep roar rang out, bringing with it endless anger and violent power. Finally, a huge figure flew out from the crack, filling the sky in an instant. It was a huge body, pitch black in color. Its black feathers seemed to be made of demonic iron, burning with black flames. Accompanying it was an earth-shattering demonic aura and a terrifying pressure. Heavenly Netherbird. It's the Heavenly Netherbird. Damn it, that guy actually came out. At this moment, the Palace of War, Moron Clan, Divine Bird Palace, and all the other major powers were shocked, especially those who had just come out of the secret territory. Their faces were filled with fear, as if they had seen a ghost. They had personally experienced the terror of the heavenly netherbird, and naturally knew the consequences of such a peerless beast coming out. That huge body filled the sky, and a terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. This scene deeply shocked everyone in the Sky Martial continent. Is that the heavenly netherbird? It's too terrifying. In the immortal Martial Academy, countless disciples looked up at the sky with pale faces. Some of them were even trembling slightly. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel a sense of fear, as if that flame could tear them apart. Too terrifying. Previously, they had heard from Lin Xian and the others that the heavenly netherbird was terrifying, but that was all they knew. But now that the heavenly netherbird had appeared, they realized just how terrifying it was when they had to face it in person. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian with admiration. Lin Xian actually dared to stay with such a terrifying existence. It was simply too shocking. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the heavenly netherbird to come out so quickly. This was not good news for him, so he immediately hid the feather and cut off any connection it had with the outside world. Otherwise, the heavenly netherbird would definitely be able to find him. As for the beast mark, Lin Xian did not activate it. Instead, he hid it deep within the sky netherbird's body. The moment the heavenly netherbird appeared, it let out a loud roar and directly shattered the countless forests and mountains below. Countless mountains collapsed and rivers flowed in reverse. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Not only that, the countless black rocks in the sky turned into black birds and quickly flew in all directions, as if they were searching for something. In the academy, Dean Xian looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Then, he quickly ordered, all disciples, return to the academy. At the same time, activate the academy's defensive array. No one is allowed to leave during this time. Facing a king-level demonic beast, the immortal Martial Academy immediately sealed the academy and prohibited the disciples from leaving. There was no choice. The heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. If they encountered it, there was no chance of survival. In fact, without Dean Xian's order, the disciples wouldn't dare to go out and seek death. However, the Academy's activation of the defensive array made them feel more at ease. Countless disciples rushed out like a flood. They retreated to the back. A formation appeared around the immortal Martial Academy, completely enveloping the Academy. At the same time, the War God Palace, Moron Clan, Deity Sword Villa, and other major forces also went into seclusion and activated the formation. Lin Xian also returned to the academy. He didn't cultivate, but returned to the courtyard to have a good sleep. Entering the hidden sky secret realm this time was too dangerous. Throughout the entire process, his mind was tense and he didn't have time to rest. Now that he was out, he naturally needed to relax. This sleep lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After that, Lin Xian woke up with great energy. In the following days, the academy remained sealed. He didn't go out, but instead, he started to organize the harvest in his courtyard. Needless to say, the harvest this time was too great. First, his cultivation rose from the 4th sky of the Venerable Realm to the 7th sky of the Venerable Realm. Then, his dragon sword soul reached the 8th sky of the Venerable Realm. It could be said that his cultivation and combat strength had an earth-shattering change. Moreover, this wasn't his final form. He still had countless heavenly treasures. As long as he focused on cultivating, it wouldn't take long for his strength to rise again. Also, he obtained a primordial feather from the heavenly netherbird. It contained the origin flame and could allow him to condense a flame martial soul. However, he didn't plan to use it now. In addition, in the mysterious space in his body, there was a 6,000-year-old purple thunder divine bamboo. The power of thunder and lightning on it was shocking. What was left were various heavenly treasures. These things were kept in his white bone ring. There were 2 parts. One of them was collected by him. The other part was in the Pine Palace, where he robbed the storage rings of the War God Palace and the Divine Bird Palace. This was the richest part. Thinking of this, A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. He reckoned that the people of the War God Palace and the Divine Bird Palace must be mad. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian set up a defensive formation around him. Then, he flicked the storage ring and countless heavenly treasures appeared in the void. Seeing these things, Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion. He took a deep breath. Each of these heavenly treasures could make a venerable go crazy. Now, he had so many of them. If these things were taken out, it would cause a stir in the entire Tianwu continent. Next, Lin Xian began to organize and put the same things together. This way, it would be easier to manage them. Spirit stones, pills, spirit fruits, weapons, armor, and all kinds of things. The only thing missing was a cultivation technique. Because they didn't enter the Pine Palace, they didn't get any cultivation technique left behind by Daoist Song Song. However, Lin Xian comprehended a star sword technique from the Star Pavilion. Its power was extraordinary. Although it wasn't as good as a real Earth-rank martial art, it was close. After finally organizing, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was too shocked. He knew about the things he collected. What shocked him was the things in the storage rings of the War God Palace and the Divine Bird Palace. Chapter 1240. Especially the storage rings of Duan Tianqing and Yin Feng from the Palace of Gods of War. They were simply too rich, even more than what he had obtained. As expected of an 8th-level supremacy. He's actually so rich. Lin Xian even found a total of 10 silver leaves and fire phoenix fruits in Duan Tianqing's storage ring. Presumably, Duan Tianqing had left these for the geniuses of the Palace of Gods of War. But now, they all belonged to Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian sorted out everything. Among them, there were 30 superior-grade spirit stones. These superior-grade spirit stones were extremely rare and were usually only in the hands of a few sovereign families. The outside world could not see them at all. Lin Xian had 30 of them, which was already very shocking. There were also 13 half-Earth-rank treasures. Half-Earth-rank treasures were extremely precious weapons in the Tianwu continent. Every one of them could make countless supremacies go crazy. And now, Lin Xian had a total of 13 of them. Not only that, Lin Xian also had a total of 5 Earth-rank treasures that were even more precious than half-Earth-rank treasures. Even a 9th heaven supremacy would be envious of such a good item. There were also many spirit fruits and spirit herbs. It could be said to be extremely rich. Other than that, there were also countless metal materials. With these materials, Lin Xian would be able to refine a Crimson Lotus armor. In short, Lin Xian had obtained a lot of things this time. Next, he divided these things into 3 parts. One of them was for himself. These things were the essence of all the treasures. As for the rest, he left them for the people around him. These things were of no use to him, but to the cultivators around him, they were priceless treasures. The last part was for him to give to the academy. However, the things in his hands were far more than what the academy had. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to use the remaining to exchange for cultivation techniques. Of course, there was one more thing, and that was the dragon's blood that the dark red divine dragon had always wanted. Lin Xian had to exchange for this dragon's blood. This was his agreement with the dark red divine dragon. As for the cultivation technique, he needed it very much as well. This was because he had only obtained the star sword technique in the remote sky secret realm. Apart from that, he did not obtain any other cultivation techniques. However, there were many cultivation techniques in the true spirit palace, and there were also some precious ones. Therefore, he only needed to use materials to exchange for them. After summoning Wang Li and the others, Lin Xian distributed the treasures to them. Older brother Xian, is this for us? The group of people looked at the treasures on the ground and trembled with excitement. That's right, this is for you guys, Lin Xian said. Take it and distribute it. Let the brothers increase their cultivation and strength. Thank you, brother Xian. The group of people was excited. These were all true treasures of the heavens and earth, which were very rare in the outside world. They did not expect Lin Xian to give them to them just like that. It seemed that the benefits of following Lin Xian were huge. All of a sudden, these people became even more loyal to Lin Xian. After doing all this, Lin Xian made another trip to the True Spirit Palace. After handing over the treasures set by the academy, Lin Xian found the elder of the True Spirit Palace and told him the purpose of his visit. Oh, you want to exchange for the dragon blood and the earth rank cultivation technique? The elder was also very surprised. One had to know that whether it was the dragon blood or the earth rank cultivation technique, they were both very precious, so their prices were also very high. Ordinary people would not be able to afford it. Even those who entered the remote sky secret realm would not dare to casually exchange for it. And now, Lin Xian wanted to exchange for both the cultivation technique and the dragon blood at the same time. It was too shocking. Do you know the value of these things? The elder of the True Spirit Palace asked in a deep voice. Elder, don't worry. I just came back from the remote sky secret realm. I still have some treasures with me that are enough to exchange for them. Seeing Lin Xian's confident smile, the elder of the True Spirit Palace nodded and said with a smile, It seems that you have gained a lot from this trip to the remote sky secret realm. Senior, you flatter me. I was just lucky. When the surrounding disciples heard that Lin Xian wanted to exchange for the dragon blood and the earth rank cultivation technique, they were all shocked. This Lin Xian is too generous. Even Du Guoyin and Li Yunfei are not as rich as him. What do you know? He has entered the core area of the remote sky secret realm. He must have obtained a lot of good things. The core area? He has entered? How lucky. What do you mean by lucky? He has the courage. It is said that anyone can enter that place, but it is extremely dangerous. It can be said that there is only a slim chance of survival. A few days ago, the heavenly netherbird suddenly appeared. Do you know that it is that peerless beast? At that time, that demonic beast was also in the Dark Pine Hall. What? It is so dangerous. Many people exclaimed. It seemed that these treasures were indeed not easy to obtain. Now, everyone knew how dangerous it was for Lin Xian to obtain those treasures. As the crowd discussed, Lin Xian's expression did not change. He quickly followed the elders of the True Spirit Hall into the depths of the hall. There was a strong protective barrier that covered a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a palm-sized jade bowl. The jade bowl was crystal clear and incomparably verdant. It was actually carved from a high-grade spirit stone. Lin Xian knew how precious a high-grade spirit stone was, but he did not expect it to be carved into a jade bowl to contain the dragon blood. One could imagine how precious the dragon blood was. It was only because Lin Xian had entered the remote sky secret realm and obtained a large amount of treasures that he was qualified to exchange for it. If it were anyone else, they would not even dare to think about it. In the end, Lin Xian used 2 earth-rank artifact fragments to exchange for the drop of dragon blood. The drop of dragon blood was the size of a fist and emitted a scarlet light. At the same time, Lin Xian could feel that it contained an extremely pure energy. If a martial artist consumed it, it would definitely strengthen their physique, blood, and martial Dao foundation. After all, in the eyes of the world, dragon blood was an existence similar to a divine beast. However, Lin Xian did not want the dragon blood for himself, but to prepare it for the dark red divine dragon. Carefully keeping the dragon blood, Lin Xian followed the elders of the True Spirit Hall to another place. This place was where the cultivation techniques were stored. In the sky, there were many jade slips floating, emitting a misty light. Beside them was a huge wall that was carved with the names and introductions of countless cultivation techniques. On this wall, the worst cultivation technique was a peak spirit rank cultivation technique. Other than that, there was a large amount of half-earth rank cultivation techniques, and even a few earth rank cultivation techniques. Looking at the wall full of cultivation techniques, Lin Xian took a deep breath. As expected of the Immortal Martial Academy, one of the top forces in the continent, there were so many precious cultivation techniques. There were also many earth-rank cultivation techniques that were incomparably expensive in the outside world. This was probably the foundation of a king's faction. Moreover, Lin Xian knew that what he saw was definitely only the tip of the iceberg. It seemed that the king's faction was much stronger than he had imagined. Thinking that he would have to fight against half of the Palace of Ares in the future, Lin Xian felt extremely heavy. Chapter 1241. Lin Xian skipped over the top spiritual level techniques and half-earth level techniques and locked his eyes on the earth level techniques. In the end, he chose two techniques: Void-Shattering Finger and 9 Changes in the Firmament. Void-Shattering Finger was a type of finger technique with terrifying power. When practiced to great success, it could penetrate all defenses, even the sky. 9 Changes in the Firmament was a powerful ability. When practiced to great success, it could evolve 9 ancient beasts to fight against enemies. It could be said to be ever-changing and extremely useful. Lin Xian was very satisfied with these two techniques, so without any hesitation, he spent a large amount of natural treasures to exchange for them. The elder of the True Spirit Palace waved his hand, and immediately, 2 jade slips turned into rainbows in the void above and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian did not hesitate either. With a wave of his hand, he directly put the 2 jade slips into his storage ring. Then, he left the True Spirit Palace. In the following days, Lin Xian began to practice Void-Shattering Finger and 9 Changes in the Firmament. These two techniques were both earth-level techniques with great power, but they were also extremely difficult to practice. Fortunately, Lin Xian had experience in practicing earth-level techniques, so it was twice the result with half the effort. Among them, Void-Shattering Finger required a special mental cultivation method to store spiritual power and use it at a critical moment. This spiritual power would be transformed into void-shattering qi and stored in Lin Xian's fingers. When it was time to use it, it would be used instantly. In theory, all 10 fingers could store void-shattering qi. However, this could only be achieved by the perfection stage. Lin Xian could only store it in 1 finger now. As for 9 changes in the firmament, it was 9 different seals. Each seal corresponded to an ancient beast. The 9 seals corresponded to 9 ancient beasts. Once they were used, their power could be said to be unparalleled. These 9 seals were Qiangqi, Tianpeng, Dijiang, 9-headed snakelet, Zhuyin, White Tiger, Hanwu, Huafeng, and Canglong. Each of them was extremely terrifying. During this period, Lin Xian had been in seclusion to practice these two techniques and had made some progress. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The heavenly netherbird had indeed caused some trouble in the martial sky continent. In the end, it had angered a king, resulting in a huge battle. However, the heavenly netherbird's condition wasn't good. It was often suppressed by the astral chains. Therefore, he did not gain any advantage in this battle. Very quickly, the news of the heavenly netherbird's defeat spread throughout the Tianwu continent. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the news. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned. He knew that this wasn't the heavenly netherbird's true strength. It was only because of the star chain that it was defeated. However, this was good news for him. At the very least, he wouldn't be attacked by the heaven netherbird for a while. For a time, the various major forces also removed their defenses. And today, on one of the battlegrounds of the Immortal Martial Academy, an extremely intense battle was about to take place. The two sides of the battle were Dugu Outyin and Li Yunfei, whom everyone was extremely familiar with. At that moment, Li Yunfei's aura was extremely powerful. He had also broken through to the 7th heavenly layer of the Exalted Realm. I didn't expect you to break through to the 7th heavenly layer so quickly. However, you're still not my match, said Dugu Outyin. Whether I'm your match or not, we'll only know after we fight. Li Yunfei was confident and calm. In the next moment, he waved his palm and quickly attacked Dugu Outyin. Palm shadows appeared one after another, descending from the sky and slamming down, instantly enveloping Dugu Outyin. A terrifying power flowed, as if it wanted to suppress Dugu Outyin. Dugu Outyin also let out a long roar and quickly raised his sword to meet the attack. An extremely dazzling light burst out from the long sword. A sword chi was like a rainbow as it quickly slashed towards the huge palm of light. The two of them exchanged blows. The momentum was extremely terrifying. After 50 moves, Li Yunfei was defeated. I lost. Li Yunfei retracted his hand. He wasn't very disappointed. Your improvement exceeded my expectations. If I hadn't entered the 7th heavenly layer in advance, the outcome of this battle would have been unknown. Dugu Outyin said as he sheathed his sword. No matter what, you're still the first on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. First? Du Guoyin shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. We'll only know after we fight. You mean Lin Xian? Li Yunfei's expression turned serious. Indeed. He has entered the core area of the secret territory. I think his improvement this time will be even greater. I just don't know who's better this time. Great. I also want to fight with him. Why don't we go together? Sure. Then, the two of them rose from the ground and flew towards the courtyard where Lin Xian was. At the same time, in the punishment hall of the Immortal Martial Academy, Meng Tian took a deep breath and strode out of the hall. At this moment, a voice sounded. Junior Meng, where are you going? A handsome young man asked. Senior Zhua, you're back. Meng Tian smiled. How was it? Did the mission go smoothly? It was all right. Although there were some hiccups along the way, it was completed successfully. The handsome young man, Zhua Donglai, smiled and asked again, Where are you going? Why do you look so serious? I'm going to fight with someone, Meng Tian said. Oh, who is it? Why are you taking it so seriously? Could it be the boss? How could it be the boss? Since I lost to him in one punch, I don't dare to challenge him again. Meng Tian smiled bitterly and said, It's a junior brother. Oh, junior brother, could it be Du Guoyin? Why? Has he improved so much in the remote sky secret territory that he can fight with you? Zhua Donglai was puzzled. No, it's someone called Lin Xian. Lin Xian? I've heard of him. He's quite famous recently. However, he doesn't seem to have the strength to fight with you. After all, there's a big age gap between the two of you. Zhua Donglai was surprised. However, Meng Tian shook his head. Senior Zhua, you haven't seen him before. You don't know that he's very mysterious. When he was in the remote sky secret territory, he was able to fight against the 11th young master of the Shen family with his 6th sky venerable cultivation. Now that he had advanced to the 7th sky venerable realm, he should be even stronger. Oh, you're saying that Lin Xian can also fight against peerless geniuses? This was quite interesting. Zhua Donglai was also interested. I didn't expect our academy to have such a magical disciple. I must take a look. All right, let's go together. Meng Tian nodded and then set off with Zhua Donglai. In the courtyard, many people had gathered. Wang Li and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were very excited. Brother Xian, thanks to the heavenly treasures you gave us, our cultivation has improved greatly in the past 2 months. He was very excited because this time, he had directly advanced to the 6th sky venerable realm. It could be said that he had improved at a godly speed. In addition, Dongfang Xiong had also advanced to the 6th sky venerable realm. The others' strength had also increased greatly. Many of them had reached the 5th sky venerable realm. Although they could not be compared to Du Guoyin, Li Yunfei, and the others, increasing their cultivation by 1 or 2 levels in just 2 months would shock everyone. Chapter 1242. The group of people looked at Lin Xian gratefully. Without the treasures that Lin Xian had given them, they would not have been able to improve their cultivation so much in such a short time. Brother Xian, we will never forget your kindness. As long as there's anything you need us to do, just say the word. We'll do anything. The group of people swore their loyalty. Lin Xian waved his hand. Don't be like this. We're all brothers. Of course, we'll share our blessings. As long as you don't betray me or the Dragon Sword Pavilion, we'll be brothers for life. As Lin Xian was speaking, 2 ear-piercing sounds came from afar. Soon, 2 figures landed on the ground like lightning. It's them. When Wang Li and the others saw that it was Du Guoyin and Li Yunfei, they immediately became nervous. After all, they were the top geniuses in the academy. Why are you 2 here? Lin Xian was also very surprised. Nothing, we just wanted to spar with you. Du Guoyin did not beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Immediately, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. He realized that the other party's cultivation had become stronger. On the other side, Li Yunfei's cultivation had also reached the 7th level of the honorable realm. It seemed that their cultivation had increased again. No wonder they wanted to spar with him. All right, it's time to change the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Lin Xian stood up. He was still ranked third on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, but his strength had already surpassed Dugu Outyin and the others. Now, he could use this opportunity to advance to first place. Junior brother Ming, it seems that you're late. Someone made a move before you. At that moment, another voice was heard. Two more figures descended from the sky. They were two young men. One of them was Meng Tian, and the other was a handsome young man who was standing with a smile. Greetings, senior brother Meng Tian, the group shouted. Meng Tian nodded, then pointed at the young man beside him and said, "This is Zhuo Donglai, senior brother Zhuo." Greetings, senior brother Zhuo. The crowd shouted, then they were shocked. Could this be the genius who was ranked second on the previous Mystic Sovereign leaderboard? They were shocked. They didn't expect that not only had Meng Tian come, but he had also brought someone even more powerful. Zhuo Donglai had been ranked second on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. He had stayed in the punishment hall after graduation. Furthermore, he was even more powerful. He had reached the 8th heavenly layer of Exalted a long time ago. It could be said that he was even more powerful than them. No one expected that such a powerful person would actually come here. Senior brothers, why are you here? Lin Xian asked. It's nothing. I just want to spar with you. Senior brother Zhuo is just here to watch the show. Meng Tian explained his intentions. What? Sparring with older brother Xin again? Everyone was stunned. If Dugu Outyin and Li Yunfei were here to spar, it would be normal. After all, everyone's strength was about the same. They would have to compete to see who was first on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, Meng Tian and Zhuo Donglai were different. After all, the two of them had graduated and were no longer disciples of the college. They would not compete with Lin Xian for the sake of ranking on the Mystic Honorable Board. Furthermore, the two of them were both 8th heavenly layer exalted. They could be said to be incomparably powerful. Even the older generation would admit that they were not as powerful as them. Although Lin Xian and Dugu Outyin were peerless geniuses, they were still young and were only 7th heavenly layer exalted. They were no match for them at all. Of course, Wang Li and the rest did not know Lin Xian's current strength. They also did not know about Lin Xian's performance in Pine Palace. That was why they were so confused. Although Meng Tian and the rest had entered the remote sky secret realm, they were basically in another area and were not with Lin Xian. Therefore, they were not very clear about Lin Xian's combat strength. Therefore, these people did not know about Lin Xian's true strength. Furthermore, they did not think that Lin Xian had the combat strength of an 8th heavenly layer exalted. After all, the further one progressed, the harder it was to fight someone of a higher level. However, Lin Xian smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, please wait for a moment, senior brother Meng. Let's spar after Dugu and I are done." All right. Meng Tian nodded and retreated to the side. Zhuo Donglai was also very interested. In his opinion, Dugu Outyin and Lin Xian's strength were about the same. It should be a fierce battle between the two of them. This way, he could observe more clearly what was so special about Lin Xian. Seeing this, Li Yunfei and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion also retreated to the side to give them enough space. Everyone held their breaths and waited patiently. The disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were also excited. After all, both of them were top geniuses. This kind of battle was not common. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Dugu Outyin drew his sword and quickly circulated his spiritual energy. Suddenly, the long sword shone brightly. Dugu 9 swords. The moment he attacked, it was an extremely fierce killing move. 9 rays of sword chi shot out like rainbows. The long sword slashed across the void. At the side, Zhuo Donglai smiled and said, Dugu Outyin is very cautious. He used his ultimate skill right from the start. Good. Let's see what Lin Xian is going to do. Meng Tian nodded slightly. Dugu Outyin's sword was not bad. It already had an invincible aura. Not many 7th level honorables could take it. Wang Li and the others were also shocked. They had heard of the Dugu 9 swords. It was Dugu Outyin's famous ultimate skill. He was a very powerful killer. They did not expect him to use it right from the start. At that moment, they could not help but worry about Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian looked calm. There was not a trace of nervousness. His palm moved and quickly formed a strange seal. Then, he slowly pressed it forward. Buzz. Strong winds blew, and the void trembled. Endless spiritual energy formed a huge body and roared in all directions. It was a ferocious beast. It looked like a cow, but its body was full of spikes. Its whole body emitted a powerful aura. As soon as the ferocious beast appeared, it created a terrifying aura and rushed toward the 9 rays of sword chi. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Even Meng Tian and Zhuo Donglai were surprised. If I'm not wrong, this should be the 9 changes of the firmament from the True Spirit Palace. This should be the Qiong Qi transformation, Meng Tian said. I didn't expect him to exchange for the 9 changes of the firmament. Yes, not only did he exchange it, but he also cultivated it. Look at how powerful the Qiong Qi shadow is. I'm afraid a 7th level honorable will not be able to resist it. Zhuo Donglai was also very surprised. He did not expect Lin Xian to have mastered the 9 changes of the firmament. What a magical kid. Looks like Du Guoyin is going to be unlucky. As expected, the huge Qiong Qi in the sky flew past and immediately blasted the 9 rays of sword chi away. Then, it quickly rushed toward Du Guoyin. Du Guoyin's pupils shrank. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a strange technique. It could actually break his Dugu 9 swords in an instant. This surprised him. However, he was after all a top genius. Although he missed, he would not be defeated. Chapter 1243. Telepathic Sword Technique. After witnessing Lin Xian's strength, Du Guoyin did not hesitate and executed a powerful sword technique. This was also an earth-grade sword technique that he had exchanged from the True Spirit Palace. It was called the telepathic sword technique. The power of this sword technique was boundless. Although he had just obtained it and had yet to reach the small success stage, the power of an earth-grade sword technique was not to be underestimated. As expected, the moment the telepathic sword technique was executed, sword light filled the sky and quickly blocked Qiong Qi. Seeing this scene, Du Guoyin secretly heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Lin Xian exclaimed softly. He did not expect Du Guoyin to have an earth-grade sword technique. However, he did not care. In the next moment, his hand seals slowly changed and he shouted in a low voice. Qiong Qi transformation, sky-shaking roar. Following his hand seals, the huge phantom of Qiong Qi in the void above also moved quickly. Although it was an illusion, the 9 celestial transformations was incomparably mysterious. The Qiong Qi that was executed at this moment was like a real peerless beast. It roared towards the sky as if it was executing a supreme skill. As expected, in the next moment, the spiritual energy in the sky shook and a materialized sound wave quickly surged forward. This sound wave was blue like the sea. It was incomparably terrifying and contained a terrifying power. If one was hit by this sound wave, even an 8th level venerable would not be able to withstand it. This sound wave was too terrifying, so even if Du Guoyin had the telepathic sword technique, he could not resist it. The sword light that filled the sky disappeared and Du Guoyin kept retreating. Fortunately, this was just an ordinary spar and Lin Xian did not kill him, so Du Guoyin was not injured. However, the blood in his body was also surging, and he could not mobilize his spiritual energy for a short period of time. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. 2 moves, just 2 moves, and Du Guoyin was defeated. That was Du Guoyin. He was the top genius among the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy, but he was defeated just like that. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in shock. Impossible. How is this possible? This brat's strength has increased to such a level. At the side, Li Yunfei was panicking. Before he came, he was still guessing whether Lin Xian or Du Guoyin would win, because in his opinion, the battle between the two of them would definitely be a battle between a dragon and a tiger, and it would be difficult to determine the victor. However, he did not expect that the situation would be one-sided. In 2 moves, Du Guoyin was defeated. He found it hard to believe for a moment. The surrounding disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were even more excited. They clenched their fists and their faces were filled with ecstasy. Older brother Xian defeated Dugu Outyin in 2 moves? It can't be. This is too shocking, isn't it? Is older brother Xian already so powerful? Older brother Xian is mighty and domineering. The group was excited. In the distance, Meng Tian and Zhuo Donglai were also shocked. They had not expected such a thing to happen. His improvement was indeed godly. Meng Tian's voice was grave. Zhuo Donglai was shocked. No wonder you thought so highly of this little boy. He was so mysterious, and his fighting abilities were so strong. His battle prowess was probably close to that of the 8th heavenly layer venerable realm. The two of them quickly conversed, and their understanding of Lin Xian increased once again. On the stage, Dugu Haoyin was struggling to stabilize the blood in his body. Until now, his mind was still blank. This was because he could not accept the current situation. 2 moves, only 2 moves. He was still full of confidence and thought that he would be able to defeat Lin Xian. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would defeat him in 2 moves. Thinking of this, his body started to tremble. In the end, he sighed and said with a desolate expression, "I lost." "Thank you for letting me win," Lin Xian said indifferently, but his heart was filled with ecstasy. The 9 changes of the firmament was indeed powerful. He had only used the first change, the Qiong-Qi transformation, and defeated Dugu Outyin in 2 moves. This was really out of his expectations. At the same time, in the Immortal Martial Academy, the rankings on the black stone tablet changed again. Lin Xian, who was originally ranked 3rd, suddenly shone brightly like the sun. He rose quickly and finally jumped to the 1st position. His name also turned purplish gold. Dugu Outyin, who was originally ranked 1st, dropped to 2nd place. After him, Li Yunfei and the others dropped 1 place. Big news, shocking news. Look, there are changes on the Mystic Sovereign ranking. Countless disciples went crazy. Isn't it normal for there to be changes? After all, many experts have improved a lot in the remote sky secret realm. No, it's Lin Xian and Dugu Outyin. Lin Xian's name has jumped to 1st place. What? You mean Dugu Outyin lost? Everyone was shocked. Although they did not see the battle between Lin Xian and Dugu Outyin with their own eyes, the change in the names had already explained the result. That was Dugu Outyin. He had always been the top genius in the academy and was an existence that countless people looked up to. However, he had been defeated. Moreover, he was not defeated by his strong opponent, Li Yunfei, but by a new student who had just entered the academy for a year. He had successfully reached 1st place on the Mystic Sovereign ranking after just 1 year of entering the academy. This result had never happened before. It could be said that Lin Xian had created a miracle. It can't be. Didn't Dugu Outyin's strength increase greatly after entering the remote sky secret realm? Yeah, I remember that he has already reached the 7th heaven honorable realm. Could it be that he can't defeat Lin Xian with such strength? Oh my god, Lin Xian is too scary. How old is he? He's only 20 years old, but he's already a 7th heaven honorable realm. Moreover, his combat strength is so strong. I'm afraid his future is limitless. On this day, the entire Immortal Martial Academy went crazy. However, they did not know that something even crazier was about to happen in Lin Xian's courtyard. Dugu Outyin had already recovered from his initial shock. He looked disappointed and retreated to the side. That was because there was still 1 more battle. Senior brother Meng, please? Meng Tian nodded. Then, his figure flashed and he entered the arena. In the next moment, the aura in his body exploded. Junior brother Lin, let me see how much you've grown. Meng Tian's voice was steady. Then, the aura of an 8th heaven honorable realm exploded. When they felt the aura, everyone's body stiffened. The aura was too terrifying. Even Dugu Outyin and Li Yunfei could not withstand it. There were only 2 people who were not affected. They were Zhuo Donglai and Lin Xian. Zhuo Donglai was an 8th heaven honorable realm. His strength was above Meng Tian's. Therefore, he was not affected at all. However, the other person caused everyone to be extremely shocked. That was Lin Xian. Although he was only a 7th heaven honorable realm cultivator, he was not afraid of the aura of an 8th heaven honorable realm cultivator. This kid is indeed strange. He can actually ignore the aura of an 8th heaven honorable realm cultivator. Zhuo Donglai squinted his eyes. Meng Tian let out a low roar and quickly attacked. 8 extreme divine fist. Meng Tian's hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a divine demon as his battle-intense sword. Chapter 1244. 8 Divine Fist. Meng Tian's hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a divine demon as his battle-intense sword. As soon as he attacked, he displayed a powerful fist technique. Suddenly, the entire space shook as if it would collapse at any time. Looking at the terrifying scene, Lin Xian quickly formed a seal with his palms. Then, Qiongqi's figure appeared in the sky again. The huge figure was as majestic as a mountain. Its aura was majestic and terrifying. Qiongqi walked forward step by step. Every step it took caused the space to tremble. It quickly charged toward the fist shadows that filled the sky. The two of them exchanged blows. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the terrifying fluctuation was only limited to Lin Xian's courtyard. Outside the courtyard, it was abnormally quiet. As expected of a peerless expert, his technique was indeed heaven-defying. In the next moment, Lin Xian's palms changed. Qiongqi in the sky also let out a deafening roar. Qiongqi transformation, sky-shaking roar. The blue sound wave was like a vast ocean that surged out. It was this move that had defeated Dugu Outyin. Now, Lin Xian was using the same move against Meng Tian. At that moment, everyone was extremely nervous. In the face of the terrifying sky-shaking roar, Meng Tian let out a long roar. The fist technique in his hand shone even brighter. When he threw out a punch, the wind blew in all directions. The powerful fist force carried terrifying energy as it resisted the blue sound wave. After all, he was a level 8 expert. He could be said to be extremely powerful. Therefore, he resisted the sound wave that Qiongqi released. Not only that, Meng Tian continued to throw punches and finally shattered all the sound waves. Then, he charged toward Lin Xian in an extremely violent manner. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a level 8 honorable realm expert, he was indeed terrifying. However, Lin Xian looked calm. He put away the 9 changes of the firmament seal. Then, he bent his finger and flicked it forward. Void-shattering finger. A ray of finger light shot out like a dragon. The ray of light was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it disappeared in the sky. The crowd could not see its trajectory at all. They could only see the endless space shattering rapidly. What? Seeing this, Zhuo Donglai stopped smiling. His expression became extremely solemn. The surrounding disciples were even more shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a terrifying technique. The finger beam was like a dragon as it moved swiftly. In an instant, it collided with the countless fist shadows and pierced through them. Not only that, but it also quickly ran toward Meng Tian. Seeing his fist technique being penetrated, Meng Tian's pupils shrank as a great sense of crisis rose in his heart. It was as if a single ray of light could take his life. Not good, retreat. Meng Tian's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he retreated in an attempt to evade the attack. However, this finger light was too strange. It followed him like a shadow and caught up to him in an instant. With a cold snort, Meng Tian's spiritual energy surged and quickly condensed into an armor. After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was because he was wearing a half-Earth rank armor, and this light was emitted by that armor. The power of a half-Earth rank artifact was boundless. Moreover, his spiritual energy was abundant, so he should be able to withstand this finger light. At the next moment, a shocking vibration was heard. Following that, Meng Tian kept retreating, and his face became extremely pale. The shadow of the armor in front of him was penetrated, and the finger light hit him directly. Fortunately, he was still wearing the half-Earth rank armor, so it was not immediately penetrated. Even so, the enormous power still forced him to retreat. Moreover, he sensed in horror that the half-Earth rank armor on his body seemed to be unable to withstand it. Meng Tian gritted his teeth and quickly activated the armor to resist it. Fortunately, the armor on his body resisted the finger light in the end. After doing all this, he was completely drenched. Although he had only exchanged 2 moves, it was as if he had gone through a very difficult battle. Is this his power? Meng Tian's heart pounded wildly. He realized that he had no hope of winning against Lin Xian. In particular, the last move almost took his life. The surrounding disciples were even more shocked, and their minds went blank. 2 moves again. Meng Tian lost. This was too shocking. One had to know that Meng Tian was not Duguoutian, but a powerhouse from the previous generation. Now, he was a peerless powerhouse in the 8th heaven of the venerable realm. Even so, he was still defeated by Lin Xian. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts trembled. Duguoutian and Li Yunfei's faces were even paler. They realized that Lin Xian's strength was far more powerful than they had imagined. It was laughable that the 2 of them wanted to compete with Lin Xian. Damn it, what kind of technique was that finger light? It's so terrifying. Li Yunfei's body was still trembling. Duguoutian also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He realized that he could not understand Lin Xian at all. Void-shattering finger. You've even learned the void-shattering finger. On the side, Zhuodonglai was shocked. He was too shocked. Originally, he was just curious about Lin Xian and wanted to see what was so special about this mysterious young man. But now, he was completely stunned. Meng Tian was too powerful. He was not weaker than an 8th heaven venerable. Moreover, he had mastered 2 Earth-rank martial arts. Moreover, they were 2 extremely powerful Earth-rank martial arts. The 9 changes of the firmament and the void-shattering finger were 2 famous martial arts techniques in the True Spirit Palace. They were extremely powerful, but they were very difficult to learn. Looking at Lin Xian's appearance, it seemed that he had only exchanged for them after the Hidden Sky secret realm. It had only been 2 months, but he had already cultivated 2 Earth-rank martial arts to such an extent. It was too shocking. This guy's talent is too strong. Zhuodonglai was shocked. No one could cultivate 2 Earth-rank martial arts in just 2 months and have some success in both. Junior brother Ming, it seems like you didn't lose this battle unjustly. Hearing Zhuodonglai's words, Meng Tian felt much better. He knew that Zhuodonglai was stronger than him and had a unique vision. Since Zhuodonglai had said so, it seemed like Lin Xian's strength was beyond his imagination. He could not judge him by his cultivation level. Lin Xian was also very happy. He had wanted to test out the power of the void-shattering finger, but he did not expect it to be so effective. He had defeated Meng Tian with 1 move. This was only the result of 2 months of cultivation. If he continued to cultivate, the power of the void-shattering finger would be even stronger in the future. When he used the void-shattering finger, he might be able to kill an 8th heaven venerable. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was very excited. This was really a powerful weapon. However, the only regret he had was that he could only use the void-shattering finger once. After that, he would have to accumulate more power. That was the void-shattering finger. You didn't lose unjustly. Zhuodonglai looked at Meng Tian and said in a low voice, "The void-shattering finger is very powerful. It is said that when it is cultivated to perfection, it can destroy everything. Luckily, this guy has only cultivated it for 2 months. Otherwise, you would have been seriously injured today." Hearing Zhuodonglai's words, Meng Tian was scared. Chapter 1245. Zhuodonglai shook his head. Based on his current strength, there shouldn't be a problem, but I don't think he's that weak. So, if we really fight, I don't have the confidence to win. If you want to have complete confidence, I'm afraid only boss can do it. What? He's so strong? Meng Tian was shocked. He didn't expect that even Zhuodonglai didn't have complete confidence. After that, everyone left with complicated emotions. Zhuodonglai and Meng Tian invited Lin Xian to join the punishment hall after graduation. Duguoutian and Li Yunfei looked at Lin Xian with respect. The other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were extremely excited because Lin Xian was their boss. The stronger Lin Xian was, the stronger they would be. Soon, the news of Lin Xian and Meng Tian's battle spread throughout the immortal martial academy. Suddenly, the entire academy was in an uproar. It was extremely lively. No one expected Lin Xian to be so strong. Even the elders were surprised. Hearing this, Dean Xian's eyes flickered. Then, he said in a low voice, "It seems like it's time to let him know the truth." After Meng Tian and Du Guoyan left, Lin Xian's courtyard returned to its peaceful state. However, a few days later, a strange cry broke the silence. The voice was arrogant, like a peerless demon. However, Lin Xian smiled when he heard it, because he knew that it was the voice of the dark red dragon. It should be awake now. Previously, the dark red dragon had refined the blood essence of the heavenly netherbird. It had been cultivating for more than 2 months. Now, it seemed like it had finally succeeded. Indeed, in the next moment, a red figure flew out from Lin Xian's demonic beast pouch. Then, it roared towards the sky and rushed towards the clouds. Its body had already expanded to 100 feet long. The entire immortal martial academy heard the dragon's roar. Instantly, everyone was excited and started searching for it. That's the roar of a dragon. In the immortal martial academy, the elders were all excited. Each of them emitted a powerful light and rushed towards the sky. Even Headmaster Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Like 2 sharp swords, they pierced through the void and stared upwards. It couldn't be helped. They were simply too shocked. One had to know that dragons were mysterious existences. Although they had a drop of dragon blood in the true spirit palace, they had paid a great price to obtain it. And there was only 1 drop in total. Thus, how could they not be shocked when they heard the dragon's roar? Lin Xian also looked at the sky in surprise. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon was 300 meters long and looked extraordinarily mighty. Not only that, but its body was also filled with an enormous pressure. 8th heaven venerable realm. Who would have thought that a drop of the heavenly netherbird's essence blood would allow the dark red godly dragon to recover from the 5th firmament of the martial saint realm to the 8th firmament of the martial saint realm? This was undoubtedly a huge improvement. It seemed that the dark red divine dragon was also very excited. He roared at the sky again, and his voice spread in all directions. This directly alarmed the elders of the immortal martial academy. They all extended their perception outwards. There were even people who took action to search for the mystical dragon. Ruffian Long, hurry up and come down. Otherwise, you'll be captured and refined into medicine. Lin Xian hurriedly transmitted his voice. Although the 8th firmament of the martial saint realm was powerful, it wasn't invincible. One had to know that the immortal martial academy was a king faction. There were definitely 9th firmament of the martial saint realm, half-step kings, and even king realm existences. If those people were to make a move, the dark red divine dragon would definitely be captured. Don't worry, kid. They won't be able to capture me. The dark red divine dragon laughed weirdly again. Then, his body kept shrinking. Finally, he turned into a bolt of lightning and landed in Lin Xian's courtyard. Strange. The dragon's roar disappeared? Damn it, I didn't notice it. The group of elders of the Immortal Martial Academy were very angry. They were so close, they could have seen the legendary dragons. If someone were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked because there were no lack of 8th firmament venerables among the elders. There were even a few 9th firmament venerables. They were all extremely powerful existences. However, these people were very disappointed because they had missed the mystical dragon. On the other hand, Dean Xian narrowed his eyes with a suspicious look. This was because he only saw a blurry figure and didn't see the real dragons. However, as a king, his strength was extraordinary. Therefore, he saw the illusory figure land in the Immortal Martial Academy. Moreover, the direction it landed in seemed to be where Lin Xian was. Could the dragons be related to that kid? Dean Xian was shocked. In the courtyard, Lin Xian looked at the dark red divine dragon and rolled his eyes. You made such a big commotion the moment you came out. Aren't you afraid of being caught? Hee hee, I'm not afraid. Even a king might not be able to catch me now. The dark red divine dragon was very confident. Hearing this, Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. Then, he took out a crystal ball from his storage ring and threw it to the dark red divine dragon. This is for you. See if you like it. What's this? Kid, you prepared a gift for me? The dark red divine dragon was puzzled. Then, he received the crystal ball. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. His body started trembling slightly. This is dragon's blood. You exchanged it for dragon's blood. Ha 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 ha, that's great. With this dragon's blood, I can recover my strength again. The dark red divine dragon was like an old monster as he roared towards the sky. This time, it was too good. First, he had the heavenly netherbird's blood essence. Now, he had the dragon's blood. It wouldn't take long for him to recover his true strength. At that time, he would be like the heavenly netherbird, causing the entire Tianwu continent to tremble. However, Lin Xian said, "Don't go into seclusion first. Help me set up a formation. I want to absorb the source of the black flame in the feather." Lin Xian had a heavenly netherbird feather in his hand. It contained the origin flame. He had long wanted to absorb it, but he was afraid that it would attract the attention of the heavenly netherbird. If that happened, the entire immortal martial academy would be in trouble. Now, with the dark red divine dragon, he could set up a formation to prevent the black flame's chi from leaking out. This way, even the heavenly netherbird wouldn't be able to find it. "Don't worry, leave it to me," the dark red divine dragon said. Then, he started to set up the formation. Now that he had recovered his strength, the speed at which he set up the formation had increased. In just one day, he had set up an ancient formation that covered Lin Xian's entire courtyard. With the dark red divine dragon's formation, Lin Xian was completely at ease. Then, he took out the origin silk feather and prepared to cultivate. The feather was as long as a chopstick. It was completely black, like a black jade. On top of it, there was a ball of black flame that burned fiercely. It was like the fire of hell. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. In the next moment, he activated his spiritual energy and began to absorb it. Chapter 1246. Finally, a few days later, a few old men arrived at the Immortal Martial Academy. They were all experts, so their arrival didn't attract the attention of the ordinary disciples. Other than Dean Xian, no one knew that there were experts from the War God Palace. This time, there were a total of more than 10 people. All of them were old men with white hair. Some of them were even holding crutches. These people had powerful auras. The weakest was at the 8th heaven, and some were at the 9th heaven. "I'm sure everyone knows the reason why I called you all here," Dean Xian said in a deep voice. "You're saying that the young master has grown to the point where he can take charge and we can meet?" The group of old men were excited. "To be honest, his growth has surprised me. He's no weaker than an 8th heaven reverend now." Dean Xian said slowly. "What? The young master's strength has grown so fast?" The group of old men were shocked. "Quick, let me see the young master." They were too excited because they knew of Lin Xian's existence. However, Lin Xian's cultivation was too weak at that time. In order to protect Lin Xian from being hunted down, they didn't meet him immediately. Instead, they let Lin Xian enter the Immortal Martial Academy. Now, Lin Xian had just entered the academy for a year, and he was already able to fight against an 8th heaven reverend. This was beyond their expectations. One must know that even a peerless genius wouldn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Therefore, the group of old men wanted to see Lin Xian immediately. "Everyone, don't panic. That kid is now in seclusion. I'm afraid you won't be able to see him for a few days." Dean Xian explained. "What? The young master is in seclusion again? He's really hardworking. No wonder he can improve so much in such a short time." "Dean Xian, don't worry. We won't disturb the young master. We'll just watch him from afar." These old men couldn't hold it in anymore. All right. Dean Xian knew that these old men were anxious. Moreover, he believed that these old men wouldn't do anything to harm Lin Xian. Instantly, the group of people flew towards Lin Xian's courtyard. The speed of these people was simply shocking. With a step, they had already appeared on the horizon. Therefore, it didn't take long for them to arrive above Lin Xian's courtyard. "Let me see if young master looks the same as the portrait." A red-robed elder was excited. "Nonsense. Of course young master looks the same as in the painting. If not, what else could he look like? At the side, an old man in a green robe retorted. Old eight, what do you know? Of course, young master was much more handsome than in the portrait. If you don't even know this, what are you doing here? The red-robed old man snorted coldly. Everyone was already used to these two old fellows, so no one tried to stop them when they quarreled. The other elders all looked down, but soon they cried out in alarm. There's actually a protective formation. The Institute of Heavenly Arts has been looking for you. You are protecting our young master so carefully. The group of old men looked at Headmaster Xian gratefully. But since we're all here, let's open the formation. Dean Xian shook her head slightly. I think you are mistaken. I didn't set up this array formation. You didn't set it up? Could it be that young master set it up himself? As expected of young master, he is indeed cautious. Forget it. I'll do it myself and break the formation. The old men finally couldn't take it anymore and were ready to do it themselves. But soon, they were shocked again, because they realized that they couldn't break the formation at all. What a strange formation. I can't break it. The red-robed old man was shocked. Go away. Watch me. The green-robed old man snorted and quickly made his move. However, he frowned. This isn't an ordinary formation. It seems to be an ancient formation. Young master is indeed extraordinary. He actually knows such an ancient formation. Many old men tried to break it, but they couldn't. Of course, they could use their powerful battle prowess to forcefully blast it open. However, doing so would definitely alarm Lin Xian, who was below. So, they could only wait patiently. Forget it. For young master's safety, let's wait patiently. The red-robed old man sighed, then sat cross-legged in the void. When the other old men saw that, they also waited quietly. Even the Xin courtyard didn't leave. The group of people stayed above Lin Xin's courtyard and stayed there for 7 days. After 7 days, a scorching aura suddenly came from below. It was like a heat wave that quickly surged into the sky. Immediately, the old men above all opened their eyes. What a terrifying fire attribute energy! Could it be that young master is a fire attribute martial artist? You don't say. This fire attribute is really pure. I'm afraid it's rare in the world. They were all experts, so they could sense the fire attribute energy in the air with just a little bit of perception. Immediately, they laughed because Lin Xian was their young master. The more powerful Lin Xian was, the happier they would be. In the courtyard, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and suddenly opened his eyes. 2 balls of black flames burned in his eyes. It was very strange. The next moment, he turned his gaze and looked at a rockery in front of him. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. A ball of black flames quickly surged out and instantly pounced on the rockery in front of him. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the rockery was burned clean, leaving only a ball of black flames dancing. Not only that, the black flames seemed to be inextinguishable. They stayed there for a long time and showed no signs of weakening. In the end, Lin Xian waved his hand and collected the black flames on the ground. The flames in Lin Xian's eyes were the flame martial soul that he had condensed. Furthermore, the black flames came from the heavenly netherbird's body. Its power was terrifying. Now that Lin Xian had unleashed it, its effect was no weaker than the heavenly netherbird's. This made him very happy. With the black flame martial soul, his strength had increased by a lot. He believed that if he faced Ming Tian now, he would only need a glance to set his opponent's body ablaze. Furthermore, the flames could not be extinguished. Ordinary 8th level honorables would not be able to resist such means. However, he quickly frowned and looked up into the sky. This was because he could sense that there were dozens of powerful auras above him with his soul power. These auras were very strong. The weakest one was an 8th level honorable. There was even a king's aura. This caused him to be extremely shocked. With so many experts above him, it seemed that there was something important going on. However, he was not too worried. This was because he could sense that the king's aura should belong to Dean Xian. Presumably, these people would not pose any threat to him. Therefore, Lin Xian asked the dark red divine dragon to remove the array. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Seniors, please come in." Above him, Din Xian and the elders of the Palace of Gods of War were waiting patiently. Suddenly, they realized that the array below them had been opened. Furthermore, a voice entered their ears. "Seniors, please come in." Chapter 1247. Din Xian smiled faintly as she turned around. In the courtyard, a gust of wind blew and more than 10 elders appeared. These people had powerful auras and strength. Their eyes were especially dazzling. Moreover, they were all staring at Lin Xian. Being stared at by so many powerful elders, even Lin Xian couldn't help but feel scared. However, those elders didn't care. They all ran forward and hugged Lin Xian as they burst into tears. "Young lord, we finally meet you. That's great. We have hope now. Young lord, you must lead us to take back the palace of Ares." The group of elders was excited. When Lin Xian heard these words, he was also shocked. At this moment, he realized that these powerful elders were all from the palace of Ares. Of course, they should be on his father's side and not on the vice palace master's side. "Seniors, let's talk nicely. Don't be so agitated. Young lord, don't call us seniors anymore. You're making us feel bad." The group of elders quickly shook their heads. The red-robed elder said, "We're all elders of the palace of Ares. I'm the 7th. This is the 8th, 11th, 12th, and 14th. The red-robed elder introduced. Lin Xian then realized that these were all elders of the palace of Ares. They were all core elders. "All right, elders, don't cry anymore. Tell me about the situation in the Palace of Gods of War first, and how is my father?" Lin Xian asked. "The situation of the Palace of Ares isn't optimistic. Overall, we're at a disadvantage and completely suppressed. But don't worry, young lord. Although we're suppressed, they can't destroy us. Moreover, now that you're back, I believe that you'll be able to lead us to take back the Palace of Ares soon. As for the Palace Master, he's still in seclusion. Don't worry, the Vice Palace Master and those people can't hurt him at all." Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard the 7th elder's words. Overall, the situation on their side was not good. It was very bad, but as long as the Vice Palace Master didn't become a true king, they wouldn't lose. "Looks like I have to hurry up. What can we do to turn the tables and defeat them?" Lin Xian asked. The 7th elder thought for a moment and said, "There are two main aspects. First, resources. As long as we have more resources than them, we can slow down the Vice Palace Master's breakthrough. As long as he doesn't break through and become a true king, we still have a chance of winning. Secondly, allies. Now, the Palace of Gods of War has many powerful allies. Among them, the Shin family of the King family also supports them. But luckily, we have immortal martial arts on our side, so it can be considered a draw. However, the clans below are far inferior to them." Lin Xian nodded. He finally understood. "How about this, 7th elder? You go back and take charge of the situation. I'll do my best to conquer the entire Blood Realm as soon as possible. I think it will definitely be of great help in terms of resources. Subdue the Blood Realm." Hearing this, the 7th elder and the others were shocked. Even the headmaster Xian was surprised. Although this idea is good, the Blood Realm isn't so easy to conquer. In the past few hundred years, the Blood Realm hasn't been truly unified. Yes, young master, the Blood Realm is too chaotic. The forces inside are too complicated. Not only that, the Vice Palace Master has already intervened in the Blood Realm. Among them, Wu Zun and young Master Lingfeng are in the Blood Realm. I'm afraid they're in charge of more than half of the Blood Realm. Indeed, the Blood Realm was a very special place in the Sky Martial Continent. It was very chaotic, so it wasn't truly unified. However, the resources inside were very rich. So many forces were fighting here. But the biggest force was still Wu Zun and young Master Lingfeng's faction. Don't worry, since I said so. I'll definitely be able to do it. Lin Xian's gaze was firm. Don't worry, after all, there's still our immortal martial academy here. With us here, Lin Xian won't be harmed. At this moment, the headmaster Xian also spoke. All right, Then we'll leave behind a few elders to assist young master." The seventh elder and the others discussed and finally agreed. In the end, they left behind the ninth elder and the 10th elder, while the rest returned to take charge of the situation. "Young master, what should we do next?" the ninth elder asked. After all, subduing the blood realm wasn't a simple matter, and they didn't have much time left. "I still have some cultivators under me. Many of them are disciples of the immortal martial academy, and some of them are from other small forces. Although it's not much, it's enough for now. How about this, ninth elder? You go to the immortal martial auction and take charge of the situation. You have to make sure that the immortal martial auction's reputation is completely spread. 10th elder, I'll give you some cultivators. You guys quickly go and gather the scattered forces and increase our strength." The 10th elder nodded, but the ninth elder was somewhat puzzled. "Young master, are we going to manage the auction?" Although the profits from the auction were very high, the cycle was too long. And if there weren't any treasures up for auction, the reputation of the immortal martial auction would quickly decline. Lin Xian didn't explain this point. Instead, he took out 2 pill recipes from his storage ring. The ninth elder and the 10th elder had a look of suspicion, but when they received the pill recipes and saw the contents, they were both stunned. Then, the two of them were extremely shocked. Longevity pill, not old-time tea. This was exactly what was recorded in the 2 pill recipes. Of course, this longevity pill didn't really mean immortality, but it was a type of pill that increased one's lifespan. This pill was useful for all cultivators, and even kings could take it. Moreover, depending on the effect, it could increase one's lifespan by 30 to 100 years. Don't underestimate this lifespan. Although it wasn't much for normal cultivators, for those elders who were about to die, it was a life-saving straw. Not to mention 30 years, even if it was just an extra year, these people would still fight over it. One had to know that there was only hope if one was alive. Maybe one day they would break through. And once they died, there would be nothing left. Therefore, no matter if you were an ordinary person or a top king, lifespan would always be something that everyone pursued. And now, Lin Xian actually had a pill that could increase one's lifespan. This was too shocking. Not old-time tea's effect was similar. It didn't directly increase one's lifespan, but it slowed down one's aging in another way. This kind of thing also made people go crazy. One had to know that when those elders reached their old age, their qi and blood would be depleted, and their strength would decline. It was impossible for them to reach their peak. Chapter 1248. This was the reason why the blood qi in his body had withered. However, the immortal tea could alleviate this situation. At least, it would prevent his cultivation from dropping too much in his later years. If he took it for a long time, it could even stabilize his cultivation. Moreover, it had the effect of maintaining one's appearance. This was especially important for female martial artists. Women were born to be beautiful. Other than longevity, they also pursued beauty. This was not old-time tea, it could achieve this. Hence, if these 2 items were taken out, it would definitely shock the entire Tianwu continent. At that time, countless people would go crazy over them. "Young master, is this true?" The 9th elder and the 9th elder were shocked. No wonder the young master was so confident. With these 2 miraculous elixirs, he could definitely amass a large amount of wealth. Not only wealth, but also relationships. After all, the elixirs that could increase one's lifespan were extremely precious. There would not be many of them. At that time, it would not be something that could be bought with money. Lin Xian had found these 2 items in the inheritance of King Danyu. However, the herbs needed to refine these 2 items were extremely precious and rare. They were probably extinct in the outside world. However, Lin Xian had obtained the herbs to refine these elixirs in the remote sky mystery land. Hence, he thought of these 2 elixirs. Even King Danyu might not have refined the longevity elixir back then. This was because it was too precious. "Young master, although these elixirs are rare and precious, others might not believe it." The 9th elder voiced out his worries. Indeed, elixirs that could increase one's lifespan were too shocking. Those martial artists might not believe it so easily. With regards to this, Lin Xian nodded and agreed. However, he had already thought of a solution. Hence, he asked, are there any big forces in Tianwu continent that are having special activities recently? For example, birthday banquets and such? The ninth elder thought for a while and said, Young master, now that you have reminded me, there are indeed two. One is the current Zhuangzhu of Deity Sword Villa. He is celebrating his 1000th birthday. Deity Sword Villa was a top 6th rank sect. Its strength was only slightly weaker than the sovereign families. It could be said that it was very powerful. Now that Zhuangzhu of Deity Sword Villa was celebrating his birthday, he would probably invite the entire Tianwu continent. Deity Sword Villa. Lin Xian muttered, then narrowed his eyes. When exactly is this birthday banquet? 2 months later. All right, I understand. Lin Xian nodded. He did not know Zhuangzhu from the Deity Sword Villa, but he had seen the Sword Venerable from the Deity Sword Villa before. Moreover, he had a certain understanding of the other party's character. Because last time in the remote sky secret realm, everyone was fighting over the blue wind sword. But that sword sovereign did not make a move against him. It could be imagined that the other party's character was trustworthy. Sword sovereign, I've prepared a big gift for you, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he asked, anything else? Yes, there's another one. It's the Xin family. The Xin family? Lin Xian was puzzled. That's right, it's the Chun family. The ninth elder said, 1 month later, a little princess of the Chun family will celebrate her birthday. This is also a grand occasion in the Sky Martial continent. At that time, all the young talents of the various sects will definitely gather at the Morong family. I've never heard of the Chun family's little princess? Lin Xian asked. He knew that the Morong family had a little princess, and that was Morong Qingqing. However, he really did not know about the Chun family's little princess. But thinking about it, she shouldn't be too bad. Actually, young master does not need to be surprised. Not many people know about this. I'm afraid that only those top powers and families know about it. Oh, why is that? Logically speaking, the other party was the Chun family's little princess. She should not be any worse than Morong Qingqing. Such a person was definitely an outstanding talent of the younger generation in the Sky Martial continent. But the ninth elder's meaning was that not many people knew about it. Sigh. Actually, this Qin family's little princess is also a pitiful person. The ninth elder said slowly, she was indeed a stunning person in the past. Furthermore, she was extremely beautiful. She was not any worse than Morong Qingqing. Lin Xian nodded. However, this made him even more puzzled. Since she was such a person, why did they hide her? Could it be that the Chen family has some other motive? It's not that the Chen family intentionally hid her. It's just that something happened in between. 3 years ago, the Chun family's little princess left the Sky Martial continent on a long journey. When she returned, she coincidentally encountered the awakening of her bloodline. However, during the process, something went wrong and she suffered a backlash from her bloodline. As a result, she was burned. Her meridians were damaged. On the outside, her skin and appearance were burned. It was rumored that the Chun family also had an extremely powerful bloodline. Furthermore, the little princess bloodline at that time was even more powerful. Even the Chen family's king could not do anything about it. Therefore, that year, the Chen family's little princess lost her cultivation and her appearance was destroyed. After that, although she survived, she lost all hope. Gradually, there was no news of her in the Sky Martial continent. This time, it was her 20th birthday. Presumably, the Morong family wanted to use this opportunity to form a marriage alliance with another family. Marriage alliance? Her entire body was burned. How could she form a marriage alliance? Lin Xian frowned. Although she was burned, her status is still there. After all, she is a direct descendant of the Qin family. I'm afraid there will be many warriors coming to propose marriage. After all, to be able to form a relationship with the Chun family is everyone's dream. Sigh. She's also a pitiful person. Lin Xian sighed. What's the name of the Chun family's little princess? Oh, I know this. She's called Shen Jingqiu. Ninth elder said. What? What did you say her name was? Lin Xian jumped up. Shen Jingqiu, ninth elder, was puzzled. Could it be that young master knows her? Lin Xian was stunned. A scene appeared in his mind. It was in an underground palace, and a beautiful young woman said to him, Lin Xian, you must come to the Sky Martial Continent to find me. In the end, the young woman only left behind a crescent-shaped pendant and then left. After that, Lin Xian came to the Sky Martial Continent, but there was no news of Shen Jingqiu. The Sky Martial Continent was too vast. It was extremely difficult to find a person. Lin Xian thought that he would never see her again in this life. But he did not expect to hear news of her now. So she was actually the Chun family's little princess. So the reason why there was no news of her all these years was because something happened to her. The Qin family had probably sealed off all news of Shen Jingqiu. No wonder he did not hear anything. Jingqiu, I won't let anything happen to you. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Shen Jingqiu had met with such a miserable fate that even a king could not do anything about it. It could be said that there was no hope of recovery in this life. But it was different now. Lin Xian knew about this matter, and he also had the old-time tea in his hands. With this miraculous spiritual tea, he believed that it could completely heal Shen Jingqiu's injuries. Chapter 1249. He went into seclusion to refine the longevity pill and everlasting old-time tea. With Lin Xian's current strength, refining 8th grade pills was no problem at all. If he used the 1000 Beast Cauldron, he could even refine 9th grade pills. The longevity pill was very special. Its grade was not fixed and could fluctuate. The lowest grade was an 8th grade pill, and the highest grade could even surpass 9th grade pills and reach the level of divine medicine. According to the grade, the lifespan of the longevity pill was different. Lin Xian could now refine 8th grade pills that could increase lifespan by 30 years or 9th grade pills that could increase lifespan by 50 years. After thinking about it, Lin Xian finally refined an 8th grade pill that could increase lifespan by 30 years. The spiritual herbs needed to refine these pills were extremely precious and could not be found in the outside world. Lin Xian did not have many of them either. It could be said that the more he used, the less he would have. Therefore, he only took a little of them and planted the rest in the mysterious space of the small sword in his body. Since the purple thunder bamboo could be planted there, other spiritual herbs could be planted there as well. Lin Xian tried it and found that the spiritual herbs that he used to refine the longevity pill could all grow here. This made him completely relieved. This way, he did not have to worry about the spiritual herbs. Because the spiritual energy in this mysterious space was abundant and the growth speed was much faster than the outside world, he could quickly obtain rich spiritual herbs. Not only that, Lin Xian also planted an immortal tea tree inside. The immortal tea did not need to be refined. It only needed to be plucked from the leaves of the immortal tea tree to make tea. However, the leaves were very rare. The one in Lin Xian's hand only had 30 leaves. He did not eat the longevity pill, but he drank the immortal tea. He found that the effects were surprisingly good. The leaves of the immortal tea tree were too few now. If there were more leaves in the future, he could give these to his friends. Long-term consumption could definitely strengthen one's martial arts foundation and even preserve one's youth. Lin Xian was refining pills and cultivating spiritual herbs in preparation for the birthday banquet of the Shun family's little princess. Not only him, but the other families were also preparing because they knew that this was not a simple birthday banquet. Behind this banquet, there was also the purpose of marriage. Although the little princess of the Shin family was disfigured, she was still a direct descendant of the Shin family. Moreover, her father held great power in the family. Therefore, to be able to marry such a woman was extremely good for every family. At the very least, he would be able to climb up the Shin family's tree and even become a core member of the Shin family. Therefore, although those young disciples were unwilling, the elders of the family tried their best to matchmake them. Shuiyu, Wuji Palace. This was a very famous building in the Blood Realm because its owner was a martial saint. Wu Zun's strength was extraordinary, and he had reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, he had a noble status. As the son of the Vice Palace Lord of the War God Technique, it could be said that he was second only to one person. At this moment, he was sitting in the main hall, quietly listening to the reports from his subordinates. Beside him stood a handsome young man. However, this young man's face was as cold as ice, without a trace of expression. This person was the famous young master Lingfeng of the Sky Martial Continent. He was also the son of a martial saint and the grandson of the Vice Palace Lord. At this moment, he said coldly, although the little princess of the Shun family is disfigured, she is still very useful. Therefore, this time, we must obtain the marriage alliance. Young master is right. At the side, a few martial saints in armor also responded. Previously, we had some conflicts with the Shin family in the remote sky secret realm, which caused our relationship to break. If we can marry the little princess of the Shin family this time, we will definitely be able to mend the cracks from before and even improve our relationship. At that time, with the full support of the Shin family, I think we can easily take down the War God Palace. Yes. Above, the martial saint on the throne nodded slightly after hearing this. Then, he asked again, by the way, you said that Lin Zhan's son has appeared and his strength is not bad? Indeed, he has appeared and defeated Yin Feng and Duan Tianqing. This boy's speed of growth has indeed exceeded our expectations. We must kill him as soon as possible to prevent him from causing trouble. The martial saint frowned slightly. Yes, but that boy should be well protected now. I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill him in a short period of time. That's true. Since they know the boy's identity, they must be prepared. The martial saint tapped lightly on the void with his finger. Instantly, a sonorous sound was heard and the entire space seemed to be frozen. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall became heavy. No one dared to say a word, and everyone lowered their heads respectfully. At this moment, the handsome and cold young master Ling Feng spoke. He's just a boy. Father, you don't have to worry about him. Just leave it to me. All right, I'll leave the matter of the youngsters to you. The martial saint nodded. He was very confident in his son. After all, the title of young master Ling Feng was not for nothing. As for the marriage alliance candidate, let the fifth brother go. Yes, I will inform the fifth young master now. In fact, not only the War God Palace, the Morong family, Merry Woods, Divine Bird Palace, Deity Sword Villa, and other major forces all chose their outstanding disciples to participate in the banquet. This time, they must obtain the marriage alliance. Immortal Martial Academy. This place was extremely peaceful. There were no fluctuations because of the birthday banquet of the little princess of the Shen clan. This was because the Immortal Martial Academy was an independent power and did not participate in the struggles of other powers. Its responsibility was to cultivate and nurture talented disciples. Of course, Lin Xian's matter was an exception. This was because Lin Xian's father, Lin Zhan, had helped the Immortal Martial Academy in the past. This was why the dean of the Immortal Martial Academy was willing to help Lin Xian. In the courtyard, the 10th elder's figure appeared, holding an invitation card in his hand. Young master, the invitation card is in our hands. We can set off now. Oh, I know. Lin Xian took in a deep breath. This time, he must save Shen Jingqiu. This time, Lin Xian only brought Yu Fei with him. Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong and the rest stayed in the Immortal Martial Academy and the auction. The Crimson Divine Dragon went into seclusion to refine the dragon blood. But it was just a banquet. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could definitely handle it. As for the 9th elder and 10th elder, they hid in the shadows and followed silently. As long as Lin Xian's life was not in danger, they would not show themselves. Let's go. Lin Xian summoned the golden-feathered divine eagle and set off. Naturally, young Master Ling Feng's men found out about his actions. Instantly, the news reached young Master Ling Feng. Chapter 1250. He's just a piece of trash, and he wants to attend the Shin family's banquet. He's courting death. Young Master Ling Feng snorted. In his opinion, Lin Xian must be thinking of marrying into the Shin family to obtain a powerful assistant. However, young Master Ling Feng would not allow such a thing to happen. Go find a few people and make a move on the way. Cripple that brat for me. Don't kill him. I want him alive. Bring him here. Young Master Ling Feng's voice was cold and emotionless. Yes, I'll arrange it now. Instantly, a martial artist who was like a shadow said respectfully, Wait, young master, please instruct me. Hearing young Master Ling Feng's words, the martial artist who wanted to leave immediately stopped in his tracks. That kid is not weak now. Send some eighth heaven reverence. Forget it. Let's send a message to the Skynet organization and ask them to send some people to bring that kid here. Yes, I'll do it now. Instantly, the martial artist left quickly. However, young Master Ling Feng's eyes flashed and his lips curled into a smile. So what if those people know your identity? I'll send the strongest assassin organization to kill you. I don't believe you can escape. Offend me? I'll let you know what hell is. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not existing in this world. Because the Palace of Gods of War only has one young master, and that's me. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Lin Xian had completely left the Immortal Martial Academy's territory. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the golden-feathered divine eagle and cultivating silently. Beside him, Yu Fei used his spiritual energy to create a spiritual energy palace for Lin Xian to use. Not bad. You've improved a lot recently. Looking at the spiritual energy palace, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Actually, I have to thank you, Brother Xian. If it wasn't for the treasures you gave me, I wouldn't have the strength I have now. Yu Fei was very grateful. His strength had already reached the sixth heaven reverend realm. Moreover, his martial soul was very special. It was the shadow martial soul, which was good at sensing and spying. It could be said that it was very suitable for intelligence work. Lin Xian nodded, but didn't say anything else. Instead, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. He had the most heavenly treasures in his hands, so he would not waste any time cultivating. At the same time, there were 4 figures behind him. They were moving swiftly in the void like ghosts. It has already been a day. Now that he has completely left the territory of the Immortal Martial Academy, we can make our move now. All right, be careful later. Don't kill that brat. Just cripple him. Don't worry, big brother. We are professionals. Capturing a brat at the 7th heavenly layer is not a problem. The 4 of them were extremely confident as they sped up. In front of him, the golden-feathered divine eagle spread its wings and soared. Its speed was fast and steady. But all of a sudden, Lin Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. At the side, Yu Fei also frowned with a solemn expression. Older brother Xian, there seems to be a situation. My shadow martial spirit has sensed that something is wrong with the surrounding aura. Lin Xian was quite surprised by the shadow martial soul's effects. He didn't expect it to be able to sense such minute changes. One should know that even a demonic beast like the golden-feathered divine eagle didn't sense any danger. There is indeed danger. Be careful later and protect yourself. There's no need to attack, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Yes, Yu Fei knew Lin Xian's strength. He was someone who could even defeat Meng Tian and the others. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be a match for him at all. However, he had still underestimated this sneak attack. In front, back, left, and right, the space suddenly split open. 4 long swords flickered with cold light as they pierced towards Lin Xian's head and heart. This sneak attack was too sudden. As a result, the 4 long swords were less than 10 feet away from Lin Xian. Moreover, this attack was extremely fierce and contained the powerful aura of an 8th heavenly layer venerable. 8th heavenly layer venerable. 4 8th heavenly layer venerables. In an instant, Yu Fei's expression changed drastically. He knew that there was a change in the situation and that someone was here to sneak an attack. However, he didn't expect the other party to be 4 8th heavenly layer venerables. One should know that they were 8th heavenly layer venerables. They were peerless powerhouses in the eyes of the world. Yet now, there were 4 of them. Furthermore, they were charging toward Lin Xian together. This was a sure-death situation. Brother Xian, be careful. Yu Fei roared crazily and was about to stand up to block and attack. In fact, the 9th elder and the 10th elder, who were hiding in the dark, looked extremely solemn. Both of them couldn't help but attack. However, Lin Xian said coldly, no need. I'll do it myself." Hearing that, the ninth elder and the 10th elder froze. They hesitated for a moment, but did not attack in the end. In the next moment, a large hand of spiritual energy pressed down on Yu Fei and formed a spiritual energy shield to protect him. On the other hand, a powerful energy burst out from Lin Xin's body and quickly formed 4 huge fists that blasted in all directions. The 2 fists in front and behind flickered with purple and white lightning and were extremely violent. The 2 fists on the left and right were pitch black. Black flames danced on them with a strange aura. The 4 fists appeared together and quickly blasted towards the 4 long swords that were piercing towards them. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard as violent energy exploded. The 4 fists were extremely terrifying and instantly forced the 4 long swords back. After the earth-shattering sound, the 4 figures retreated pathetically. They slid a few hundred feet in the air before coming to a stop. They were 4 black-clothed men. Their bodies were shrouded in black fog and were extremely strange. However, their killing intent was extremely monstrous. Although their faces couldn't be seen clearly, their faces were filled with shock. He blocked it? How is that possible? Impossible. How did this kid do it? They were so shocked that they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The other party had actually forced all 4 of them back in an instant. How was that possible? One had to know that they were 8th-level supremacies and top assassins. Therefore, they were extremely strange and no one could investigate them. When the 4 of them joined forces, they could already kill a top figure among 8th-level supremacies, let alone a mere 7th-level supremacies. However, they had failed. Damn it, everyone. Be careful. This kid is too strange. The leader was a middle-aged man. Originally, he didn't care about this mission at all because the other party was only a 7th-level supremacies. In his opinion, the other party had only angered young Master Ling Feng and sent them to assassinate him. However, he now realized that he was very wrong. This wasn't an ordinary 7th-level supremacies. It seemed that this mission wouldn't be completed so easily. Chapter 1251. Even the 9th elder and the 10th elder, who were hiding in the dark, were shocked. It seems that we have underestimated the young master. That's right. Isn't his strength a little too terrifying? Is he really only a 7th-level venerable? Forget it. The young master is too mysterious. We can't see through him. What we can do is to support him as much as we can. The 2 of them shook their heads and stopped talking. However, their expressions showed that they were very excited. Lin Xin's strength had exceeded their expectations. This made them even more confident that Lin Xin could lead them to take back the Palace of Gods. In front of them, Lin Xin stood up slowly after punching the 4 assassins. Then, he looked at the 4 of them coldly. "Any last words?" "Leave them," Lin Xin said coldly. "How dare you? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you forced us to retreat?" The middle-aged man snorted as his killing intent soared. Then, the 4 assassins soared into the sky and attacked Lin Xin again. "Stubborn. Since that's the case, go to hell." Lin Xin snorted. He stomped his foot and flew out like a bolt of lightning. Humph, he's just a 7th heaven honorable. Does he really think he can fight against us? The middle-aged man snorted and shouted, "Attack with all your might. Just leave him with a breath." The remaining 3 assassins responded. Then, a violent aura exploded from their bodies as they unleashed their martial souls. The leftmost assassin's martial soul was a crimson bat. It was attached to his long sword, and he quickly stabbed at Lin Xin. Lin Xin, on the other hand, swung his fist and threw a punch. A layer of black flames covered his fist. Boom! In the next moment, the black fist landed on the assassin in black. Immediately, the long sword in the assassin's hand burned together with his arm. Then, it exploded. Ah! The assassin screamed and quickly retreated. He wanted to seek protection from his companions. As expected, the other 3 assassins changed their direction and charged at Lin Xin. However, Lin Xin was faster. Another punch blasted out, directly blasting the injured assassin into pieces. The sky was filled with a bloody mist, and the pungent smell of blood stimulated everyone's nerves. Everyone was stunned. 8th level venerable. That was a genuine 8th level venerable. He was actually blasted apart by 2 punches. The scene was simply too shocking. Damn it, I must kill him. The remaining 3 assassins went berserk and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. This time, the 3 of them moved together, determined to take down Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was as cold as ice. Above his fist, a black flame burned fiercely. It was like the fire of hell, strange and cold. Whoosh! Lin Xian used the Void Spirit Illusory Demon Step. His speed was extremely terrifying, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Competing in speed? How can you possibly be a match for us? The 3 assassins sneered disdainfully. He quickly turned his body. Fight against it. However, in the next moment, one of them let out a terrified scream. What? How can you keep up with me? The assassin was too terrified. One had to know that as assassins and 8th level venerables, their speed could be said to be extremely fast. Not many people of the same level could keep up with them. However, the young man in front of them had a lower cultivation level, but his speed was faster than theirs. They could not accept that at all. However, Lin Xian did not answer at all. He only raised his palm and slammed it downwards. His palm was covered in black flames like a flaming demonic mountain, and it instantly enveloped the assassin. Bang! The assassin could not dodge at all, and was smashed into a bloody pulp. In just an instant, another 8th level assassin was killed. In just an instant, another 8th level assassin was killed. Shocking. It was really too shocking. For a moment, the entire scene was extremely silent. In the void, there were only black flames crackling and burning. The expressions of the remaining 2 assassins finally changed. They realized that Lin Xian did not kill their companion by luck, but by actual strength. Although he was only a 7th level venerable, his combat power had already surpassed theirs. Thinking of this, their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, the information is wrong. Retreat quickly. We must inform young Master Ling Feng. The middle-aged man transmitted his voice, and then the 2 of them turned around and fled into the distance. Facing Lin Xian, they did not dare to fight at all. Wanna leave? It's not that easy. Lin Xian sneered, but he did not chase after them. Instead, he stood in the void with his hands behind his back. Then, a ball of black flames appeared in his eyes and quickly surged out like clouds. In front, the 2 assassins in black fled quickly, and they were overjoyed when they sensed that Lin Xian did not chase after them. That's great. He didn't chase after them. As long as they can escape this calamity, we must report to young Master Ling Feng when we return and send out stronger assassins. However, not long after the 2 of them flew out, one of the assassins in black suddenly screamed. Countless black flames inexplicably rose from his body, burning fiercely. Damn it, get lost. The assassin in black had a pained expression as he quickly circulated his spiritual power to form a strong defense to resist. At the same time, a wave formed around him in an attempt to extinguish the black flames. However, it was completely useless. In just an instant, the defense on his body was burned, and his entire body turned into ashes in the black smoke. In the end, nothing was left. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged assassin who wanted to escape was stunned. His muscles stiffened, and he was extremely terrified. He did not dare to escape at all. How could he escape? The other party had killed his companion in an instant with just a look. Such terrifying strength could only make him feel despair. Who exactly are you? Are you a human or a ghost? This is impossible. How can you have such powerful strength? In the end, the surviving middle-aged assassin was about to go crazy. Killing an 8th level supremacy with just a lift of his hand was probably something only a 9th level supremacy or above could do. However, the other party was only a 7th level supremacy. Not only him, but even the 9th elder and the 9th elder who were hiding in the void were stunned and could not believe it. Is this the young master's strength? He's really powerful. Previously, they were quite dissatisfied with Lin Xian's order because they felt that the young master was a little arrogant. However, now it seemed that it was not the case at all, because those four assassins were nothing in Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The green robe on his body fluttered in the wind. His eyes were extremely deep, and there were flames flashing in them from time to time. He did not answer the middle-aged assassin's question. Instead, he said slowly, "You didn't run, which means that you're still very smart. Speak. Tell me everything you know, and I'll give you a quick death. You want to get information from me? Don't even think about it." The middle-aged assassin's expression was ferocious. The black fog on his body rolled, making him look extremely sinister. Chapter 1252. His speed was so fast that he was at the peak of the eighth heaven venerable realm. No one of the same cultivation level would be able to catch up to him. It seemed that the middle-aged assassin had used a secret technique to escape. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Two balls of black flames surged out of his eyes and instantly flew into the sky. Then, the two balls of flames rapidly enlarged in the void and burned all over the sky. Finally, they formed a cage made of black flames and instantly enveloped the middle-aged assassin. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shaking roar sounded, and a black cage floated in the void, trapping the middle-aged assassin. Lin Xian took a step forward and instantly arrived outside the cage. "Even if you kill me, you won't get any information." The middle-aged assassin gritted his teeth, his voice filled with determination. As an assassin, his life was not the most important thing. Keeping secrets was the most important thing. Lin Xian did not ask any more questions. With a thought, a black flaming hand appeared from the black cage and grabbed the middle-aged assassin's head. In the next moment, Lin Xian flipped his palm, and a small black cauldron appeared in his palm. Beast Slave Seal. The black light flickered and instantly disappeared between the middle-aged assassin's brows. Soon, the middle-aged assassin gave up resisting and floated in the void like a puppet. Lin Xian did not kill him. Instead, he planted a beast slave seal on him and made him a complete slave. The flames in the sky disappeared and returned to Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian also put his hands behind his back and had no intention of attacking again. At this moment, there were no obstacles around the middle-aged assassin, but he did not escape. Not only that, but the black fog around his body also dissipated, revealing his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man with a thin face. He wore a set of black soft armor with tiny needles on it. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Xian and shouted respectfully, "Greetings, master." Lin Xian nodded slightly. "Return to your organization and gather information for me. Remember, don't expose yourself and don't make Ling Feng suspicious." "Yes, I understand." The middle-aged man nodded with a respectful expression. If one looked carefully, they would find that her expression was normal. There were no signs of her being controlled at all. This was the power of the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. With Lin Xian's Beast Slave Seal, no one below the King Realm would be able to detect it. "All right, you can go." Lin Xian waved his hand. After that, the middle-aged assassin bowed respectfully again, and then his body turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared in the air. Seeing that the middle-aged assassin had left, Lin Xian's golden feather divine condors back. "All right, the trouble has been resolved. Let's go." Lin Xian sat down with his legs crossed. "Ah, okay." Only then did Yu Fei recover from his shock. He then asked with a puzzled expression, "Older brother Xian, are we really going to let that person go?" "Don't worry, he's my man now. Nothing will go wrong." Fei Fei nodded to Fei 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 to Lin Yu Fei nodded. Although he didn't understand, he believed in Lin Xian. In the next moment, he activated his spirit energy again and condensed it into a palace. Then, he urged the golden feather divine condor to continue flying. Yu Fei didn't understand, but the 9th elder and the 10th elder who were hiding in the dark were shocked. Did the young master control that assassin just now? It should be. Judging from the assassin's respectful manner and his attitude towards the young master, he must have controlled him. Otherwise, the young master wouldn't have let him go. The 10th elder also took a deep breath, This kind of control technique is too terrifying. Even an 8th heaven venerable realm martial artist couldn't resist at all. Don't think about it. The young master is too mysterious. We just need to loyally assist the young master. The 9th elder was indeed very excited. After seeing Lin Xian's methods, his confidence increased greatly. The group flew quickly towards the Shun family's palace. At the same time, the mysterious middle-aged man also returned to the Skynet organization. No one would have thought that the famous assassin of the Blood Realm would have an organization like this. It was a lively street with shops everywhere. The people who came and went were all ordinary people. Even if there were martial artists, they were all weak martial artists. Venerables were very rare. It could be said that this was a very ordinary town. However, the middle-aged assassin landed on the street. At this moment, the black soft armor on his body had disappeared and was replaced by ordinary clothes. Not only that, but he had also changed from a murderous god to an ordinary person. No one would think that he was an assassin of the Skynet organization. The middle-aged assassin, Falcon, entered a very ordinary shop at this moment. It was a tailor's shop. There were only a dim-sighted old man and a 15 or 16-year-old boy inside. When the two of them saw the middle-aged man, Falcon, walk in, they nodded slightly and no longer paid attention to him. Falcon also nodded slightly and quickly passed through the shop and came to the backyard. Soon, he walked in front of a withered willow tree in the backyard. With a slap of his hand, a black hole appeared on the ground. Without any hesitation, Falcon leaped into the black hole. In the next moment, the black hole disappeared and the ground returned to normal. Falcon, who entered the black hole, seemed to have been teleported by a formation and arrived at an extremely mysterious place. This was the Skynet organization. Falcon, didn't you go on a mission? Why are you back so soon? Falcon, who was originally normal, became weak at this moment. Blood gushed out of his body as he crazily shouted. The mission failed. Hurry and inform young Master Ling Feng. Seeing Falcon on the verge of collapse, the surrounding assassins all panicked and rushed forward to save him. Falcon, are you okay? He's seriously injured. Hurry and send him for treatment. The group of people did not suspect anything. They thought that the mission failed and Falcon was seriously injured. On the other hand, Falcon buried his face deep into the darkness, but the corners of his mouth revealed a strange smile. Half a month later, Lin Xian and his group arrived at the Windy Nation. This was also an extremely powerful nation in the Tianwu continent. The imperial family of the Windy Nation was also a top 6th grade sect. The headquarters of the Shun family was not in the Windy Nation, but Shun Lingchuan was here. Shun Lingchuan was the 9th son of the Xin family's patriarch and an elder with real power in the Xin family. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the venerable realm, and he had many important resources in his hands. He could be said to be an important figure in the Xin family, and he was also Shun Jingqiu's father. This time, Shun Jingqiu's birthday banquet was held in the Windy Nation. After Lin Xian and his group arrived at the Windy Nation, they felt the festive atmosphere. In the sky, rare beasts flew, and on the ground, there were many chariots galloping. These rare beasts had powerful warriors sitting cross-legged on them. Obviously, these were warriors who had come from all over the Tianwu continent to attend the birthday banquet. Chapter 1253. Blue Ice City. The atmosphere in the city was very lively, and the people who came and went were all aristocrats. The 9th elder had already made all the necessary arrangements, so Lin Xian was given the best and most luxurious residence in the city as soon as he arrived. This was the power of the Palace of Gods of War, the power of a king family. Lin Xian and the rest stayed there temporarily, waiting for the banquet to start. During this time, Yu Fei didn't stay idle and started to gather information in the city. Brother Xian, I'm almost done. Yu Fei sent the information to Lin Xian. Although there are many families here, there are only a few families that have hopes of marriage. Among them, Wu Zun has sent a young man called Duan Fei. It is said that he is the 5th young master of the Duan family. The Merry Forest has sent the 7th young master, and the Morong family has sent the 6th young master. The Divine Bird Palace has sent the 2nd saint. The deity Sword Manor has sent the third sword son. Hearing the report, Lin Xian nodded slightly. These families were probably the top families, and they had the most hope of marriage with the Shin family. The other families didn't have much hope, and these people didn't come here for marriage, but to find their own powers to strengthen their families. It could be said that this birthday banquet was basically an exchange between the major powers, an exchange between the younger generation. These people actually treated Jingqiu's birthday banquet as a business deal, and they even want marriage? How despicable. Lin Xian snorted, a bunch of trash. How can they be worthy of Jingqiu? Soon, the day of the birthday banquet arrived. Lin Xian brought Yu Fei, the ninth elder, and the rest out of the palace, and walked towards the Shun family's mansion. The road was bustling with people, and it was very lively. Along the way, the ninth elder muttered to Lin Xian, "Young master, we are not in a good situation now, so don't make enemies at the banquet." "I know." Lin Xian nodded helplessly. He knew that the Palace of Gods of War was not in a good situation now, and it was not good to make enemies. So, he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke others, but if there was someone who dared to provoke him, then sorry. Just as they were talking, a low sound came from behind, like thunder, and the ground started to shake. Bang, 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 bang. It was as if the earth was about to split open. The surrounding warriors also turned their heads, and their expressions changed drastically. "Fuck, get out of the way. Berserk beast." The group of people quickly retreated, opening up a path. It turned out that there was a huge golden lion running over from behind. It was an ancient beast. Its entire body was golden, as if it was made of gold. It was extraordinarily mighty. On the back of the golden lion sat a young man with an arrogant look on his face. Originally, there were many people on this road, so no one was riding on their mounts. However, the young man had no scruples as he led the golden lion on a rampage. There were even quite a few martial artists who were too slow and were sent flying by him. The golden lion roared in all directions, galloping like lightning. In the end, it actually charged towards Lin Xian and the others. Wherever he passed, countless strong wind blades were created. They were extremely sharp, cutting out terrifying cracks on the ground. Many of the wind blades even flew towards Lin Xian. Not good. Yu Fei's expression changed drastically. He could feel at least 10 wind blades flying towards them. Then, his expression changed, and he looked extremely furious. The golden lion was abnormally powerful. It had reached the level of an 8-star demon general, which was equivalent to an 8-star supremacy or even stronger. Such a demon beast was abnormally terrifying. Ordinary warriors would not dare to provoke it at all. Now, they were just walking peacefully, but the other party was causing trouble for them for no reason. Lin Xian's expression was normal. He had no intention of intervening because such a small matter did not require him to do anything. As expected, the ninth elder snorted coldly. A powerful aura surged from his body like an invisible hand and slapped towards the side. Instantly, the wind blades were slapped away. However, their expressions did not ease because the golden lion leaped and flew over their heads. It landed in front of them and blocked the entire street. When Yu Fei and the others saw the young man on the golden toilet paper, their expressions immediately darkened. Duan Fei, the fifth young master of the Duan family, was also the person sent by the martial supremacy to form a marriage alliance with the Shin family. Hearing Yu Fei's voice transmission, Lin Xian's expression also darkened. He did not expect to meet the other party here. However, before he could say anything, someone beside him roared angrily. "Who is it? How dare you commit murder on the street and injure the disciples of the Shinxing clan?" A burly man roared crazily. As it turned out, that stretch of wind blades earlier not only attacked Lin Xian, it also enveloped all the martial artists in the vicinity. Hence, many of them were injured now. The wind blades were not simple. They were sent out by the golden lion and could be said to be extremely terrifying. Hence, the ordinary warriors were all injured by the wind blades. Among them, many disciples of the Shinxing clan were also injured by the wind blades. Hence, the burly man was so angry. When the surrounding warriors heard the burly man's roar, they were also shocked. Shinxing clan? It's actually a 6th-rank sect. I didn't expect it to be them. Looks like this is going to be troublesome. Yeah, Xinqing clan is a 6th rank sect, and they have the Xinqing 13 guardians. They are very powerful. Look at the burly man's aura. He's very powerful. I'm afraid he's one of the 13 guardians. It's possible. Things are going to get serious. That young man riding the golden lion is probably not simple. After all, not many forces dare to use an 8-star demon general as a mount. Yeah, he's at least a disciple of a 6th rank sect. Looks like there's going to be a show to watch this time. The crowd hid in the distance and discussed animatedly. However, at this moment, a disdainful voice sounded from behind. Xinqing clan is nothing. How dare you provoke our young master Duan? You must be tired of living. As he spoke, a group of people riding powerful demon beasts quickly came from behind and stopped beside the golden lion. Then, these warriors all said respectfully to the young man on the golden lion, "Fifth young master, are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. How could a bunch of trash hurt me?" The young man looked arrogant and sneered disdainfully. The surrounding warriors were unusually angry. First, they were attacked for no reason, and now they were called trash. How could they not be angry? However, the other party's group was too big. They did not dare to fight back. However, the burly man from the Xinqing clan did not seem to have such concerns. His character was irritable to begin with. Moreover, he had just been attacked. Now that he was being humiliated, how could he endure it? "You're courting death. Who are you calling trash? Little bastard, believe it or not, I'll cut your head off and kick it like a ball." Although the burly man knew that the other party's identity was extraordinary, he could not hold it in anymore. "How dare you? You're courting death." Chapter 1254. You must be tired of living. Do you know who our young master is? How dare you speak so rudely? Kneel down and cut off your tongue. Then, I can spare your life. If you offend us, your Xinqing clan will die a horrible death. On the golden lion, Duan Fei sneered. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and do as I say. Are you waiting for your clan to be destroyed?" "Humph, how arrogant. I don't think you can destroy my Xinqing clan." The burly man snorted coldly. A powerful aura erupted from his body. The pressure of an 8th heaven supremacy enveloped the surroundings. "Humph, you're only an 8th heaven supremacy. You're a peerless expert in the eyes of ordinary people, but you're nothing to us. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and accept your death." "You're asking for death." The burly man from the Xinqing clan was furious. He had never been humiliated like that. Hence, he stomped his foot and charged forward like a wild beast. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Beside Duan Fei, an elder in gray robes exuded killing intent. However, Duan Fei waved his hand and stopped the elder in gray. "Elder, there's no need for you to do it. Let me do it. I haven't exercised for a long time. Today, I'll play with him." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Fei's figure flashed and flew forward like a ghost. In an instant, he arrived in front of the burly man. The burly man from the Xinqing clan was overjoyed. He didn't expect Duan Fei to be so bold as to fight him alone. This time, he would let Duan Fei know how powerful he was. Raging waves. The burly man threw out a punch. The terrifying fist force surged out like a wave. The power contained in the punch was extremely strong. A 7th heaven supremacy would probably be blown apart immediately. However, Duan Fei sneered. His body became extremely strange. In an instant, he dodged the fist shadows that filled the sky. At the same time, he stretched out his palm and slapped the burly man. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Then, the burly man from the Xinqing clan trembled and retreated. The fist shadows that filled the sky instantly disappeared. The burly man also retreated in a sorry state. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was a clear handprint on half of his face. What? How is that possible? He dodged it. Seeing this scene, everyone around was stunned. Originally, they were very dissatisfied with Duan Fei's group because the other party's attitude was too arrogant, and actually insulted all of them. However, none of them dared to make a move. Fortunately, the big man from the Shinshin clan had made a move. Everyone was overjoyed, thinking that the burly man would be able to teach the other party a lesson. However, he had never imagined that the arrogant young man would be so powerful. With just one move, he had forced the big man from the Shinshin clan to retreat. Impossible! How could you break my fist technique? The muscular man from the Shinshin sect also had a look of disbelief on his face. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and charged forward again. However, Duanfei only sneered in disdain. His body disappeared like a ghost, and the crisp sound of a slap rang out once again. The burly man was sent flying again, and a bright red palm print appeared on the left side of his face. I already told you that you're trash, but you didn't believe me. Duanfei said disdainfully, Today, I'll properly teach you how trash should speak. After saying that, his figure flashed again, and he quickly flew forward. Not good. Seeing Duanfei's actions, the burly man from the Shinshin sect's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, he roared, Fleetfoot stride. Now, he did not dare to fight against Duanfei, because Duanfei's strength far surpassed his. Therefore, he immediately used the Fleetfoot stride. Although the burly man had a huge body and was as steady as a mountain, when he used the Fleetfoot stride, his speed was extremely fast. Most people present could not even see his trajectory clearly. However, Duanfei sneered, Competing with me in speed? You're really looking for death. He sneered. Then, his expression became even more blurry, and the palm in his hand slapped down wildly. Slap, slap. A series of slaps rang out. The burly man kept retreating until he finally crashed into a wall. His entire face was completely swollen, like a pig's head. Elder. The disciples of the Shinshin sect were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. They screamed crazily, and the burly man was so angry that he went crazy. Disgrace. This was an absolute disgrace. Duanfei was stronger than him. He could have won in one move, but Duanfei did not do so. Instead, he kept slapping him. Not only was he slapping his face, but he was also slapping the Shinshin sect's face. The surrounding people were also extremely shocked. They did not dare to speak. There was nothing they could do. Even an 8th heaven venerable was slapped repeatedly. They were no match for Duanfei. How dare you insult the Shinshin sect? I'll kill you. The disciples who were tracking Duanfei's movements finally could not hold it in anymore. They charged forward as if they had gone crazy. Stop. Come back. The burly man roared crazily. He knew how powerful Duanfei was. His disciples were no match for Duanfei. If they charged forward now, they would undoubtedly die for nothing. However, the disciples did not stop at all as if they had gone crazy. Humph! A bunch of ants dare to behave atrociously in front of me. Duanfei was very disdainful. He raised his finger, and several cold rays of light flew out like lightning. No! Seeing this, the burly man let out a cry of despair. The cold rays of light were so powerful that no one below the 8th heaven, venerable realm could withstand them. The cold rays of light were like ice blades, emitting a shocking, murderous aura. As soon as the aura was released, everyone was shocked. Even the crazy disciples trembled and regained their senses. When they saw the cold rays of light flying towards them, their faces were filled with despair. However, they could not dodge them at all. Just as the disciples were about to die, the void trembled. An invisible hand seemed to form in the air and instantly slapped the cold rays of light away. What? He's not dead. Someone attacked him. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. The burly man from the Shinshin sect also heaved a sigh of relief. However, Duanfei's face darkened. Someone actually dared to attack him in front of him. He must have a death wish. In the next moment, his eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. You're courting death. How dare you attack me in front of me? Break your arms and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you and the people around you will all die. Hearing this, the martial artists around Lin Xian were terrified. Their eyes were filled with fear. However, Lin Xian did not care about him at all. Instead, He turned around and looked at the disciples from the Xinqing sect. Are you all okay? Thank you for saving us. We're fine. The disciples looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. The burly man kept thanking him. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Seeing that Lin Xian ignored him, Duan Fei's face became extremely gloomy. He looked at the people from the Xinqing sect and then revealed a sinister smile. Don't think that you can avoid this just because someone saved you. I'm not happy today, so all of you must die. Humph, I admit that you're powerful. However, the Xinqing sect is not to be trifled with. If we really fight, I guarantee that you won't be able to gain any advantage. How dare you threaten us? Chapter 1255. How dare you threaten us? The guards beside Duan Fei sneered. Let me tell you, we are from the Palace of Ares, and our young master is the fifth young master of the Palace of Ares. Do you think that with our status, we would be afraid of the Xinqing sect? What a joke. What? The Palace of Ares? They are from the Palace of Ares. The surrounding crowd was shocked, but the warriors from the Xinqing sect were in despair. The Xinqing sect was indeed a powerful sixth-grade sect and did not fear other factions. But they had no hope against the Palace of Ares. The Palace of Ares was a sovereign family, an existence above any other faction. No one expected that the arrogant young man before them was from the Palace of Ares. Since when did the Palace of Ares have such scum? Why didn't I know? At that moment, Lin Xian spoke. Scum like you shouldn't tarnish the reputation of the Palace of Ares. We don't have trash like you. What did you say? Say it again. Duan Fei was enraged. I'm not from the Palace of Ares? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. The surrounding guards sneered. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Kid, I think your head was kicked by a donkey. How dare you say that we're not from the Palace of Ares? What a joke. Open your dog eyes and see what this is. A few of the guards retracted the light on their bodies, revealing black armor. On the armor, there was a blade and a sword that crossed each other. It was the totem of the Palace of Ares. That's the symbol of the Palace of Ares. They really are from the Palace of Ares. Originally, the crowd was still doubtful when they heard Lin Xian's words. However, when they saw the symbol on Duan Fei and the others, their faces were filled with despair. No one dared to impersonate the symbol of the Palace of Ares. However, the ninth elder snorted. How dare you talk back to the young master? Slap them. Young master? What? The guards beside Duan Fei sneered. However, before they could finish their words, they were sent flying by a huge palm of light. The people who had spoken rudely were all sent flying. Their faces were swollen like a pig's head, and all their teeth fell out. How dare you hit us? You dare to attack the palace of gods of war. The group of people crawled up from the ground, looking extremely ferocious. In front of the young master, you have no right to call yourselves members of the palace of gods of war. The ninth elder's voice was cold with a strong killing intent. Young master? Duan Fei was taken aback. Then, as if he had recalled something, he let out a cold laugh. So it's you. You still dare to show up? You're courting death. Duan Fei sneered. He now knew Lin Xian's identity. Originally, we were still thinking about how to find you, but we didn't expect you to come out on your own, and even come here to die. The heavens are helping me. Fifth young master, are you saying that this brat is that person? The guards around Duan Fei were also shocked. Ha ha ha. Let me kill him to prevent future troubles. Many people revealed murderous looks. There's no need for that. I'll do it myself. Duan Fei grinned savagely. Of course I have to kill such a good prey myself. After saying that, he stood out again and stared at Lin Xian. In the next instant, his entire person became blurry and turned into a ray of light. The palm in his hand was raised high and slapped toward Lin Xian. It looked like he wanted to repeat his previous action and slap Lin Xian a few times. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they all shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Lin Xian was going to be unlucky. One had to know that Duan Fei was someone who could even oppress an 8th-level supremacy, let alone Lin Xian, a 7th-level supremacy. But this time, they were wrong. Lin Xian looked at Duan Fei, who was flying toward him, and stood still like a mountain. He waited until Duan Fei was close before he attacked. This attack was like a bolt of lightning, swift to the extreme. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and that sound made everyone's hearts tremble violently. However, the one who was hit was not Lin Xian, but Duan Fei. Duan Fei screamed and flew backward. Half of his face was swollen, and all of his teeth were broken. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and could not believe it. Even the guards that Duan Fei brought were stunned as if they had seen a ghost. You dare hit me? Duan Fei shook his head frantically. Impossible. How could you hit me? I don't believe it. And the answer he got was another slap. Slap, slap, slap. A crisp sound rang out, and Duan Fei flew up like a top again. In the end, his entire face was swollen like a pig's head, and he did not look human at all. I'm going to kill you. Duan Fei was mad with anger. He was the 5th young master of the Duan family. When had he ever been humiliated like this? The surrounding cultivators were also shocked and could not believe it. One had to know that Duan Fei was very terrifying. Previously, such a powerful Xinqing sect expert had been defeated by him. But now, he was beaten up by a 7th-level supremacy. This was unbelievable. Duan Fei could not take it anymore, so he charged at Lin Xian again. Hmph, you don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, a trace of thunder surged out of his fingertip, quickly forming a sword chi that slashed forward. Poof! The thunder sword pierced through Duan Fei's heart, nailing him to the ground. Duan Fei screamed in pain, his eyes filled with fear. He did not expect Lin Xian to kill him in one move. No. Can. Boom. Duan Fei's head tilted, and he died. It was a pity that he did not believe that Lin Xian could kill him, so he did not even activate his defensive armor. This scene shocked everyone. The burly man from the Xinqing sect's mind went blank. He could not believe it. Was this really a 7th-level supremacy? It was too terrifying. The surrounding people were even more terrified. The young master of the Duan family was dead. This was a shocking event. 5th young master. The people from the Duan family went crazy and quickly came to Duan Fei's side. Bang! One of the guards pulled out the thunder sword, while the others took out elixirs in an attempt to save Duan Fei. However, this sword contained the burly man's sword soul and was extremely powerful. The moment it pierced through, it destroyed Duan Fei's life force. Now, even the Daluo golden pill could not save him. The guard shouted crazily with ferocious expressions. Brat, you dare to kill the 5th young master. You're dead. All of you must die. I will use your blood to pay tribute to the 5th young master. The group of guards roared angrily. Among them, the gray-robed elder's hair was flying, and his body was full of killing intent. He was Duan Fei's guardian and was responsible for his safety. However, now that his master had been killed, he could not report to his superiors. Therefore, now, he had to kill Lin Xian to atone for his sins. With a roar, the gray-robed elder walked over quickly like a god of death. On the side, the golden lion also roared. Its eyes were extremely cold as it stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, it raised its huge environmental beast claw and slapped at Lin Xian. Chapter 1256. The surrounding crowd screamed. A powerful 8th heaven supremacy and a terrifying 8-star demon general were charging towards Lin Xian at the same time. The gray-robed elder was extremely powerful and was an extremely powerful existence even among 8th heaven supremacies. The golden lion beside him was even more terrifying. Probably not many 8th heaven supremacies could fight against it. At this moment, these two terrifying existences were charging towards Lin Xian at the same time, causing everyone's expression to change. However, Lin Xian's expression was normal. He waved his arms and faced the enemy. A dazzling sword chi appeared on his left hand and slashed towards the gray-robed elder like a peerless divine sword. On the other hand, he executed the dragon-capturing hand with his right hand. Two true dragon-like spiritual energy hands rushed forward quickly. Boom! The sword chi was sharp and carried boundless blood-red killing intent. It was extremely violent and instantly slashed the gray-robed elder's body, causing a loud boom. Although the gray-robed elder was powerful, he had no choice but to dodge the sword chi. His body retreated quickly like a ghost. What? He retreated. Everyone was shocked and could not believe that such a powerful gray-robed elder was actually forced back by a single strike. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. The dragon-capturing hand that Lin Xian executed transformed into two huge dragons and quickly coiled around the golden lion. Roar! The golden lion roared crazily. The golden blood on its body soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky red. The powerful force caused the entire city to tremble. However, even so, it was still unable to break free from the dragon-capturing hand's restraint and was trapped by the two huge dragons. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. That was an 8-star demon general. Moreover, it was an ancient mutated beast like the golden lion. It was extremely powerful. No 8th heaven supremacies could fight against it. Perhaps only 9th heaven supremacies could subdue it. However, a 7th heaven youth had trapped the golden lion with a single strike. This was simply too shocking. Although the Duan family cultivators were furious, they were all stunned when they saw this scene. They did not know what to do. The gray-robed elder stabilized himself, and a deep fear appeared in his eyes. He did not expect the other party to be so strong that he could withstand both his and the golden lion's attacks at the same time. This wasn't good news for them. After all, there were two elders from the Palace of War Gods following behind them. Both of them were extremely powerful existences. Even he did not have any confidence in defeating them. Therefore, the gray-robed elder snorted coldly and decided to retreat. He would wait until he gathered more people. Anyway, he knew that Lin Xian was going to attend the Xin family's birthday party. As long as he brought his men here before the party ended, he would definitely be able to kill him. Go! The gray-robed elder waved his hand and led a few powerful guards to rescue the golden lion. Then, he flew out of the city. Bang, bang, bang. But soon, they were bounced back. Countless ripples appeared in the originally transparent void. It was as if an invisible wall had trapped them. What's the situation? The gray-robed old man's face was gloomy as he had a bad premonition. The surrounding warriors were also alarmed. Elder, it's not good. We're trapped here. There are invisible walls in all directions. What? He dared to trap us. Hearing this, the gray-robed elder was shocked. Stop struggling. You won't be able to break this array in a short period of time, Lin Xian said coldly. Under his feet, there were mysterious inscriptions spreading in all directions. He was the one who had set up the invisible array. At this moment, the surrounding warriors had already retreated out of fear. Therefore, only the Duan family and Lin Xian were in the array. Brat, you were too arrogant. Although you had the upper hand just now, it doesn't mean that you can kill us. The gray-robed elder roared. You will know if I can or can't. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He had no intention of letting these people go. Elder, what should we do? The Duan family warriors asked. This array is indeed strange. If we forcefully break it, it won't be completed in a short period of time. Therefore, what we need to do now is to fight with the other party. The Xin family probably knows about the commotion here. Don't worry. As long as we wait for the Xin family to arrive, we will be safe. Don't forget that the Shun family is our Duan family's friend. Yes, this is the Shun family's territory. That brat won't dare to do anything. Hearing the gray-robed elder's words, the Duan family warriors were relieved. Then, they looked at Lin Xian with ferocious expressions. I don't believe that no matter how strong this brat is, he can resist all of us. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill him? All right. The gray-robed elder nodded. He also decided to give it a try. Everyone, listen to my order. Attack. When the 15 Duan family warriors heard the order, they immediately drew their swords and sabers and unleashed a powerful aura. They quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Young master. Seeing the warriors charging over, the ninth elder shouted softly. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. There was no need. He would do it himself. Hearing this, the ninth elder nodded and retreated to the back. If they were still worried about Lin Xian before, they were not worried at all after the battle just now. This was because they now knew that Lin Xian was extremely powerful. No one in the 8th heaven of the honorable realm could hurt him. Seeing that Lin Xian was attacking alone, the 15 Duan family warriors immediately revealed a sinister smile. They were not ordinary warriors. They were all above the 7th heaven of the honorable realm. Many of them had even reached the peak of the 7th heaven. Although their strength was not comparable to an 8th heaven of the honorable realm, they were a team and could unleash powerful array techniques. It could be said that they were the elites of the Duan family. The 15 of them kept changing their positions in the air and formed a strange array. They quickly charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the sabers and swords in their hands erupted with dazzling light as they slashed out quickly. The 15 rays of light were extremely bright like rainbows. With the support of the array, their power was even more terrifying. Even an 8th heaven of the honorable realm would not dare to take it head-on. Not only that, the golden lion and the gray-robed elder did not hold back either. Instead, they quickly unleashed 2 terrifying attacks. The gray-robed elder unleashed a spiral-shaped ray of light that easily tore through the void. It carried a biting, cold, murderous intent. On the other side, the golden lion's vital energy and blood soared into the sky. It condensed into a golden lion shadow in the air and quickly pounced towards Lin Xian. It could be said that at this moment, endless killing moves surrounded Lin Xian from all directions. The Duan family? It's time to collect some interest. Lin Xian muttered. An extremely sharp light bloomed in his eyes. At the same time, a strange black flame flashed across them. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul, the blood sword inheritance, and the black flame martial soul in his body circulated together and erupted with terrifying energy. Chapter 1257. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by a boundless sea of blood. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the sea of blood was made up of streaks of blood-colored sword qi. Not only that, but there were also countless black flames in the sea of blood. They danced and emitted a terrifying heat. Even those martial artists outside the array formation felt a temperature that made them tremble. Kill! With a roar, Lin Xian waved his arm. The lone star sword in his hand emitted a dazzling sword radiance as he slashed forward. The sea of blood surged. The sword radiance was like a blood-colored dragon as it roared in all directions. In an instant, the attacks flying towards Lin Xian from all directions were quickly melted by the sea of blood and black flames. Not only that, everything in the path of the sword qi began to burn. Whether it was the 15 terrifying attacks, the gray-robed elder's sword qi, or the golden lion's shadow, all of them were burning. It was a shocking scene. Although no one could hear it, they could imagine it. Not only that, but there were also countless screams. Among them, 7 warriors were swept by the blood-colored sword and immediately burned. They only had time to scream once before they were burned to ashes. Not only them, but even the armor on their bodies was burned to ashes, leaving no trace of it behind. It was as if they had never appeared. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered. The sword radiance in his hand flickered, and the sea of blood and black flames surrounded him. At this moment, his aura was fierce and murderous. He was like a peerless god of death with a terrifying killing intent that could crush everything. It was as if everything in the world had to bow down to him under this aura. What? He broke the Duan family's elite formation in an instant, and he killed half of them. How is this possible? The remaining warriors of the Duan family were horrified. Their eyes were filled with shock. Even the gray-robed elder's pupils constricted. The golden lion let out an uneasy roar. He's not human. He's a demon. Run! Someone screamed. Finally, the remaining warriors were scared. They turned and ran, not daring to fight anymore. They had long lost their previous arrogance. At this moment, they were like stray dogs, trying to escape. There was nothing they could do about it. Lin Xian's attack was too terrifying, directly destroying all their confidence. Not to mention those people from the Duan clan. Even more than half of the martial artists outside were paralyzed on the ground at this moment, breaking out in cold sweat. Trying to run? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as boundless black flames strangely gushed out. In the next moment, the 8 fleeing figures froze on the spot. They found that their bodies were completely frozen and did not listen to their commands. Not only that, a terrifying and boundless feeling of panic rose from the bottom of their hearts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, their bodies suddenly burst into flames. Balls of black flames burned fiercely, blooming with hellish light. Not only their bodies, but even their armors and defenses were set ablaze, emitting cracking sounds. In the end, the 8 of them screamed miserably. Nothing was left behind, only a ball of flames rolling on the ground. In an instant, all 15 martial artists were annihilated. What? Impossible? How is this possible? The gray-robed elder's face turned ugly. Then, he looked at the golden lion. Don't hide your strength anymore. Hurry up and kill him. Roar. The golden lion roared furiously and raised its huge head. Then, it quickly charged towards Lin Xian. It was like a small golden mountain. As it moved quickly, the entire ground buzzed and trembled. Not only that, with every step it took, the golden lion's aura became stronger. In the end, the golden aura that filled the sky dyed the entire sky golden yellow. Meanwhile, the golden lion's aura had also reached its peak. The huge golden palm slapped over and instantly turned into a small mountain. It descended from the sky and exploded the entire void. At the same time, 9 illusionary figures appeared behind the golden lion. They were like real ferocious beasts. Each of them was extremely powerful and could easily tear an 8th heaven supremacy apart. This time, the golden lion was truly enraged. Stars! Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he pointed his arm towards the sky. Instantly, countless sword chi shot into the sky and collided with each other in the sky. There was a burst of dazzling light, forming countless star-like light balls. Then, under Lin Xian's control, they quickly descended. The stars in the sky descended with powerful energy and quickly bombarded the 9 illusionary figures. Immediately, the 9 golden lion illusionary figures were destroyed. Not only that, Lin Xian's palms continuously formed seals and countless rays of light in the sky condensed again, forming a huge body. Qiongqi. It's the ferocious beast, Qiongqi. In the distance, the martial artists screamed in horror when they saw this scene. He could actually summon Qiongqi. That was too terrifying. Countless people were shocked. However, some 8th heaven supremacies shook their heads. It wasn't the real Qiongqi, but a manifestation of spiritual energy. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but their hearts also trembled violently. It was simply too shocking to be able to manifest such a terrifying, ferocious beast. In the sky, a vast sea of spiritual energy quickly condensed and formed the terrifying Qiongqi. As soon as Qiongqi appeared, it roared into the sky and quickly charged forward. Immediately, it broke the golden lion's huge golden claws. Roar! Blood splattered everywhere as the golden lion roared angrily. It had never thought that it would suffer such a great loss in the hands of a human youth. Meanwhile, the surrounding people were stunned. In just one move, Qiongqi had injured the golden lion. One had to know that it was just an illusion. It was actually so terrifying. The gray-robed elder's face was also pale. He knew how powerful the golden lion was, and that even he couldn't defeat it. However, in just an instant, the golden lion's huge paw was broken. However, the golden lion was an ancient mutated beast after all, and was very powerful. It had reached the level of an 8-star demon general. Although its paw was broken, its aura didn't weaken. Instead, it became even more ferocious. With a furious roar, the golden lion's figure quickly pounced on Qiongqi. Immediately, The two beasts collided rapidly in the void, creating a deafening roar as if thousands of lightning bolts had struck. Luckily, it blocked it. Seeing that the golden lion had gone crazy, the gray-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lin Xian sneered. In the next instant, his palm changed again. Immediately, the void trembled and a huge shadow appeared. What? It appeared again. No way. How could his spiritual energy be so strong? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. This was because they knew that it required an extremely large amount of spiritual energy to condense something like Qi. Perhaps even an eighth heaven supremacy could only condense one. However, now, a seventh heaven supremacy youth actually had the energy to condense something else. This was simply too shocking. Chapter 1258. The gray-robed elder's expression changed as his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, we can't let him succeed. It was already difficult for the golden lion to fight against a Qi. If the other party used another skill, the golden lion would not be able to block it. At that time, he would be in danger. The gray-robed elder did not hesitate. He took out a half-Earth-rank artifact from his storage ring. Then, he turned into a gray light and quickly stabbed at Lin Xian. The sword was silent, and there was a dazzling light around it. If one did not pay attention, they would not have noticed it. In the sky, a huge shadow appeared. It was a giant golden bird. Its huge body covered the entire sky. Skyrock. It's the ancient beast Skyrock. Everyone was shocked. Although they knew that it was only condensed by spiritual power, they were still shocked by the aura. It was too realistic. If one did not know the inside story, they would have thought that the ancient beast Skyrock had been resurrected. In fact, this was normal. The 9 Changes of the Firmament was an Earth-rank martial art. Its power was unpredictable. Moreover, Lin Xian still had the great dragon sword soul that could simulate everything. Therefore, the ferocious beasts were no different from real beasts except that they were not alive. The moment the Sky Rock appeared, it displayed a terrifying aura. Then, its sharp claws grabbed at the void and locked onto the gray-robed elder. In the next moment, a huge force rushed toward the gray-robed elder and sent him flying. The half-Earth-rank artifact was broken in half. The gray-robed elder's body was sent flying and smashed into the ground, forming a terrifying human-shaped crater. The terrifying sound shook the sky. The momentum had alarmed the Shun family's martial artists. In fact, it was not only the Shun family's martial artists. The martial artists of the major forces in Blue Eye City were all alarmed. At this moment, those people ran over to watch the show. However, no one made a move. The Shun family had also sent a few elders to rush over. These elders were furious. They did not expect that someone would dare to make a move in Blue Eye City. This was obviously looking down on the Shun family. Hmph, I want to see who dares to be presumptuous here. However, in the next moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Following that was a terrifying aura. What? The ancient beast Skyrock. How is this possible? The 3 elders of the Shin family were extremely shocked. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. After that, the 3 of them sped up at the same time. The moment the giant Skyrock appeared, it sent the gray-robed elder flying. Then, it stared coldly at the golden lion. Instantly, the golden lion's fur all stood up. He felt a great sense of threat. With a furious roar, it fiercely slammed into the Qi, forcing it to retreat. However, Lin Xian did not give it a chance. Skyrock transformation, golden sword. The seal on his palm changed as Lin Xian activated his killer move. Suddenly, the huge body of the heavenly Pong in the sky emitted a blazing light. Every feather on its body turned into a golden sword that pierced downwards. For a moment, the entire space was filled with golden swords. 108,000 swords were all stabbing towards the golden lion. The golden lion king was extremely furious, but he couldn't resist at all. Soon, he was pierced by countless golden swords, and his huge body was nailed to the ground. Blood flowed, converging into a river, releasing a pungent, bloody smell. What? The Golden Lion King is dead. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. Even the cultivators from the various major forces were extremely shocked. That was because the Golden Lion King was extremely brave. Even they were not confident of defeating him, but now, he was slaughtered so easily. The gray-robed elder was also stunned. His eyes were filled with fear. Now, he finally understood that the young man in front of him was not someone they could provoke. However, at this moment, 3 powerful auras came from afar, accompanied by an angry roar. Who dares to cause trouble in Blue Ice City? Hearing this voice, the gray-robed elder was ecstatic. He shouted crazily, "Friends of the Shin family, save me!" The 3 powerful auras turned into 3 figures and stopped in the sky. They were a man, a woman, and an elder. The 3 of them were the elders sent by the Shun family. The 3 of them looked at the scene in front of them. Their pupils constricted and their faces were filled with shock. In particular, the huge corpse of the Golden Lion King shocked them. They naturally knew who had died. They were warriors sent by the Duan family, a force that was not weaker than them. However, at this moment, they were killed by someone. When they saw Duan Fei nailed to the ground, the 3 Shin family elders could not help but cry out. They did not expect that not only was the Golden Lion King dead, but the most important person, Duan Fei, was also dead. "The 3 of you, save me!" The gray-robed elder shouted crazily again. "Elder Duan, don't worry. We will ensure your safety." The 3 of them had always been on good terms with the Duan family, so at this moment, they naturally wanted to fight on the gray-robed elder's side. After saying that, the 3 of them quickly rushed over. Looking at the 3 figures, Lin Xian smiled. The battle just now had destroyed the formation he had set up, so there was no space enchantment around them. The 3 Shen family elders were naturally unimpeded and quickly came to the gray-robed elder's side. However, the smile on Lin Xian's face grew wider. He slowly raised his arm and pointed forward. Void-shattering finger. Suddenly, a purple light flew out like lightning and instantly streaked across space. "Oh no! You're courting death. How dare you?" The 3 of them roared and joined forces to stop him. The surrounding warriors were also shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to dare to attack in front of the Shin family. However, it was all in vain. The void-shattering finger disappeared without a trace and was extremely mysterious. In an instant, it passed through the combined defense of the 3 and pierced through the gray-robed elder's glabella. Poof! A thumb-sized hole appeared in the gray-robed elder's glabella, and blood splattered everywhere. The light in his eyes gradually disappeared. Until his death, he still could not believe that Lin Xian could kill him under the protection of the 3 great experts of the Shun family. Plop! The gray-robed elder's corpse fell, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The surrounding crowd was stunned. For a moment, the scene was extremely silent and extremely strange. The 3 experts of the Shin family were also stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to succeed. However, in the next moment, the 3 of them trembled in anger. Impudent. He was too impudent. Lin Xian dared to kill in front of them. He did not take them seriously at all. Moreover, the person who was killed was their ally and a member of a sovereign family. They could not explain this at all. Therefore, in the next moment, the 3 of them looked at Lin Xian with undisguised killing intent in their eyes. "Brat, you're too impudent. Kneel down and accept your death. Come back with me obediently and accept your punishment. Otherwise, you'll end up in a terrible state." Chapter 1259. However, Lin Xian remained calm. The 9th elder and the 10th elder behind him snorted and quickly walked forward to protect Lin Xian. "How dare you question our young master? Does the Shin family want to start a war with the Ares Palace?" Hearing that, the 3 experts from the Shin family froze and stopped in their tracks. They looked at the 9th elder and the 10th elder, their expressions fluctuating. "What did you say? You said he's your young master." The middle-aged man among the 3 frowned. "What young master? Why don't I know him? No matter who he is, he has to be judged by the Shin family for committing murder in Blue Eye City. Who do you think you are?" How dare you judge our young master? Get lost. The ninth elder shouted angrily. The terrifying sound wave turned into a torrent of energy. It quickly charged forward. How dare you attack me? You're courting death. The middle-aged man shouted angrily and similarly struck out with his palm. The two waves of energy exploded, and the middle-aged man from the Shin family was forced back dozens of steps. The blood in his body was in turmoil. What? How is this possible? The other two elders' expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the old man in front of them to be so terrifying. The middle-aged man who was forced back was trembling. He opened his mouth with difficulty, but only spat out a mouthful of blood. I can't be bothered with you juniors. If I remember correctly, Changkong is here. Ask him to come out and see me. Ordinary martial artists might not have heard of this name, but the three Shin family experts and the people from the surrounding major forces all trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. Changkong was the number 1 elder in Lingchuan Mansion and was also the 7th elder in the Shin family headquarters. Such a person's strength was terrifying. He was definitely not someone the 3 experts from the Shin family could compare to. Haha, Mo Yun, your temper is still so irritable. At that moment, an old laugh sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked, and the 3 experts of the Shin family also became respectful. Greetings, Elder Changkong. The 3 of them bowed respectfully to the void. Elder Changkong, could it be that Elder Changkong really came? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect to see such a terrifying person here. Sure enough, in the next moment, the void fluctuated slightly, and an old figure appeared before everyone. Humph. Seeing that figure, the 9th elder coldly snorted. Changkong, these juniors of yours aren't much. They actually dared to scold my young master. Do as you see fit. Young master? At this moment, everyone had solemn expressions because they could tell that the 9th elder did not fear the Chen clan's elder Changkong at all. This meant that the other party's status was definitely not inferior to Elder Changkong's. Such a person would at least be a core elder of a sovereign clan. However, to be addressed as young master by such a person, his identity was simply unimaginable. Could it be that this young man is also a core disciple of a sovereign clan? Everyone looked at Lin Xian in shock. Elder Changkong narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Lin Xian. Mo Yun, could this be the young master of your palace of war? Of course. Hearing this, some people gasped. The young man in front of them was actually the young master of the palace of war. No wonder the other party dared to kill the Duan clan's martial artists and even dared to kill the Duan clan's 5th young master. Strictly speaking, Duan Fei was probably not even a 10,000th of the young man in front of them. One had to know that the Duan clan was not the true master of the palace of war. They were only under the vice palace master. The young man in front of them was the son of the palace master of the palace of war, Lin Zhan. His identity was even more honorable than Elder Changkong and the others. After knowing Lin Xian's identity, the 3 experts from the Qin clan immediately broke out in cold sweat. Putting aside the strength of this identity, just this identity alone was enough to kill them thousands of times. In an instant, the 3 of them were terrified and their bodies trembled slightly. The vast Sky Elder also bowed slightly. Greetings, young Master Lin. Elder Changkong, you're too polite. Lin Xian nodded slightly to return the greeting. If it was before, he would definitely respectfully address the other party as senior. However, it was different now. His identity had become the young master of the Palace of War. It could be said that other than a few people, no one had a more honorable identity than him. Therefore, even if he met the core elders of the Chen clan, he would only nod slightly. I didn't know young Master Lin was here. Please forgive me if I didn't take care of you properly. Elder Changkong bowed slightly, then turned around and said to the 3 Chen clan warriors, the 3 of you, come over and apologize to young Master Lin. Young Master Lin, we have eyes but failed to recognize you. Please be magnanimous and forgive us this time. It's fine. Lin Xian said indifferently, my enemy is only the Duan clan. Everyone else can be my friends. Lin Xian's words undoubtedly expressed his stance. He would not rest until the Duan clan was dead. As for the other forces, as long as they allied with the Duan clan, they would be his enemy. Elder Changkong narrowed his eyes after hearing that. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so fierce. It was really beyond his expectations. One should know that the situation at the Palace of War was not good. Palace Master Lin Zhan was in seclusion, causing the Duan clan to become stronger and stronger. They were already suppressing the Palace of War's main branch. However, the young man in front of him was still doing this. This meant that he definitely had some confidence that he did not know about. It seemed that he had to reevaluate his attitude towards the Palace of War. Elder Changkong's thoughts turned. He decided to discuss this matter with the other upper echelons of the clan. Following that, Lin Xian and the others were welcomed into the Chen clan's residence under the invitation of the Chen clan's elders. Looking at Lin Xian's back view, everyone was filled with emotions. Originally, they thought that he would be in big trouble for offending the Duan clan. However, they did not expect his identity to be so shocking. Not only that, his strength was even more shocking. With a raise of his hand, he finished off the gray-robed elder, the golden lion, and other terrifying existences. This young man will probably become the next famous young giant in the Tianwu continent. That's right. How old is he? He's already so terrifying. I'm afraid that the Tianwu fourth young master was only like this back then. Everyone exclaimed. Then, they seemed to have thought of something. His motive for coming to the Chen clan at this time is definitely not simple. Could it be that he's also here for a marriage alliance? That's possible. It seems that the birthday banquet later will be lively. Everyone was excited and walked towards the Chen clan. The Chen clan's residence was abnormally majestic. It was even several times larger than the palace. At this moment, the Chen clan's residence was brightly lit with experts gathered. It was abnormally lively. Lin Xian's arrival attracted the attention of many people. After all, there were not many people who were qualified to have Elder Changkong lead the way. Such a person's identity was definitely very honorable and rare. Therefore, everyone knew each other. Chapter 1260. After bringing Lin Xian to the VIP room, Elder Changkong left. Lin Xian found a place and sat down. Beside him, Yu Fei was extremely excited. Brother Xian, I'm not dreaming, right? Even the Xin family is so polite to us? He was really confused because he had never thought that a sovereign family would be so polite to them. This was something that he would never have dared to dream of. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian was the son of the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War. This was too shocking. It's nothing. As long as you follow me, one day, I will lead you to surpass the entire Tianwu continent. Lin Xian had such confidence. There were many people in the VIP room, and they were all sizing up Lin Xian and the others. Those who could enter were at least from the top-ranked 6 sects, and they might even be from the sovereign family. As for Lin Xian and the others, they had never seen them before, so they were very curious. However, when they saw the insignia on the 9th elder and the 10th elder's robes, their hearts trembled. A blade and a sword crossed each other. This was the robes of the Palace of Gods of War. At this moment, it appeared on the 9th elder. The meaning was self-evident. Needless to say, these 2 elders were definitely from the Palace of Gods of War. Looking at their strength and cultivation, they were also core elders in the Palace of Gods of War. As for the young man in front of them, needless to say, his identity was extremely honorable. Therefore, many sects and families came to strike up a conversation. Lin Xian was also swirling his wine. As he tasted it, he thought carefully about who among these people could become allies with the Palace of Gods of War. At this moment, a few more cultivators were invited into the VIP room. This time, the leader was not Elder Changkong, but a young man. This young man was very handsome and could even be said to be beautiful. His appearance made many women jealous. The young man invited the guests into the VIP room and was about to leave when he inadvertently glanced at Lin Xian. When he saw Lin Xian, he was momentarily stunned, and his beautiful eyes abruptly shrank. This expression was caught by Lin Xian, and he frowned slightly. He couldn't understand why the youth had such a shocked expression. However, before he could think about it, The young man was already walking towards him. "You're Lin Xian?" the pretty boy asked tentatively. "I am." Lin Xian nodded. "And you are?" "My name is Shun Xiaqi. My father is Shun Lingchuan." "Oh, so it's the young master of the Shen family. Why are you looking for me?" Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the young master in front of him. Come here for a moment. I have something to tell you in private." Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators revealed doubtful expressions, but Lin Xian nodded slightly. All right. He could somewhat guess the young man's intentions. "Ninth Elder, I will go out with him for a while. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." After explaining, Lin Xian followed Shinshachi out of the VIP room. Lin Xian followed behind the young man and shuttled through the Shin family mansion. They avoided many hidden sentries and arrived at the depths of the Shin family mansion. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared witless upon seeing such an abnormal situation. After all, this was the Shun family mansion. However, Lin Xian was skilled and bold. Moreover, he had guessed the young man's intentions, so he wasn't too worried. After bringing Lin Xian to a secret room, Shinshachi couldn't wait to ask, "Do you know my sister?" "Your sister? Is she Jingqiu?" "Sure enough, you do know my sister." "That's right, you're Lin Xian." Shinshachi was excited. "You look exactly like my sister." "Big brother Lin, can you help me with something?" "What do you need my help with?" "Is it related to your sister?" "Yes. Can you help her escape?" "Escape?" Shinshachi sighed. "My sister is really pitiful. First, something went wrong with her cultivation, and now she's being used as a tool for marriage. I know she's in despair. As her younger brother, I can't just sit by and watch. Escaping isn't the best way. Moreover, with the Shin family's strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape for long." Lin Xian shook his head. "How about this? Tell your sister to find me. I have a way to help her out of this predicament." "What? There's another way?" Shinshachi was excited. Seeing Lin Xian nod, he said again, "Don't worry, I'll call my sister over." Not long after Shinshachi ran out, he came back. Not only that, he also brought someone back this time. It was a person wrapped in darkness. Her body was covered in black sand, and even her face was covered with a thick veil. Only a pair of eyes were exposed. Those eyes were bright and twinkling like stars. They were very beautiful. When Lin Xian saw those eyes, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. He knew that the figure in front of him was the girl he met 3 years ago, but he didn't expect that reality would be so cruel. In 3 years, such a beautiful and intelligent girl had fallen to such a state. But fortunately, there was always a way out. He now had the spirit medicine to cure her. "You're Lin Xian?" The figure in front of him spoke faintly. Her voice had become hoarse and low, not at all like a young girl should have. She looked deeply at Lin Xian, then lowered her head. Her hands gripped her clothes uneasily, and her body trembled slightly. She was like an injured kitten, very timid. Looking at the pitiful person in front of him, Lin Xian felt a pang of pain in his heart. "It's me. I've come to find you as promised." But hearing Lin Xian's words, Shun Jingqiu finally couldn't help but cry. She had suffered too much in the past 3 years. Now, in front of Lin Xian, she couldn't take it anymore. Lin Xian slowly walked in front of Shun Jingqiu and said gently, "Since I'm here, I won't let you suffer anymore." "But I'm in this state." Shun Jingqiu lowered her head. Her tears wet the veil on her face. "Don't worry, I can cure you," Lin Xian said gently. "What?" Hearing this, Shun Jingqiu's body stiffened. Shinshachi, on the other hand, exclaimed, "You can cure my sister? Really? Big brother Lin, is this true?" Shun Jingqiu couldn't believe it, because in the past 3 years, her family had thought of countless ways to cure her, but none of them could cure her, because that wasn't an ordinary flame, but the purest power of the bloodline. Even a king couldn't suppress it. But now, Lin Xian said that he could cure her. This was shocking. "Don't worry, I can definitely cure you." As Lin Xian spoke, he took out a palm-sized jade teapot and a jade cup from his storage ring. "Drink this, and you'll get better. Trust me." "What? Drink this?" Shun Jingqiu's body trembled. To be honest, in the past 3 years, She had been in despair because she didn't believe that there was anything in this world that could cure her. But she believed in Lin Xian. Chapter 1261. A warm current flowed into her body, following her meridians and quickly flowing through her entire body. Following that, a warm feeling rose from her body, as if the pain caused by the bloodline power had lessened by a lot. Is this enough? Shin Jingqiu asked timidly. However, before Lin Xian could reply, Shin Xiaoqi screamed, "Sister, your voice? Voice? What's wrong with my voice?" Before she could finish speaking, Shun Jingqiu was also stunned, because she found that her voice was no longer low and hoarse, but had become clear and crisp, like an oriole. This was her original voice. Could it be that this cup of tea was so miraculous? As soon as she drank it, there was a change. Now she was extremely excited, because she now completely believed that the spirit tea brought by Lin Xian could cure her. Not only that, after her voice recovered, Shun Jingqiu felt that her body was itchy, as if half of her old skin was falling off. All right, go back and prepare. You can't meet people like this. Don't worry, you will get better. Just treat these 3 years as a dream. Forget it. Lin Xian said gently. Shin Jingqiu looked at Lin Xian, her face blushing. Then she nodded heavily and ran out like a deer. Brother Lin, is my sister really cured? At the side, Shin Xiaoqi was also extremely shocked. Even if he was the young master of the Shen family and had countless treasures, he still could not believe what was happening in front of him. One must know that his sister's illness was something that even the king of the family could not cure. But now, with just a cup of spirit tea, his sister had recovered by more than half. Don't worry, your sister will definitely amaze everyone today. Lin Xian was extremely confident. From today onwards, your sister will still be the pearl of the sky martial continent. The main hall of the Shun family was brightly lit and bustling. A stalwart middle-aged man and a beautiful middle-aged woman came to the main hall hand in hand. These two people were Shun Lingchuan and his wife. Their arrival caused the entire main hall to quiet down. Although it was quiet, the atmosphere did not weaken. His body became more active than before. Below the stage, countless young talents from various forces were eager to give it a try. They wanted to display their most outstanding appearance so that Shin Lingchuan and his wife would take a fancy to them. They all knew that behind this birthday party, there was a marriage alliance, but no one cared about Shin Jingqiu. That was because they knew that the other party had long been disfigured and had lost his cultivation. He was simply a cripple. What they cared more about was who Shun Lingchuan would favor, because once he did, it was very likely that he would become an important figure in the Shin family. Everyone's goal was to establish ties with the Shin family, a royal family. As for Shin Jingqiu, even if they married her, they would not take a second look at her. Shin Lingchuan and his wife stood at the front and looked at the countless young talents below. They sighed in their hearts. The things that had happened in the past 3 years had made them so worried that their hair had turned white, but they didn't want their daughter to continue being so hopeless. Therefore, they planned to find a handsome young man to marry their daughter. Although they knew that most of these people were here for the Shin family, they still hoped that someone would appear and treat their daughter with sincerity. However, seeing the current situation, Shun Lingchuan and his wife were extremely disappointed. They knew that it would be difficult to find a suitable young man today. However, since the birthday party had been held, of course, it had to continue, and it had to be extremely lively. At the beginning of the party, there were some congratulatory speeches. Everyone didn't care about these and listened casually. However, not long after, the elder on the stage suddenly changed his tone. Our Shin family's little princess is ready. Now, let's welcome our beautiful and adorable little princess to the stage. Hearing this, many people below the stage curled their lips and didn't take it seriously. There was nothing wrong with the little princess, but beautiful and adorable was nowhere near it. Who didn't know that the Shun family's little princess had long been disfigured? However, Shun Jingqiu was the star of this birthday party, so these people still glanced at her casually. However, with just one glance, they were all stunned. In front of the main hall, The door on the left suddenly opened and a beautiful figure walked in. At this moment, Shun Jingqiu's black robe was gone and replaced by a very beautiful long dress. Not only that, the veil on her face was also taken off. However, she was still a little timid. This was because in these 3 years, other than her parents and brother, she didn't have any contact with anyone else. Now that she was facing so many people, she couldn't help but feel nervous and even more timid. However, in the end, she still mustered up her courage and took a step forward. The moment she took a step forward, she instantly felt that all the eyes in the main hall were focused on her. Instantly, her face turned red, and her heart pounded even harder. She secretly glanced in front of her and realized that there was no hatred or disdain in those people's eyes. This allowed her to let out a slight sigh of relief. She took a deep breath and finally arrived at the main hall. In the main hall of Huihong, a beautiful girl stood quietly like a fairy in the human world. She was like the brightest star that lit up the entire sky. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Who on earth was this girl who was as beautiful as a fairy? Why haven't they seen or heard of her before? Could she be the little princess of the Shin family? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe that this beautiful girl in front of them was the legendary person who had suffered a backlash from the power of the bloodline and had her face disfigured and her cultivation destroyed. This was too unbelievable. Shin Lingchuan and his wife were also shocked, especially Mother Shin. Her eyes were full of shock. "You are Jingqiu, Qiu-er? Mother, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Shun Jingqiu was confused. She had left in a hurry and didn't look at herself in the mirror, so she didn't know what was going on with her. However, looking at these people's shocked expressions, she knew that she was no longer the same person she had been when she was burned. "Qiu-er, you are my Qiu-er. That's great. You have finally recovered." Mother Shin hugged Shin Jingqiu and cried happily. Beside her, Shun Lingchuan's eyes were also red and his body was trembling. This powerful man, who held great power in his hands, was also filled with emotions at this moment. He didn't expect his daughter to recover her looks one day. This was something that he didn't even dare to dream of. "Father, Mother, I am Qiu-er. What's wrong with you? Don't you recognize me?" Shin Jingqiu was so anxious that she was about to cry. For the past 3 years, only her parents and little brother had been with her. If her parents didn't recognize her now, her life would be over. The surrounding martial artists were all in an uproar. What? This beautiful girl is Shin Jingqiu, the legendary cripple? Chapter 1262. They did not expect the legendary person to be so beautiful. They were at a loss of what to do. At the same time, they gritted their teeth. Who was the one who spread the news that the little princess of the Shin family was disfigured? It was too abominable. They were afraid that Shin Lingchuan and the rest had already seen their previous behavior. It seemed that this marriage was impossible. Damn it, Shin Lingchuan is a sly old fox. He actually thought of such a test. Yes, we were all deceived. I did not expect him to spread such rumors for his daughter's happiness. I really did not expect it. Many people thought that Shun Jingqiu's previous negative news was deliberately spread by Shin Lingchuan. His purpose was to find someone who truly loved his daughter. But they did not know that Shin Lingchuan and his wife were more shocked than all of them, because they did not know that their daughter could recover her original appearance one day. After Shun Jingqiu found out that her appearance had recovered, she was so emotional that she cried. "Brother Lin Xian, it's Brother Lin Xian. He saved me." Shun Jingqiu knew that it must be that cup of spiritual tea that had completely healed her injuries. Thinking of Lin Xian, she suddenly smiled through her tears, revealing a beautiful smile. Suddenly, the young warriors in the hall were all mesmerized. Many of them could not help but walk forward, wanting to strike up a conversation with Shun Jingqiu. Now their intestines were green with regret. If they had shown a little bit of concern for Shun Jingqiu before, they were afraid that things would be different now. Seeing those impulsive young warriors, the guards of the Shun family rushed over to maintain order, fearing that there would be a riot in the hall. Mother Shin pulled Shun Jingqiu and quickly left through the side door. "Qiu-er, let's go. Let's find a place to tell Mother what happened." Mother Shen's face was anxious. As for how the birthday banquet would turn out, she did not care. Now, her daughter was the most important thing in her eyes. Seeing Shen Jingqiu leave, the young warriors in the hall were even more excited. Originally, they were a little reluctant about the marriage alliance. But now, they wished they could break their heads to snatch this spot. Those older generation figures weren't to be trifled with. Thus, the various elders and patriarchs of the various large powers all came over to curry favor with Shen Lingchuan. Shen Lingchuan was naturally in a good mood, but he did not mention a word about his daughter's marriage. Previously, he had only wanted to find someone who treated Qiu sincerely because he had no other choice. But now, his daughter has recovered her looks and has become the pearl of the sky martial continent. As for the marriage alliance, to hell with it. Young Lord Lin Xian, our master invites you over. Elder Changkong personally came to invite Lin Xian over. Although he didn't know why Shen Lingchuan wanted to invite Lin Xian over, he knew that it wasn't a simple matter. Because he had also heard about Shen Jingqiu's matter, he was also extremely shocked after hearing the news. Lin Xian wasn't surprised that Shen Lingchuan wanted to meet him because he was very confident in the immortality. Furthermore, he knew from the situation in the Great Hall that Shen Jingqiu had completely recovered. Shen Lingchuan and his wife were naturally very curious about how Lin Xian could recover from an injury that even a king couldn't treat. They would definitely be extremely shocked. At this time, his role in this matter would be revealed. Thus, Shen Lingchuan would definitely come to find him. Young Lord Lin, master is inside. You can go in. Elder Changkong brought Lin Xian to a hall. Lin Xian nodded before pushing the door open and entering. Shen Lingchuan and his family were inside, chatting and laughing nonstop. Until now, they were still very excited. Big brother Lin, you're here? Shen Xiaoqi immediately ran over when he saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled at him before looking at Shen Lingchuan and his wife. Madam Shen from the Shen family. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Young Lord Lin, please take a seat. Shen Lingchuan and his wife were very excited as they invited Lin Xian in. Shen Jingqiu's face was also red. Big brother Lin Xian, you're here. Shen Lingchuan and his wife had already found out from their daughter that this young man in front of them had given their daughter a cup of spiritual tea. Thus, her injuries were all healed. When they heard this news, they were extremely shocked. Needless to say, that spiritual tea was definitely a rare treasure. An injury that even a king couldn't treat could be healed by a cup of spiritual tea. This was too shocking. Shen Lingchuan and his wife thought that Lin Xian had an ulterior motive for coming here. However, when they found out that their daughter and Lin Xian had known each other for 3 years, they immediately changed their minds. Thus, they couldn't wait to find Lin Xian. Young Lord Lin, I heard from Qiu that you gave her a cup of spiritual tea. May I know what kind of spiritual tea it is? Shen Lingchuan was very curious. You're being too polite. Qiu and I are good friends, so you should just call me Lin Xian. Young Lord, or whatever sounds a little distant. All right then, I'll call you Nephew Lin. You don't have to call me Patriarch Shen. How about Uncle Shen? Shen Lingchuan smiled. All right, Uncle Shen. I obtained this spiritual herb in the Hidden Sky secret realm. It's called the Immortal Tea. It can heal all injuries. If you consume it all year round, it has the effect of retaining your youthful appearance. Just nice. I brought a pot today. Uncle Shen and Annie Shen, please have a taste. With that, Lin Xian flipped his palm and took out the pot of immortal tea. He poured a cup for everyone. As soon as the spiritual tea was served, an extremely fragrant aura gushed out and filled the entire room. Even without drinking, just smelling it made one feel refreshed. Shen Lingchuan and his wife looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. One had to know that they held high positions and were extremely important figures in the Shen family. Thus, they had seen many treasures. However, they had never seen anything like the immortal tea. Thus, the two of them could not wait to take a sip. Soon, the two of them were shocked because they felt a mysterious energy circulating in their bodies. Good stuff. It's really good stuff. No wonder it can cure Qiu's illness. Shen Lingchuan was very excited. Nephew Lin, do you have any more of this spiritual herb? I would like to buy some. It was extremely precious to be able to cure an illness that even kings could not. Thus, Shun Lingchuan wanted to buy some from Lin Xian in case he needed it. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you in terms of price. Furthermore, I will support you in the matter of the palace of Ares. Lin Xian had cured their daughter. He was their family's benefactor. Thus, Shun Lingchuan did not hesitate to express his attitude. Thank you, Uncle Shin. Lin Xian was overjoyed. It seemed like he had completed half of his goal. At least he had obtained Shun Lingchuan's support. However, there was still the other half that he had to complete. Uncle Shin, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but I still have a use for the immortal tea, Lin Xian said. Speaking of which, I still need your help with something. Chapter 1263. Oh, what is it? Just say it. Shin Jingqiu added, Big brother Lin Xian. If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't worry, my father will definitely help you. It's not a big deal. I just need Uncle Shan to spread the news about the immortal tea. You mean? Shin Lingchuan's eyes flashed. Soon, I will hold an auction in the Blood Realm. The immortal tea will be on the auction block. However, the effects of the immortal tea are too shocking. I'm afraid no one will believe me. Shin Lingchuan understood. It seemed that Lin Xian wanted the Shin family to help spread the news. Indeed, the effects of the immortal tea were too shocking. Normally, he wouldn't believe it either. However, after witnessing his daughter's incident, he knew that the tea was miraculous. Others didn't know. They wouldn't believe it either. Therefore, Lin Xian needed the Shun family's help. Don't worry, leave it to me. Shun Lingchuan chuckled. I wonder when the auction will be. I'd like to go and take a look. Lin Xian took out an invitation from his storage ring and handed it to Shin Lingchuan. Then I'll welcome you, Uncle Shin. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. Brother Lin Xian, are you leaving? Shun Jingqiu's eyes were filled with reluctance. Shin Lingchuan and his wife sighed. After 3 years of suffering, Shun Jingqiu had become extremely introverted. Other than them, she probably wouldn't talk to anyone else. They couldn't go on like this. Shin Lingchuan's mother thought for a long time and felt that Lin Xian was reliable. Therefore, she said in a low voice, Young Master Lin, why don't you take Xiu with you? What? Lin Xian was stunned. Shin Jingqiu's eyes flashed with excitement. Xiu has just recovered from a serious illness. She has just regained her looks, but her confidence hasn't recovered yet. I think you should take her to see the outside world. It'll be better for her temperament. However, my current situation is very special. I'm afraid there will be a lot of dangers if you follow me. To be honest, Lin Xian also wanted to take Shin Jingqiu away, but he had other things to do now. Moreover, the Duan clan would not let him off. Lin Xian didn't want Shin Jingqiu to get caught up in such a fight. Brother Lin Xian, Qiu will protect herself well, Shin Jingqiu said pitifully. She was afraid that Lin Xian would not want her. Nephew Lin, don't worry. I don't think those people from the Duan family have the guts to harm my daughter. Lin Xian thought for a moment and then nodded. All right, big brother Lin Xian, you agreed? That's great. Shin Jingqiu cheered. Then, Lin Xian left the main hall with Shun Jingqiu and walked towards the VIP room. When he saw Lin Xian bring back a girl as beautiful as a fairy, Yu Fei was stunned. The ninth elder and the other two were also shocked. Young master, this is? Oh, she's Shin Jingqiu, Shin Lingchuan's daughter. She's coming with us this time. Qiu greets the two grandpas. Shin Jingqiu said timidly. What? Shin Lingchuan's daughter, the little princess of the Shin family. The ninth elder and the other two were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to go out for half a day and kidnap the little princess of the Shin family. It seemed that the two sides were very close. Brother Xian, my idol, I worship you. Yu Fei's face was full of tears. The ninth elder and the other two kept nodding. As expected of the young master, his methods are indeed powerful. Hearing this, Shun Jingqiu's face turned red and she seemed very nervous. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at the ninth elder and the other two. Then, he turned to Shin Jingqiu and said softly, Don't worry about them, let's go. Under the night sky, a golden-feathered divine eagle quickly flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The people sitting on it were Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu, and the others. Not long after they left, the news of the immortal tea spread quickly. Soon, all the major forces knew that there was such a miraculous spiritual tea in the world. Not only could it retain one's youth, it could even heal injuries that even kings couldn't. Because this time, Shen Lingchuan showed himself and Shen Jingqiu's transformation was obvious to everyone. So, although everyone was still a little skeptical about the immortal tea, most of them already believed it. So, everyone came to ask about the immortal tea. However, Shen Lingchuan shook his head and said that he didn't know anything. He only said that the immortal tea would be auctioned in 2 months at the Shuiyu Immortal Martial Auction. Everyone had some impression of the Immortal Martial Auction because the purple spiritual pill was auctioned there before. It was a spiritual medicine that could improve one's martial soul. It could be said that it was a sensation for a while. However, after that, the Immortal Martial Auction didn't sell anything special. So, everyone gradually forgot about it. But they didn't expect that the immortal tea would be auctioned again. Instantly, all the major forces sent people to gather information quickly. Even Lin Xian and the others heard the news. So, Lin Xian sent the 10th elder back to the immortal martial auction to take care of the situation. The rest of the people followed Lin Xian to the deity sword villa. The immortal martial auction was very busy now because there were people coming to ask about the immortal tea every day. Because Lin Xian had told them not to leak the news, Wang Li and the others only said that the immortal tea would be auctioned at the auction. This made the countless forces even more curious. Actually, people were like this. The more you didn't say, the more curious they would be. So, more and more people were curious about the immortal tea and planned to come take a look 2 months later. The Immortal Martial Academy was bustling, but the Duan clan was gloomy. During this period of time, the atmosphere in the Duan clan was very heavy. It was as if they would explode at any moment. First, the news of the Skynet organization's failure to assassinate Lin Xian came. Then, they heard that Duan Fei and the others died in the Blue Eye City. This was undoubtedly a huge news. One had to know that Duan Fei was the 5th young master of the Duan clan. However, he was actually killed on the street. This was undoubtedly a provocation to the Duan clan. Young Master Ling Feng was furious when he found out. So, he quickly sent a large number of experts to the Blue Ice Layer to kill Lin Xian. He also asked the Shen clan to cooperate. However, Lin Xian left in the middle of the night. They couldn't find him at all. The Shen clan's attitude also became very strange. It was as if they weren't willing to have too much contact with them. This made young Master Ling Feng abnormally furious. Trash, a bunch of trash. Young Master Ling Feng's face was gloomy. The aura on his body erupted, instantly engulfing the entire hall. So many experts, but they can't even find a 7th firmament venerable brat. What trash? Young Master, you can't blame us. That brat left in the middle of the night. Moreover, he cured the Shun clan's little princess. I guess the Shun clan will help them now. Looks like our information was wrong and underestimated him. Chapter 1264. Humph. He's just a brat. I don't believe he can do much. Lin Zhan and his family have been suppressed by the Duan family. What can a brat like him do? Increase the manpower. We must find that brat. I want him to know the consequences of offending me. Prince Lingfeng looked cold. Then, he asked, what's with the undying tea? The Immortal Martial Auction and the Shen family are keeping it a secret. We can't get any information from them. As for the other forces, they don't know anything. Prince Lingfeng clenched his fist when he heard his subordinate's report. I didn't expect that brat to have such a treasure with him. I was too careless this time. I actually let him get close to Shen Lingchuan. If that's the case, I'm afraid the entire Shen family's attitude will change. When we find him, search his soul and take the undying tea from him. If we fail this mission again, don't come back to see me alive, Prince Lingfeng snorted. His subordinate quickly said, Don't worry, Prince. We will do it now. The Duan family moved quickly. On the other side, far away, Lin Xian found out about the news through the bee slave seal. He snorted. The Duan family didn't learn their lesson. They still dared to find trouble. It seemed that after the auction was over, he had to deal a heavy blow to the Duan family and extinguish Prince Lingfeng's arrogance. Lin Xian patted the golden-feathered mystical eagle and said, "Speed up." Instantly, the golden-feathered mystical eagle screeched and flapped its wings. It flew quickly like a bolt of golden lightning. At this speed, they would reach Deity Sword Villa in 10 days. Deity Sword Villa started to get busy. After all, it was Zhuangzhu's 1000th birthday. It was an important event for Deity Sword Villa. The martial artists who came out of the Shin family didn't go back. Instead, they turned around and headed to Deity Sword Villa. After all, according to the rules, Deity Sword Villa's birthday banquet wasn't any worse than the Shin family's. It might even be better. After all, Shun Jingqiu was just a little princess of the Shin family. On the other hand, Deity Sword Villa was celebrating the birthday banquet of the clan master. On the way, Lin Xian did not cultivate. Instead, he carefully examined the situation inside Shun Jingqiu's body. Although the burns on her body had healed, Shun Jingqiu's cultivation had fallen behind a lot. Lin Xian wanted to refine some pills to help him increase his cultivation. "Brother Lin Xian, how is it? Can I still cultivate?" Shun Jingqiu asked timidly. "Silly girl, don't worry. Of course you can cultivate. When we reach the Deity Sword Villa, I will refine some elixirs for you to consume first. Don't worry with me around. I can definitely help you improve your cultivation in a short period of time." "Really? That's great. Qiu can finally cultivate." Shun Jingqiu was very happy. Lin Xian sighed slightly. It seemed that she had suffered too much in the past 3 years. He didn't expect that even cultivation had become a luxury. "Don't worry, I will definitely help you recover completely," Lin Xian swore in his heart. In fact, it wasn't difficult to help Shun Jingqiu improve her cultivation. This was because Lin Xian had hundreds of elixirs that could increase cultivation. However, he was worried about the power of the bloodline and Shun Jingqiu's inner demons. As the little princess of the Shin family, Shin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing had the same bloodline. However, something went wrong during the awakening of the bloodline, which led to the incident 3 years ago. Now that Shun Jingqiu had fully recovered, the power of her bloodline would be awakened again. When that happened, she would have to face the same situation as 3 years ago. However, Shun Jingqiu was probably traumatized now. She must be very afraid of the power of her bloodline. If things went wrong, the tragedy would happen again. This was what Lin Xian was most worried about. Power of the bloodline? Let me look for it. Lin Xian started to flip through the pill formulas left behind by King Dan Yu and Wine Lord. After half an incense's time, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Found it. Heavenly Treasure Spirit Protection Pill, a type of pill that specifically targeted the power of the bloodline. With it, Shun Jingqiu would be extremely safe when she awakened the power of her bloodline. It would protect her from any backlash. However, this pill alone wasn't enough. Shun Jingqiu was very afraid of the power of her bloodline. If she didn't get rid of this fear, she wouldn't be able to awaken the power of her bloodline. It seemed like it wasn't easy to get rid of the inner demons in Shun Jingqiu's heart. At least, the pill alone wouldn't be able to cure it. It seemed like he had to use illusions to let her experience it and overcome it herself. This process wasn't simple and couldn't be carried out in the Deity Sword Mountain manner. Hence, he could only wait for the matter here to end and return to the Immortal Martial Academy. After finding a solution, things were much easier. Hence, Lin Xian started to chat with Shun Jingqiu. "Brother Lin Xian, can you tell me about your experience?" Qiu wants to know. "All right." Lin Xian rubbed Shin Jingqiu's head. Then, he said gently, "Then I'll start from when I left the Xia country." Hence, in the following days, Lin Xian started to talk about his experience. His experience could be said to be full of twists and turns. It was very shocking. Not to mention Shen Jingqiu. Even the ninth elder was shocked when he heard it. This was because he didn't expect someone to be able to go through so many dangers and come out unscathed. Lin Xian was probably the only one capable of such a feat in such a dangerous story. Lin Xian and the rest passed through the boring flight and finally arrived at the Deity Sword Mountain Manor. After knowing that the young master of the Ares Palace was coming, The deity Sword Mountain Manor sent out the highest standards to welcome him. However, when they saw who it was, many disciples and even the elders were stunned. Lin Xian, why are you here? Many of them had been to the remote sky secret realm before. Hence, they recognized Lin Xian. When they saw Lin Xian, they were all stunned. Could it be that you are the young master of the Ares Palace? After hearing this news, everyone gasped. Initially, they thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary disciple of the immortal martial academy. However, they didn't expect him to be the young master of the Ares Palace. This change in status was worlds apart. Luckily, they didn't go against him back then. This was what everyone in the deity Sword Mountain Manor thought. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Lin, please come in. A group of elders respectfully welcomed Lin Xian and the others in, and provided them with the best pavilions and palaces. There were still more than 10 days before the actual birthday banquet began. Hence, Lin Xian didn't go out. Instead, he went into seclusion to refine some elixirs for Shen Jingqiu. Currently, Shen Jingqiu's cultivation was only at the spirit transformation realm. It could be said that it was very low. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried. This was because Shen Jingqiu was the same as the dark red divine dragon. She only lost her cultivation realm. As long as she had enough energy, she could quickly recover. As expected, in these 10 days, Shen Jingqiu consumed the elixirs refined by Lin Xian. Her cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and she directly broke through to the honorable realm. Chapter 1265. This kind of speed of improvement was unheard of. Young Master, how did you do it? Isn't this too magical? The ninth elder was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. I'm afraid even a ninth-grade alchemist wouldn't be able to do this. Perhaps only the legendary Saint Elixir has this kind of effect. Indeed, ordinary spirit pills couldn't achieve this kind of effect. Only the legendary Saint Elixir could. However, Shen Jingqiu's situation was a bit special. Firstly, her cultivation level had only dropped, so it was easier for her to recover. Secondly, the secret was in Lin Xian's pills. Lin Xian didn't use ordinary medicinal herbs to refine these pills. Instead, he used spiritual herbs obtained from the remote sky secret realm. They were at least a few thousand years old. The effect of these medicinal herbs far exceeded that of the outside world. That was why these pills had such terrifying power. Perhaps in the entire Tianwu continent, only Lin Xian dared to use so many thousand-years-old spiritual herbs to refine. Other alchemists probably didn't have the financial resources to do so. Even if they did, they wouldn't be willing to refine it. That was why Lin Xian was able to achieve such a terrifying speed of improvement. Shen Jingqiu felt the energy in her body and was very excited. She didn't expect that in just a few days, her cultivation level would rise to the venerable realm. Although it was only the first heaven of the venerable realm, it was still very shocking. Brother Lin Xian, you're so nice. The little girl looked at Lin Xian with a gentle face. Lin Xian rubbed her head. All right, go and cultivate by yourself. It was not enough to just increase her cultivation level. Shen Jingqiu needed to consolidate the energy herself. Therefore, the little girl nodded and obediently went to cultivate. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stretched lazily and walked out of the alchemy room. He had been refining pills for the past few days and was indeed a little tired. It was just right to take advantage of the time when the little girl was cultivating to relax. It had to be said that the pavilion provided by the deity Sword Villa was indeed not bad. The furniture and decorations inside were all made of trees that were more than 1,000 years old. There was also a huge spirit gathering array below. It made the entire pavilion abnormally rich in spirit qi. Not only that, even the ordinary wine and fruits were some extremely precious spirit wine and spirit fruits. Opening the window, Lin Xian was lying on a reclining chair made of 1,000-year-old flame wood. He was holding a cup of top-grade spirit wine and slowly sipping it. The sunlight shone on his body, making him feel exceptionally warm. This feeling was indescribably comfortable. At this moment, the door opened and Yu Fei quickly walked in. Older brother Xian, People from the Xinqing sect request an audience. Xinqing clan? What are they doing here? Lin Xian asked. Didn't you save the people of the Xinqing clan in the Blue Eye City? This time, the big man brought the people of his clan to thank you. So that's how it is. Come, accompany me to take a look. Lin Xian stood up from the 1,000-year blazing wood recliner and casually placed the top-grade spirit wine on the table. Finally, he raised his hand and set up a small array to protect Shunjingqiu. Then he went out with Yu Fei. This pavilion had a total of 3 floors. Previously, Lin Xian and Shunjingqiu had been cultivating on the 3rd floor. Now, they were heading to the hall on the 1st floor. In the hall, there were indeed people from the Xinqing sect. Not only was there the big man from the Blue Eye City, but there were also 2 middle-aged men. The 2 men's auras were not weak at all. They had also reached the 8th sky of the venerable realm. They were even stronger than the big man from before. It seemed that the 3 of them were all experts of the Xinqing sect. At this moment, when they saw Lin Xian walking over, they immediately stood up. The big man among them even said respectfully, "Young Master Lin, you're here? Have a seat. Don't be so polite." Lin Xian waved his hand and then sat on the main seat. Then, he ordered Yu Fei, serve the 3 of them spiritual tea. Not long after, 4 beautiful maids quickly walked in from outside. Each of them held a cup of top-grade tea in their hands. Although the spiritual tea was not as good as the immortal tea in Lin Xian's hands, it was already very good in the outside world. Lin Xian picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he asked calmly, "Why have the 3 of you called me here? Don't tell me you're just here to thank me." "Young Master Lin, let me introduce you." The big man from the Xinqing sect stood up and pointed at the 2 people beside him. He said, "These are my 2 senior brothers. The 3 of us are from the Xinqing 13 Guardians. I'm the 9th brother. This is my 7th and 5th brother. Young Master, you can call us Shanjiu, Shenwu, and Shinqi. The 3 of us are here to discuss something with you." "Oh, what is it?" "The Duan family has gone too far. We also know about the situation of the Palace of Gods of War. So, we're willing to join your side and become your ally." "Oh, you're willing to ally with me?" Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If that was really the case, it would be great. "Don't worry. As friends of the Palace of Gods of War, I, Lin Xian, will not mistreat you." "Thank you, young Master Lin." After hearing that, the 3 of them thanked him in advance. Young Master, there's one more thing," the 3 big men said hesitantly. "What is it?" Seeing that the 3 of them were a little embarrassed, Lin Xian asked with a smile. Shinju scratched his head. "It's like this. We also know about the immortal tea. Also, we know that the auction is under your name. I wonder if young Master can give the 3 of us an invitation. Otherwise, we won't even be able to get in." Indeed, although the Xinqing sect was a 6th-rank sect, the effect of the immortal tea was too shocking. If too many people went and they couldn't get their hands on it, or if the auction was booked by a king family, they would have no chance at the immortal tea. "Oh, I see. That's easy. Yu Fei, give the 3 of them an invitation." Immediately, Yu Fei walked down the stage and took out a golden invitation from his storage ring. "Thank you, young Master." The 3 of them took the invitation and beamed with joy. Next, the 3 of them chatted with Lin Xian about some cooperation. Then, they left. Not long after Shanjiu and the other 2 left, Elder Jiu came. As soon as he came in, he asked, "Young Master, has the Xinqing sect joined the alliance?" "Yes, indeed." Lin Xian nodded. "That's great. The Xinqing sect used to be neutral and didn't help anyone. I didn't expect them to stand on our side this time. It's nothing. Speaking of which, the Duan family is too arrogant. They really think they're invincible and don't care about anyone. Just wait and see. They'll be in trouble." Lin Xian sneered. Indeed, they were getting stronger and stronger. As for the King family, although the Morong family and the Xin family didn't fully support them, they had Morong Qingqing and Xin Lingchuan. At least, they would support him. Also, the Celestial Martial Arts Academy was his solid backing. Moreover, there was the addition of a 6th-rank sect, the Xinqing sect. It wouldn't be long before the deity Sword Villa also stood on their side. Moreover, this was just the beginning. Lin Xian believed that when old-time tea and the longevity pill were released, the other families and forces who were watching would definitely rush over. Chapter 1266. Young Master, can the longevity elixir really increase one's lifespan by 30 years? Even an old man like me is tempted. Elder Jew was doubtful. Indeed, he had never heard of an elixir that could increase one's lifespan. However, since the young master could take out the everlasting old tea, the effects of the longevity elixir should be real. He had drunk the everlasting old tea before, and the effects had shocked him. He was afraid that even the best spiritual medicine could not achieve such an effect. He had no doubt that if a person consumed the everlasting old tea for a long time, he would definitely have a strong body. Finally, it was time for the Deity Sword Villa's birthday banquet to begin. The scale of the banquet this time was even bigger than Shan Jingqiu's banquet. At the back mountain of Deity Sword Villa, there was a bamboo hut. A middle-aged man stood outside the bamboo hut. The middle-aged man had a white face and no beard. He had an imposing appearance, and he had a sharp sword essence and the aura of a superior. It seemed that he was not only an expert in the way of the sword, but he was also an expert who held great power and had been in a high position for a long time. Uncle Master, the banquet is about to start. Are you really not going? This time, all the superpowers and king families are here. There might be some rare treasures at the banquet. When that time comes, it might be able to extend your lifespan. I am not going. I don't have much time left. I think I only have 1 month left. An old voice came from inside the hut. Uncle Master, how can that be? You are the honorable sword. You are the glory of Deity Sword Villa. You will not fall so easily. It turned out that the person in the hut was the honorable sword. However, the surprising thing was that the voice was too old, and it had a strong aura of death. It did not sound like the honorable sword from a few months ago in Hidden Heaven's Secret Land. I am old. I can't take it anymore. Remember, you are the Zhuang Zhu of Deity Sword Villa. You are the future pillar of Deity Sword Villa. As for me, I will become history. I will only exist in people's memories. It turned out that the middle-aged man was the Zhuang Zhu of Deity Sword Villa. No wonder he had such an aura. At that moment, Xia Zhuang Zhu heard what the honorable sword had said and sighed deeply. He knew that the honorable sword was right. He probably only had 1 month left to live. Who would have thought that the sword venerable, who once shook the sky martial continent, would end up in such a desolate state? However, there was nothing he could do. Forget about him. Even a king-level figure wouldn't be able to do anything, because this was a natural aging process, a heavenly Tao that couldn't be defied at all. No one could escape the cycle of life and death. Thinking of this, he sighed again. His body moved, turned into a sword light, and left the back of the mountain. Only the upper echelons of Shunjian Villa knew that Sword Venerable did not have much lifespan left. Therefore, although the atmosphere of the birthday banquet was lively, the upper echelons were extremely worried. However, none of the guests knew about this. This time, there was an extremely powerful force among the incoming forces. This was because it was not a single force, but an alliance of several different forces. This was the Duan family. This time, the Duan clan had sent out their third young master. At the same time, they had brought along a large number of elders and guards for protection. They were afraid that the same thing that happened in Blue Eye City would happen again. Not only that, but the Duan clan did not come alone this time. They came together with a young master of the Shen clan and 5 rank 6 sects. The Shen clan used to have a good relationship with the Duan clan. Although Shen Lingchuan's branch was supporting Lin Xian now, the Shen clan was too big. Shen Lingchuan's branch was not the only core, so there were other core forces supporting the Duan clan. For example, the young man in front of them was called Shan He. He was a core disciple of the Shen clan. His branch was also a direct disciple, and he did not have a good relationship with Shen Lingchuan. Therefore, when Shen Lingchuan stood on Lin Xian's side, his branch directly stood on the Duan clan side. In addition, there were several successors of rank 6 sects. They were the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation. Brother Duan, Is it really necessary to use such a big force to deal with a young boy? A young man looked disdainful. His name was Wei Wufeng. He came from Jindao sect, a rank 6 sect. He was also the chief disciple of Jindao sect. His status was not much weaker than Duan Li's. Brother Wei, don't underestimate this person. My 5th brother was killed by him in Blue Eye City. Brother Duan, you worry too much. Although your 5th brother was killed, it should be done by the elder beside him. With that boy's strength, it's absolutely impossible. What we need to guard against is only the elder beside him. As for that boy, leave him to me. I can deal with him with one slash. Wei Wufeng was very arrogant and showed off his ability. Jindao sect was a famous existence in the Tianwu continent. It was even as famous as Deity Sword Villa. Moreover, as a bladesman, he had a domineering aura. Wei Wufeng had also cultivated Jindao sect's secret technique, the sky-dominating golden saber art. He had an extremely arrogant aura. Therefore, he did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Duanli nodded slightly when he heard Wei Wufeng's words. He had not seen Lin Xian's strength with his own eyes. What happened before was just a rumor. It was inevitable that it was exaggerated. Moreover, he knew the strength of the young man in front of him. He had once killed an 8th-level venerable with one slash. He could be said to be extremely powerful. When the time came, there was no need for him to show up. He could just let Wei Wufeng deal with Lin Xian. Even if there was danger, it would be Wei Wufeng who would be in danger. It would definitely not affect him. Thinking of this, Duanli smiled and said, "That's true. The rumor was exaggerated. He's just a boy. How can he be compared to Brother Wei? By the way, have you heard? It's said that Deity Sword Villa's Sword Venerable is dying. I estimate that he only has 1 month left." Another young man sighed. I didn't expect that the Sword Venerable who shook the continent would be so miserable now. Many people sighed. Duanli also nodded slightly. He had also received the news. Therefore, his main purpose this time was to rope in Zhuangzhu of Deity Sword Villa. Because Deity Sword Villa's Sword Venerable was dying, and the most powerful person now was Zhuangzhu. Moreover, the opponent was Nagato. Therefore, as long as Xia Zhuangzhu was on their side, the entire Deity Sword Villa would fight with the Duan family. With the support of Deity Sword Villa, the Duan family's power would be even stronger. Thinking of this, Duanli sneered proudly. However, his laughter soon stopped. His face became extremely gloomy because he saw a figure. Lin Xian. He had not expected him to finally come out. The few young sky prides beside him also turned their heads to look. Among them, Wei Wufeng's eyes were shining with a shocking light. Chapter 1267. The old man behind him should be the elder of the Palace of Gods of War. He's actually a 9th heaven supremacy. No wonder that Brad is so arrogant. He has a 9th heaven supremacy protecting him. Everyone sneered. It seemed like the incident in Blue Eye City was just a legend. The one who did it must be the 9th heaven supremacy. Duan Li's expression darkened. He was just a piece of trash. How could he deserve the title of young master of the Palace of Gods of War? The Palace of Gods of War belonged to the Duan clan. Lin Xian naturally sensed the hostility from the crowd and frowned slightly at once. Brother Xian, it's those people from the Duan clan again. They even joined forces with many rank 6 sects. One of them is the young master of the Shin clan. Yu Fei said. Shin clan? Seeing Lin Xian's confusion, Yu Fei explained, the Shun clan is very powerful. It's not just Shun Lingchuan's bloodline. It's normal for other Shin clan cultivators to work with the Duan clan. Lin Xian nodded. He wasn't surprised. Wasn't the Palace of Gods of War also divided into 2 factions? The bigger the clan, the more intense the internal conflict. The Shun clan was no exception. It was just that the Shun clan had a king realm cultivator to suppress them. It's the Shin clan again. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and said coldly, ignoring them. Yes. Yu Fei followed behind Lin Xian and stopped paying attention. The 9th elder also snorted. However, the Duan clan didn't plan to let Lin Xian go. A group of people walked over. Soon, Duanli, Wei Wufeng, and the others blocked the path. Get lost. A good dog doesn't block the way, Lin Xian said coldly. He didn't want to fight with them at the deity Sword Villa's birthday banquet. However, Duan Li and the others were extremely arrogant and didn't move aside. At this moment, the young master of the Shin clan, Shan He, stared at Shin Jingqiu and said, "Hey, isn't this Sister Jingqiu? Why are you here? Why didn't you greet me when you saw me?" Shin Jingqiu hadn't interacted with outsiders for 3 years, so she didn't know how to answer. However, Shan He continued, "Oh right, I heard that you recently took in a servant called Lin Xian or something. Is he here yet?" Hearing this, the hearts of the surrounding people pounded wildly. Many of them even retreated quickly. Who was Lin Xian? That was the young master of the Palace of Ares. He was a young prodigy who had recently been in the limelight. However, at this moment, he was being called a servant. This was definitely looking for trouble. However, Shan He was indeed qualified because he was also a disciple of a king clan. Therefore, they didn't dare to say anything about the battle between the young masters of 2 king clans. She only hoped that the fish in the moat would not be implicated. When the people behind Shan He heard this, they laughed maniacally. They were here to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself. Lin Xian's face darkened. Beside him, Yu Fei and the Ninth Elder were also furious. This was especially true for the Ninth Elder, who was emitting an extremely powerful aura. No one could insult Lin Xian, even if the other party was from the Shin family. On the opposite side, Shun He's cousin, Shen Yuan, also sneered, "That's right, Sister Jingqiu. Where is that servant, Lin Xian? Why don't you bring him out for us to meet?" "Nonsense, brother Lin Xian is not a servant. He's my friend." Shin Jingqiu finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Her body trembled as she shouted with all her might. However, this delicate voice was mercilessly drowned out by the maniacal laughter of the crowd. In the end, the little girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Ninth Elder, break their legs and throw them out." Lin Xian's face darkened as he gave the order. The Ninth Elder stood out and was about to make a move. However, a few guardian elders from the Shin family also came out and confronted the Ninth Elder. "Haha, Elder Imo Yun, there's no need to be angry. They're just juniors. Let them settle it themselves." Although the guardian elders' auras weren't as strong as the Ninth Elders, they could still contend against the Ninth Elder if they joined forces. Thus, the Ninth Elder was restrained for a moment. "Looks like you want me to do it myself." An icy intent appeared on Lin Xian's body. "I'll fight you. Let me see what kind of ability you have as a young master, or is your reputation undeserved?" Wei Wufeng took a step forward and grasped the golden saber at his waist. Instantly, a violent saber intent condensed on his body, as if a peerless saber had been unsheathed, causing people's hearts to tremble. "Oh no, it's the chief disciple of the Jindao faction," someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. "What? You're talking about Wei Wufeng? Legend has it that he killed an 8th heaven venerable with a single saber strike." "It can't be, right? Such a powerful prodigy actually pledged allegiance to the Duan clan." Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Meanwhile, Shun He and Shun Yuan sneered. "If you want to fight us, you'll have to go through Brother Wei first." Ha 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 ha. They weren't worried at all because they knew Wei Wufeng's strength very well. Lin Xian was probably no match for him at all. Duanli didn't say anything, but a sinister smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. This scene was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to see what means Lin Xian had to contend with him in front of so many people. At the same time, he also wanted to let everyone know who the real owner of the Palace of Gods of War was. Lin Xian looked at the young man holding the golden saber and instantly frowned. "Who do you think you are to fight with me?" "Scram!" Lin Xian berated. "What? He dares to berate Wei Wufeng? I'm afraid this is going to be troublesome." The surrounding cultivators were terrified, and they even distanced themselves from Lin Xian. Meanwhile, Shun He and Shun He laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha ha, he dares to insult Wei Wufeng. This time, he's dead for sure." Sure enough, after hearing Lin Xian's berating, Wei Wufeng's hair stood on end, and a boundless violent aura surged from his body. In the next moment, he suddenly pulled out the golden saber at his waist and slashed fiercely at Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat. This slash was as fast as lightning and extremely fierce. However, Lin Xian's speed was even faster. The moment he pulled out the long saber, he disappeared on the spot. In a flash, he appeared in front of Shun He and Shun He. His palms were like dragons, and he quickly reached out. What? This was impossible. The saber missed. Wei Wufeng was shocked, but Shun He and Shen Yuan behind him screamed. This was because they realized that Lin Xian had already attacked them. You dare to attack me? Scram. The two brothers were shocked, and at the same time, they were furious. They quickly punched forward. Lin Xian was powerful, but the two brothers were not to be trifled with. Both of them were at the 8th heaven. At this moment, they were absolutely confident that they could kill Lin Xian if they joined forces. However, they soon realized how ignorant they were. That was because their attacks were instantly disintegrated in front of Lin Xian. Not only that, but an extremely powerful force came from Lin Xian's palms and bombarded their arms, instantly breaking their arms. Crack, crack. Two bone-cracking sounds were heard, and Shen He and Shen He immediately screamed. What? The Shen brothers' arms were broken. How is this possible? It was only now that these people reacted. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.